the mic right up on the shoot. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. The shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot.
Perfect.
Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to
Run! It's a stampede!
DJ Hamp, the stamp.
DJ Hamp, the stamp.
I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
Run! It's a stampede!
DJ Hamp, the stamp.
DJ
Run! It's a stampede!
DJ Hamp, the stamp.
DJ Hamp, the stamp.
love life that won't last. Didn't I give you all that I got to give, baby? I gave you all the love I got. I gave you more than I could give. Gave you love. I gave you all that I have inside, and you took my love. You took my love. I keep crying. I keep trying for you. There's nothing like you and I, baby. This is no ordinary love, no ordinary love. This is no ordinary love, no ordinary love. It's not that I don't want you here. Yeah.
Perfect.
It's something about the way you stare into my eyes. I know that I don't make things clear. No. I fall for you every time I try to resist you. We can get away. Palm trees, beach views, ordinary day. All I wanna hear is in the visions on replay. Sit right next to you. I try not to show how I feel about you. Think you wish you away, but we don't really want to. I just wanna get away and sit right next to you. I don't wanna kiss you. Yeah, I just wanna feel you. Feel you. I want you around, around. I want you around, around. I want you around, around. I want you around, around, around. Come through, I think I need you. I swear it's hard to keep this feeling too.
Do you trust me? Love me? You putting it on me? You must be. Ain't only for the room, baby. This is no intention of being offensive to women by calling y'all my down ass. My queen, Princess cuts look clean. On that finger next to the finger, you flip that me, and there's no in between me and you, only me and you. Who else gon' put it on me? Like the rule, and God only looks after children and fools, and you're not. So who gon' look after you? True, baby.
True, baby, it's only for you, baby. Be the thighs, only divide if you decide. Cause I love the way you touch me, nobody can get it. And if it's gunning, just consider it spit it. So when you go for a minute, I just fantasize like if it's shit that's all in it. Then I'm satisfied till you come back to me, holding stacks and jewels. V-I-T-A-M-I-A.
To all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrics. Rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club, sipping my wet is where you find me. The back of the club, macking holes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music lasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to feed the needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes, see notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over, tell your friends, jump in the GM3. I got the chronic by the...
Hey girl, ain't no mystery. At least, as far as I can see, I wanna keep you here, laying next to me, sharing our love between the sheets. Ooh, baby, baby, I feel your love surrounding me. Ooh, oh, 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 ooh, baby, baby, making love between the sheets.
Just give me all your loving.
Perfect.
Girl, I'll do all the rubbing. That's all I ask of you. I'll kiss you in your ear. Yes, love even there. That's all I ask of you.
We've been on a tragedy for months. Why can't you agree with me for once? Maybe we can be on chill tonight. Maybe I can give you chills too. We've been on a tragedy for months. Why can't you agree with me for once? Yeah, maybe we can be on chill tonight.
One time.
Maybe I can give you chills.
I'm getting mine like fine wine.
All your love,
I'll do all the
kiss you right there. Just in right there, little girl.
kiss you in.
Anywhere,
Yes, love even
especially there and there.
That's all I ask
So I ask
of
of
you.
you, I'm not trying to put you on the line, but I gotta tell you what's exactly on my mind, girl. My big heart leads me right to you. Every time the phone rings, I pray to God that it's you, girl. Every time I close my eyes, a vision of your face always pops into my mind, girl. I would do anything to receive love from you. So show me the way that this could happen soon. I'll be right there all the time. It's your grace or mine. Show me the place. I really love you. I love you, babe.
I'd rather be with you, yeah. Yeah, I'd rather be with you. I'd rather be with you, yeah. Yeah, I'd rather be with you.
I'd rather be with you until I'm through. Oh yes I do. I'd rather be with you until that day will fly away. I just love that smiling face in the early sun. If I can't have you to myself, then life's no fun.
I'd rather be with you, yeah. Yeah, I'd rather be with you. I'd rather be with you, yeah. Yeah, I'd rather be with you.
I'd rather
got stacks like the International House of Pancakes. The man makes motion in bed. Watch it stand straight, your fat body. Come and build with guard body. Hardly any chicken heads, fake jacks, or ride by me. Use a cover girl, living well, lady. Watch the chrome spin, Gorilla Grill. Check out the $1 million lady. GS spins, niggas with all the wins. Baby girl, slide in, let the legs spur, nigga, massage your skin. What's your name? Lex, last name Diamond. Icy earring shining. What's your occupation? Crazy rhyming. Use a queen killer, so I'ma feel you like Exxon. Woo and Jodeci is like cousins. You see me posted at the garden party. Sweat dripping on my fly shit. Rolling with some niggas robbing. What $1,000 links on? Yo, shorty got money in the stand.
My fellas in the house tonight, let me hear you say perfect, perfect, my fellas in the house tonight, let me hear you say
Talking to my lady across the world. Are you looking for a good lady? Tell me what's the word to listen. West side of town, here to represent and show you how I get down. My lady in the house tonight, let me hear you say.
yeah, my fellas in the house tonight, let me hear you say
My lady in the house tonight, let me hear you say.
my fellas in the house tonight, let me hear you say
Talking to my flipper brothers across the sea. I heard you're looking for a big cutie, so it must be me. I can't ain't nobody. He's gonna show you how to turn his mother out. Let me hear you say.
let me hear you my fellas in the house tonight, let me hear you say perfect.
Let me tell you about this girl, maybe I should. I met her in Philly, and her name was Brian. See, we been making love constantly. That's why my eyes always shade blood burgundy. The way that we kiss is unlike any other way that I be kissing. When I'm kissing, what I'm missing, won't you listen? Brown sugar, babe, I guess high up your love, I don't know how to behave.
In the morning, I wake up to fight for my yearning. Fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. Tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind, my mind it runs. All these thoughts are troubling me. Fighting to give up my pain, fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I'm losing, right? Yeah.
Choose it, lover, never fuck without a rubber. Never in the sheets like it on top of the cover. Money on the dresser, drive a compressor. Top notch hoes, get the most, not the lesser. Trash like the fuck for $40 in the club. Fucking up the game, bitch, it gets no love. She be cross country, giving all that she got. 1,000 a pop, I'm pulling feelings off the lot. I smashed up the gray one, bought me a red. Every time we hit the parking lot, we turn head. Some hoes wanna choose, but them bitches too scary. If bitch chose me, you ain't a pimp, you a fairy.
You can roll it solo, time to get down with the team. The grass is greener on that other side. You know what I mean? I show you shit you've never seen. The 7 wonders of the world. And I can make you the 8th if you wanna be my girl. When I say my girl, I don't mean my woman. That ain't my style. Need a real street stalker. Walk a green mile. Piling up the paper on the dining room table. Cause you able to realize I'm the truth and not a fable. We rockin' Russian stable. Keep that chiller on the rack. What I look like with $1,000 shit up on my back. I'm a $1 million Mac that need $1 billion bitch. Put my pimpin' in your life. Watch your daddy get it.
Presently, I'm standing here right now. You're so man. Tell me what you want from me. Concluding, concentrating on my music lover and my babies. Made me wanna ask you lady for a ticket out of town. So can I get a window seat? Hey, nobody next to me. I just want a ticket out of town to look around and say touchdown. Nobody next to me. I just want a chance to fly, a chance to cry, and a long bye-bye. But I need you to want me. I need you to miss me. I need your attention. Yes, I need you next to me.
Perfect.
I met him when I was a little girl. He gave me poetry. He was my first, but in my heart I knew I wasn't. Cause when the tables turned, he had to break. But whenever I got lonely, I needed some advice. He gave me his shoulder. Perfect. Words were very nice. But that is all behind me. 'Cause now there is no other. My love is his and his is mine. My friend became the
Let's go.
my friend. My life.
Let's go.
Love of my life. Lost my mind, silly on me.
Perfect.
Devoted so much time to find you unfaithful boy. I nearly lost my mind. Drive past your house every night in an unmarked car, wondering what she had on me to make you break my heart. Yeah, me feel I'm so gone. So you make me feel. Oh, and I love you, baby. Nights I couldn't sleep. You let the sun beat you home. I ask myself over again, what am I doing wrong to make you stay out all night and not think to call? What does she have over me to make it not think to call? You make me feel so. You make me feel. Oh, and I love you, baby. My everything, you are my everything.
It's all because of you. I'm never sad and blue. You brighten up my day in your own special way. Whenever you're around, I'm never feeling down. You are my trusted friend. On you I can depend. You take me away from the pain and you bring me paradise. And when I look these days, you brought sunshine in my life. It never occurred to me the first time I saw your face. I would fall so deep in love that your love can be replaced. You are every show I ever now. She's been talked about constantly. She's been up and down, she's been pushed around, but they held her down. NYC, she has no regrets, she accepts the past. All these things they help to make she's been lost and found, and she's still around. There's a reason for everything. Yeah, you know I've been holding on, tried to make me weak, but I still stay strong. Yeah. Put my life all up in these songs, just so you can feel me, so you can get so take me as I am, as I or have nothing at all, nothing at all. Just take me as I am, or have nothing at all.
Lost without you, can't help myself. How does it feel to know that I love you, baby? I'm lost without you, can't help myself. How does it feel to know that I love you, baby? Tell me how you love me more, and how you think I'm sexy, babe. That you don't want nobody else, you don't want this guy, you don't want that guy. You wanna touch yourself when you see me. Tell me how you love my body, and how I make you feel, babe. You wanna roll with me, you wanna hold with me, you wanna stay warm and get out of the cold with me. I just love to hear you say it, it makes a man feel good, baby. Tell me you depend on me, I need to hear it. I'm lost without you, can't help myself. How does it feel to know that I love you, baby? I'm lost
We up in this room, yeah, putting it down on you. Now you're pushing back at me. I don't wanna let you leave, but baby girl, you feel so good. And little mama, that thing is so good. Girl, the way that you move it, so good. I wanna do it again, wanna do it again. Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect.
We up in this room, yeah, putting it down on you. Now you're pushing back at me. I don't wanna let you leave, but baby girl, you feel so good. And little mama, that thing is so good. Girl, the way that you move it, so good. I wanna do it again, again.
I always dreamed that everything would be okay with me and you, but I was wrong. When I looked into your eyes, I didn't see all the things I used to see. What's going on?
Gave me reason to believe that we were always meant to be, but now I see you were wrong. You can't keep running back to me with all those baby pleasing
go. Nights are long and my days are cold, cause I don't have you. How can I be so damn demanding? I know you said that it's over now, but I can't let go. Every day I wanna pick up the phone and tell you that you're everything I need more. If only I could find you. Echoes of an empty day. There's no one coming down to you. Like a wave without a groove. I'm missing you, baby. There's a without the sun. Alright. Yes, I am missing you.
Papa, you laced up. Vanilla Tracy, Caesar Bugatti, Isaac Mizrahi. Fuck around the Dolce, Gabbana sipping Pure J with the ill nana. Nigga, you fuck around. I had your loyalties and your joint. Nigga, your royalties and your points. So what the deal is? With Foxy Brown make case. Now we lace Bonnie and Clyde. Now I'm up in Jamaica, broken over.
Tell me how to make things right. Cause I just need you in my life, girl. I love you better than yourself. Better than you love yourself. I just need your love.
Tease me, don't let go. Baby, I'm about to explode. Oh yeah. Cause all my love you can control.
If I told you once, I told you twice. QB, throw the booty like a groupie for more ice. Armor truck ice, get the bonus like Nabuche. In love with you since the days that you say. Now I watch you play Columbo, Picasso. Tricks inside colossals, turn your castles to brothels. Who you loving, who you wanna be hugging? Dipping on your Ninja Honda with Tanisha and Rhonda. Why? You work more body than Jane Fonda. Physical fitness. Under pressure, I lie for you, die for you, Ruger by the thigh for you, right hand high for you. Because of you, I'm inheriting trillions, burying billions, Bentley coupes millions, playing good Samaritan in the Sheridan, crack the Don P's and rim beats, you better have it.
Chicken heads from Pasadena to Medina, but big get in between your then see the prognosis, doses, blends and bends like Twizzlers. Biggest fitting to hurt what's under that skirt. Who filling them with octane? Got them gassed up, about to get blasted up, son. The last one word the mother, brother miss him. I seen it when he kissed him at the wake, made his body shake. The high guy in 850, eyes smoke tank, rap terror, for chrome and terror. Streets fine by the rivers, the fifth is conspicuous. Bad boy slipped in 95, ridiculous. My rap lines is like landmines. One step, kaboom, black suits fill the room. To whom it may concern, Junior Mafia is the click. Act up, I have my honeys told, my honeys told.
Perfect. Every man wants a woman where him and her can just go hang. Just the two of them alone, get back doing their own thing. And every man wants a woman that can always keep them in the mood. And I'm that kind of girl, so this is what I tell my dude. I tell him to drop your shoes and relax your feet. Oh baby, going down to the next gate. Just kick it, just kick it, just kick it, just kick it. I tell him to drop your shoes and relax your feet. Going down to the next gate. Just kick it, just kick it, just kick it.
I'm just crushing on you. When we play, ain't no rules.
I'ma make it juicy for you.
You make it juicy.
Put this pussy on
side. Oh, can you ride it like it's 85? Ooh, open up, I see that pussy smile. Ooh, it's tight, I know it's been a while. Handful of that ass, girl, let's take it down. You can tell the way that you walk, ain't no underwear. Put it on my face, girl, I love the way you touch. Glad that I got you. Looking for my come here,
been searching for someone who can share that special love with me. And your eyes have that glow. Could it be your face I see on my computer screen?
I can see your mind is overworked. Ooh. Tension in your body when I touch you. Yeah, girl, you deserve it. I'm gonna make every second of this worth it. Love how you do everything you do with a purpose, babe. Focus, babe. Temperature keeps rising like we're silent when you ride my way. Yeah. Whisper your desires, I'll provide them. Will you say you'll stay tonight? Cause when we done making love, clean it up, and I wanted to wrap you in my warm embrace and make it last forever. Girl, I got your glimpse of heaven.
Perfect.
Tell you why.
Let's go. You know what's doing it. You know Hamp. What's up, Jay?
Every time I see you walking by, I get a free.
What
Take your time, what's the rush? I said, baby, I'm a dog, I'm a mutt. She said, take your time, what's the rush? I said, baby, I'm a dog, I'm a mutt. I'm a dog, I'm a mutt. I can smoke already, so cold in my blunt is. I see past pretty faces, so I got trouble trusting. But I let my guard down for you. Said I put my guard down for you. Said I'll be vulnerable, so you can break my heart if you want to. She said take your time, what's the rush? I said baby, I'm a dog, I'm a mutt. Hey. She said take your time, what's the rush?
Exes tonight, another one stuck in line. Baby, love scares your mind. I wonder why you keep your time.
You lost, you wait, no rush. I guess.
Whoa, I'm in, we're in, and I've been. I came out this way to tell you that you're my reason.
The way you stay, controlling me.
my own machito. Can you put me on with the Nagarita? She stay on my dome, she gon' pull on me, pull like weed inside me. She my queen, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. She my queen, yeah, oh, yeah, oh, yeah. She my queen, yeah, yeah. She gon' pull on me, pull like weed inside me.
Oh, and I care for you more than my own self. Darling, I share with you all goodness and wealth. We can have just one night, or we can have one whole life if we play it cool. Yeah, we can have that one thing, or we can have everything if our hearts are true. Girl, slow down. Girl, let me love you. Darling, slow down. Let me get to know you.
Can't ball in a life, man.
Transition king.
Go on with it, go on with it.
Yo, is it? Are you kidding me?
Boss, yeah. So we are coming here with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reap and we coursing on full. Oh, we not rise and boast. Yeah, we give thanks like we need it the most. We have to give thanks like we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all for my life and my thank God for the journey. The earnings are just for the plus. Yeah, gratitude is a must. Yeah, we see blessings fall.
To go out for the result though, nothing to discuss oh. Cause I did win by default and without any doubt oh. I'm a me happy adult oh. I no go feed the girl, I no go feed the girl is out oh. I'm a mind that's you the talk oh. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love oh. I know holy and I know that get both. Like the Baba Frayo, my ayo, don't cry yo. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow. I need to go and shadow.
I remember those days when hell was my home, when me and mama bed was a big piece of foam, and me never like bathe and my ear never come. When mama gonna work, me go street or roam. I remember when Danny them get me snow cone and make him lick the bread of them kick up Jerome. I remember when we visit them with pure big stone and the boy Danny pop out something we full chrome. I remember when we run, but I get him knee blown, and my best friend Richie get doing I'm down. I remember Sunday Avenue turning a war zone, and Mikey mother fly him out cause she get alone. Mikey got to foreign and got on Al Capone. Make one leap of money and say me no I won't. Now we all out the city and that is well known. Yesterday Mikey called me from my phone. Me say Mikey, we get the thing them out of luck now. We squeeze 7 and the whole of them I don't know. Me a police for extra cause we not rock now.
We got the kingdom, so they have to make way. We take it from the bottom to the top, baby. And now the whole community can live greatly.
I'm from the Gucci in the winter. I see you with your girls walking in your chinchilla fur. I was laid up, looking at your face just pure with no makeup. A little bit of MAC lip gloss, hair in a bun well done. Looking for a ring, I see none, so I hopped out the coupe and hot super stopping. Introduced like I'm shining, you my destiny. In your diamond cluster, too much just to touch ya. Perfume down to your structure. Think I wait till the second night to yeah, I wanna marry you. Nah, I'm just playing. We could start with a few nights out in Malibu, surfing, laying up on Persians. Here's my number. Call me.
I'm the
telephone, she heard my voice. Tell me to pick her up in my Rolls Royce. If my Rolls Royce is not for ladies, then girl, I'm gonna take you in my Mercedes. If my Mercedes would have full up of the disease, then girl, I'm gonna take you in my Firebird. If my Firebird cannot take the curve, girl, put your ass on the thumb at your butt.
We're getting closer. My player days is over. Well, maybe not completely, but still in all. Come here, let's see your head on my bed, and let me get between your legs. Lay on your back, take it from the back, like a bad girl supposed to. I know you like that. Scream, wake them up when they sleep. Grab the sheets with your teeth, wiggle your butt cheeks. Pour the styles over your body, pick you up, treat you like a convenience store, stick you up, take you to the balcony, pick you up, so you can look at the city while I'm digging the kitty. Then we drive into the sunset. Pull over, get up on the hood, I ain't done yet.
On the telephone, he heard my voice. Tell me you were up in my Rolls Royce. My Rolls Royce is not for ladies. I'm gonna take my Mercedes. My Mercedes would have full up of disease. And girl, I'm gonna take you in my Firebird. In my Firebird, cannot take the curve. Girl, put the Ross and the Ross and the Ross.
Should not have been a fantasy real. You gave me this beating, baby, this rhythm inside. You made me feel good and feel nice and feel love. Gave me paradise.
saw you walking down on Melrose. You look like an angel straight out of heaven, girl. I was blown away by your sexiness. Now all I have to do is catch up to you.
Slow down, I just wanna get to know you. But don't turn around, cause that pretty round thing looks good to me. Slow down, never seen anything so lovely. Now turn around and bless me with your beauty, cutie.
A butterfly tattoo right above your navel. Your belly button's pierced too, just like I like it, girl. Come and take a walk with me. You'll be impressed by the game that I kick to you. It's so thorough and real.
Like a flower fully bloom in the summertime. You're ready to be watered by this conversation. You're ready, I'm in awe cause you shine like the sun. Let me be the one to enjoy you. Let's keep it, girl. So slow down, I just wanna get to know you. But don't turn around, cause that pretty round thing looks good to me. Slow down, never seen anything so lovely. Now turn around and bless me with your beauty, cutie. Slow down, I just wanna get to know you.
To know you, baby.
Turn around, cause that pretty round thing looks good to me.
Give you all of my attention. It's straight shots, no champagne sipping tonight. It's that kind of night. At Netflix to this massage. Better yet, turn that shit off. Cause I love to hear you cussing at me. Like, ooh shit, baby, too deep. You never felt this feeling when I touch you. Ooh, I never loved nobody like I love you. Hey, that's why I only want you to love. I don't want nobody else. I don't want you to love. I don't want nobody else.
Might say, but it won't say. Just might get on the list right by your hips like pop champagne older than me, this not Monte. Always talking about I'm a bad boy, sound like auntie. They throw shade, like with my roof. Cause you fucking with me, I'm fucking on you tonight. Slow down, do the limit for me. One time, 20/20 visions, it's just you and me. And I plenty fake hoes and Tito's. They dance while we go somewhere we know. Make me wait on it. Yeah, yeah. Make me wait on it. 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 Make me wait on it.
I pack it up, seal it tight, and I'd send it overnight. Every time I hear your voice and I look into your eyes, sends a burning sweet sensation, oh, it's happening. Look in your eyes, astound me. I am sending my love to you, praying that you are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending my love, sending my love to you, praying that you are home, sealing it with a kiss, sending my love.
If you wanna be
go ahead and leave, baby. There's one thing that I found out. I can't have one woman, gotta have three. One woman just to hold me down, one woman just to lift me up. Oh, yeah. And I gotta at least have one woman on the side that really don't give a fuck. So if you wanna leave, baby, go ahead and leave, yeah. There's one thing that I found out. I can't have one woman, gotta have three. One woman just to hold me down, one woman just to lift me up. Oh yeah. And I gotta at least have one woman on the side that really don't give a fuck. If you wanna go, baby, go ahead and walk out the door. But one thing that you gotta remember is one monkey don't stop no show. If you wanna go, baby, go ahead and walk out the door. But one thing that you gotta remember, one monkey don't stop no show. This train gon' keep on rolling. Oh yeah, this thing called life gon' keep on going. Oh yeah, this train gon' keep on rolling. Oh yeah, this thing called life gon' keep on going. Oh yeah, so baby you can leave, yeah, but I'll never be alone. Let's go. Soon as you walk right out the door, I call Kim up on the phone. Woo! Me and Kim, we don't fuss and fight. With Kim, I ain't never wrong. Well, I might just go call Keisha, go get my party on. See, I know if I ever get hungry and I want me something good to eat, I can pick up my phone and call TT. She'll pick something nice and sweet. If you wanna leave, go ahead and leave, baby. But one thing that I found out, I can't have one woman, gotta have three. One woman just to hold me down, one woman just to lift me up. And I gotta at least have one woman on the side that really don't give a fuck. So if you wanna leave, baby, go ahead and leave, yeah. There's one thing that I found out, I can't have one woman, gotta have three. One woman just to hold me down, one woman just to lift me up. And I gotta at least have one woman on the side that really don't give a fuck. If you wanna go, baby, go ahead and walk out the door. But one thing that you gotta remember is one monkey don't stop no show. If you wanna go, baby, go ahead and walk out the door. But one thing that you gotta remember, one monkey don't stop no show. This train gon' keep on rolling. Oh yeah, this thing called life gon' keep on going. Oh yeah, this train gon' keep on rolling. Oh yeah, this thing called life gon' keep on going. Oh yeah.
Shout out to all my dogs in the middle. Let's go.
It's a stampede! DJ Hamp the Stamp.
DJ Hamp the Stamp. Let's go.
Wanna do, I am uninhibited when it comes to loving you.
Now I don't like no whips and chains, and you can't tie me down. On me, baby, round and round and round. Now I don't like no whips and chains, and you can't tie me down. Now I don't like no whips and chains, and you can't tie me down. But now I don't like no whips and chains, and you can't tie me down. But you can whip your lovin' on me, baby, round and round and round. Girl, you know just what to do. I'm in heaven when I'm loving you.
I'm saying though, I'm saying.
Loving you is so much fun. Only one I wanna do.
vanilla, baby. And the thing about your boy is
I don't like no whips and chains, and you can't tie me down, but you can whip your lovin' on me, baby, round and round.
Young J-A-C-K-A-K-A Rico like Suave, young Enrique. Speaking of AKA, she's an outfit but not around your boy. She get quiet around your boy. Hold on.
I don't like no whips and chains, and you can't tie me down, but you can whip your lovin' on me, baby, round and round and round. Can't know just what to do. Whip your lovin' on me, baby, whip your lovin' on me.
I'm vanilla, baby. I'll choke you, but I ain't no killer, baby. She 28, telling me I get love in Detroit like.
No whips and chains, and you can't tie me down, but you can whip your lovin' on me, whip your lovin' on me.
Young M-I-S-S-I-O-N-A-R-Y. He's sharp like barbed wire. She stole my heart, then she got archived.
Yeah. Yes, y'all, Jigga man be ballin'. Leave chicks pittin' though, some of them be crawlin'. Get the best of you whenever I put my all in. Half mommies callin' for the law, darling. Jigga and Paulin', ass drop. Hoops with half the top, expose half my knot. Niggas mad when I brag about the cash I got, but I'm used to not having a lot. I'm from the gutter and I ain't the type to ever chase your box. I'm the type to interior decorate the watch. I'm the type to sling heavyweight on the block in every state like pop. Work niggas to hurt, holla.
Your lips are telling me yes, while you're kissing on my neck, making me feel so. Should I stay? Should I go? I don't know. Your whole boy style drives me wild, but in the back of my mind, I know. See, you put that thing on me. I can't let you get this on me, even though I wanna see how you put that thing on me. I can't let you dance with me. That's me, that's not me. Conversation like what? Big thoughts got you stuck. Feelings starting to show. Should I stay? Should I go? I don't know. You're driving me crazy. I wanna be your lady, but I gotta make it home. Even though I wanna see you, I really like the way. Oh, I can't let you get this to me.
I'm looking for a lot of women out there on tour. Ran through them all, but I'm just not sure. I'm looking for a lot of women out there on tour. Ran through them all, but I'm just not sure. Yeah, we gon' fight, but I think that's sound right here, baby. It feels so good. First class flights, almost home, but let's go. Fresh off the plane, into the bed. Know the little more than what you pay for your rent. I'm tired of the road, no shows booked. Need something home cooked. Straight in the door, straight to the floor. I'm already high, but light up one more. Just got home, I'm trying to chill, but gotta hit the block, get a little yak. Fuck with the hood, see if niggas is good. Jake is on me, asking me why my music go. Throw a little dice, head crack twice. Light something up, I'm starting to feel nice. They looping around, let me go and peel, cause
Japan, are you in the house? Everybody, are you in the house? Baby, baby, come on, baby, come on, baby, come on.
When you walk by every night, talking sweet and looking fine, I get kind of hectic inside. Baby, I'm so into you, darling. If you only knew all the things that flow through my mind, but it's just
All the money in the world couldn't even amount to a teaspoon of honey when it melt in your mouth. It's the Locks and Mariah's, you checking us out? You know the deal, a few mil every time she come out. With her blowing and us flowing, it ain't nothing else left to talk about but a whole lot of dough.
And every coming to Fed, we there, keeping your hands in the air like you just don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care.
That's nasty. Present your kid. We in the tell me what you want. Leon in the building. Tell me what you want. Bino in the building. Nigga,
tell me what you want from me. Take a look at what you see. Let me know if it's right here. Something you can have for a year. Tell me what you want from me. Take a look at what you see. Let me know if it's right here. Something you can have for a year.
I like that, y'all. I like that. You like, I like that, y'all. I like that, like that. I like that, y'all. I like that. Check it out. I like that, y'all. That's
salvation of what's to come. I'm so happy that I'ma let you go. So long I've waited, never too late for love. If we should right, stay right, that it can be wrong. Where are you, baby? You make you.
Hit 'em off like this.
Baby, I seen you with another lady. I just been stabbing you, baby. Why'd you have to go? Don't leave me, baby. Don't want to be crazy. Can't stand my love being shady. Why'd you have to go? Don't leave me. What about you? What about me? What about you? Total hell missing. Total hell missing. What about you? What about me? What about us?
I guess I ain't got no reason to mingle round. I found a superwoman that could leap from the truck in a single bound. Mommy, I'm trying to bling you down. So niggas without shades on can't say it when I bring you round. She put her lips on the weed and pull us to work her tongue and make me come faster than a speeding bullet. Her love stronger than a locomotive, but only for the FABOLOUS. Sing to me, ma.
They can't play you no more.
See me? Got the F on my chest. What up?
I'm a subsidiary, so deaf next to JD. This funkified baby, keep them crazy. My mentality happen to be living lavish with formalities of having a fetish. My status is impeccable. We wrecking your crew. The casualty is you. Jagged edge coming through. Remember who?
Hit it, did it something like 1,000 times. Can't stop, can't quit, gotta get mine.
I'll catch you off guard, keep your it hard. Follow the yellow into the road to riches. And if the smoke thick, insist to be the BR, detrimental to your brain. Choking off Mary Jane.
You died, giving so much of yourself. It seems the only way. Tell me what you want and I will give it to you. 'Cause you are my love. Do you ever dream? Do you ever dream? Me cold and rain. Oh, darling.
We in the row with sit back, relax, and listen to the pro. As I start going, blowing, flowing, showing, and mowing MCs that I'm the capital H-A-E-V-O-I decent. This is my yard, and better yet, my precinct. No discontent because I'm all about pleasing. You like my style? I'm buck wild, I'm bananas, I'm out of hand, extravaganza, no plan. So can you dig it, man?
I'm there for you anytime you need me. For real, girl, it's me in your world. Believe me, nothing make a man feel better than a woman. Queen with a crown that be down for whatever. There are few things that's forever, my lady. We can make war or make babies. Back when I was nothing, you made a brother feel like he was something. That's why I'm with you to this day, boo, no frontin'. Even when the skies were gray, you would rub me on my back and say, baby, it'll be okay. Now that's real to a brother like me, baby. Never ever give my cootie away and keep it tight, alright? And I'ma walk these doors so we can live in a fat ass crib with thousands of kids. One life, you don't need a ring to be my wife. Just be there for me and I'ma make sure we be living in the effing lap of luxury. I'm realizing that you didn't have to funk with me, but you did. Now I'm going all out, kid, and I got mad love to give. You my nigga.
And it was plain to see you are my destiny. For you I spend my time. I'll dedicate my life. I'll sacrifice to you. Dedicate my life.
I gotta love Jones for your body and your skin tone. 5 minutes alone, I'm already on the road. Plus I love the fact you got a mind of your own. No need to shop around, you got the good stuff at home. Even if I'm locked up north, you in the world rocking 3/4 of cloth, never showing your stuff off, boo. It be true, me for you, that's how it is. I be your Noah, you be my Wiz, I'm your Mister, you my Mrs. With hugs and kisses, Valentine cards and birthday wishes. Please, we on another level of planning, of understanding the bond between man and woman and child, the highest elevation, cause we above all that romance crap, just show your love. Suck up on these. And you don't stop.
Mic check. Let's go.
Check. You hear me?
Turn yourself up.
Yo.
Right there.
Low, right?
Something, man. It's like cutting in and out or something. Yeah. My shit be doing that too, bro. I don't know what. I don't know what's going with the interface.
You got that little white noise again, like the other week.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's going right. The white noise? No.
Nah, it ain't going.
How about now?
Nah.
Yo.
I'm about to send this motherfucker back, man.
No.
Real shit. Like, I don't be touching nothing. It was good yesterday. Now it's
Oh, my mom. That's how my shit do too.
like,
I gotta keep adjusting it.
Yeah. Yo.
Nah, it's still there.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see.
Salute to everybody in the building. Happy 4th of July, man.
Salute
What's
to the
poppin'?
chat. Happy American Holiday Calendar Day or whatever.
That type shit. Salute to all the vets too, man. Everybody that sacrificed and risked their lives, man. Salute to them. All the fallen soldiers, everybody still here. Salute. It's hit that like button too, man. For sure. Ooh. Yeah, my interface be doing the same thing, bro. I got to adjust this one every day. I don't know why. I don't do nothing to it. Don't touch it or nothing.
What you on? You want some? You getting some grill smoke today or what?
Yes, sir. I'm getting some ribs on that motherfucker. Goddamn me, some mac and cheese. I got some yams about to go in. Shit, I'm doing some light shit. It ain't too much over with me. Shit,
Yeah,
I'm
for
nobody
sure.
coming over. I'm about to smoke out hella heavy. Shit, I'm enjoying the day. Shit, it's Friday. Ain't doing too much. Lay back, man.
Yeah, for sure. Likewise.
Mm-hmm.
I was on my little block last night. We was putting the grill together. It's crazy
Mm-hmm.
that 10 men take 2 hours to put a grill together. I mean, that shit is crazy. Like, what are we doing out here? You know what I'm saying? We got the grill together last night though, so we're gonna pull up. Everybody gonna pitch
Mm-hmm.
in. You know, brotherhood type joint. Throw what we gotta throw on the grill and celebrate a calendar day, man. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo, y'all can hear me
Yes,
now?
sir. Yeah, that sound better. That sound
Yeah.
better.
The noise going too.
Yeah.
Trash, bro. This shit
Yeah.
fucking an arm and a leg, and this shit.
I'm about to get me a new interface
Check.
too, man.
Check.
Yeah.
Good. All right, let me see. Can I hear this?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I had to go back to Old Faithful, man.
Oh wow.
What's up with y'all?
What's up, brother? What's going on?
Hey, can you close this door?
Happy to be here.
Another Friday, man. Another week with. We made it again, man.
All right, go. Put in dirty clothes. Yo, we here. DJ Hamp the Stampede. We in the building, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Run!
It's a stampede! The Stampede. DJ Hamp the Stampede.
Whoa. Boom.
Yo. What's goody? Salute to everybody, man. We got to get it in, you know what I'm saying, before people enjoy their long weekend and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shit like that.
We got my brother Marcus was popping with the 50 boys that keep on being the best DJ, my brother. I got you. I'm for a minute. Son Kiss.
What up, buzzin', bird flippin' dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute. Darius in the building. Gifted 5. This might be risky membership, man. God bless. Salute to my brother Darius, man. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain
it. Yeah.
Yo, let's get it, man.
Perfect.
Up and coming, you heard? The early bird tickets is almost gone, and I put a decent amount of them out there just cause, you know what I'm saying? But it's almost that time, you know what I mean?
Get the VIP, because you ain't. I'm gonna look at you funny if you don't get the VIP. I mean, it don't matter how I look at you, but just know I'm gonna be looking at you.
I'm telling you.
Shit like that.
Especially, yo. even just for Thursday, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
be a dub, like,
Yeah, it's a watch,
you know. Let's see what's popping, man. You know, salute to everybody here so far, man. Hit the like button. I hope y'all enjoyed the music. Feel me? We vibed it out today. You know what I mean? Usually I play music that like makes sense together. All these songs, like most of the songs in the beginning, make sense because it's the same genre, but they don't have the same vibe per se. But I was mixing them up on purpose, like out of sequence. You know what I'm saying? To see what flows. Because usually if I play like Sade, I'll play like Badu and Jill, like all, you know, D'Angelo, that vein. You feel me? So we went a little bit different route, but I think that shit was fun, man, for sure.
Perfect.
You know what I mean? Bino Fo, what's goody though?
What's up, man? Bless. Yeah.
I mean,
Appreciate it, man.
Y'all doing drugs this morning or what?
You know,
we
do herbs every morning. We don't know about drugs, but we do herbs every morning.
That's some wicked ass shit. That's nasty, boy. That was nasty movement. That was nasty movement. Nah.
Yo, I'm just asking, man.
You gotta do it real quick too. Like, yeah. Nah, man.
Yo, man, it's been a lot of shit happening, fellas. You know, a few different things that I don't know we should be concerned about. Maybe we just got an opinion about. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to make sure I covered these joints today. You feel me? I think it's imperative, just in terms of what's in the news, what's happening to other people, could it happen to us, and then the conversations that we had. Right? We got a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks and shit like that. You know, but there's a particular concern I have about the advice that has been given for a minute. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to just think where I want to start at. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I like going earlier than 12 o'clock, but I've been doing 12 o'clock for like 2 years now. So, but going a little bit earlier, like, it don't, because, you know, 12 to whatever is like right in the middle of the day. You know what I'm saying?
Right in crunch time. Yeah.
But people also need that, like, you know what I mean, that lunch to when you get to the car. So I don't know. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna fill it out. Let me do this. Platitudes. How you spell that? Platitudes, Diddy, and Birthright. So Dr. G sent me this video, man, and it was interesting thought, you know, about what could happen based on what's being repealed or challenged by the current administration, you know, and a lot of stuff is really out of sight, out of mind, in my opinion, just based on how we see things, how we do in the earth, right? Like us three, we gonna go to work, we're gonna come home, we're gonna take care of the kids, you know. We pay attention to the politics and the news, but generally speaking, my kids are fed, my money in my pocket, you know what I'm saying, my wife good, you know, my family good. That's how I'm moving, you know, for the most part. But I wonder if that is lazy of me to do, right? I mean, I go out in the street and you know, teach the Bible, shit like that too. You know what I'm saying? But just generally, the politics, they always seem to happen to us in our community, right? A lot of shit don't really happen for us, you know, or by us even. And I tell this story all the time. There's a prison in DC, the DC jail, right? You got Ward 6 and you got Ward 7. Ward 7 is 85% black. Ward 8 is 90% black, maybe more, right? That's where most of the black people live. East of the river, it's the most affordable, and you get closer to PG County. So the jail was in Ward 6, but we're just across the street, basically. It's really in Ward 6 by geography, but they voted to make the line between Ward 6 and one jail, or Ward 6 and Ward 7, on the other side of the jail. You see what I'm saying? So the street is now divided. So you cross the street, you in Ward 6. You on the other side where the jail is, you in Ward 7. But they voted on that though. And so now the jail is technically in Ward 7. So guess who housing values and stuff like that rises?
Ward 7.
Ward 6, right? Because it's in 7. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we just getting shot up, you know. we have the same ANC, and I'm talking about DC specifically, but I know other places have like aldermans and stuff, you know, like we have ANC commissioners, and it's been the same ANC commissioners for 100 years, the same council members for a particular ward for 100 years, you know. Vince Gray, Ward 7 is where I used to live. So Vince Gray, like, you should see the Safeway. Do y'all got Safeway or Giant Stop and Shop, you know, just the restaurant? Like, you go to Safeway in Ward 7, bro. It's not stocked. Nothing is fronted. You know, you like move everything up. At least they can look like it's full, just neat. You know what I'm saying? The produce are mediocre. Like, I used to be a district manager for Krispy Kreme, right? But not in the store, in the delivery, like the distribution. So my trucks used to go out and we used to service like Richmond, DC, all the way up to Montgomery County, everywhere, right? So my guys would dispatch and deliver the donuts. I never got a call from the Safeway in Northeast, never. And I did it on purpose one time because I lived up there. So I told my guy, only go there twice a week, but the donuts don't have no preservatives, so they go stale quick. So you got to rotate them out, right? I said, only go there twice a week. No calls from the manager, nothing. Old donuts, you know what I'm saying? And they used to sell out decently, right? Because niggas like it when we had a rack right in front. But no, like just no call about empty rack or nothing. You know, right. I make sure the donuts are there on the 1st through the 3rd. Right, I wouldn't go back to the 14th sometime, just doing stuff, you know, just to see. Not one call. You know, manager ain't shit, you know, just the whole 9 yards. And I'm framing this just because of the clip I'm about to play. Have you guys been seeing this stuff with the birthright citizenship and the repeal of it and such, and the California protests and the riots?
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah. I'm saying a bit, but I'm about like how you said. I'll be evaluating myself. I think I'll be lazy when it come to, you know. So like I look at it, I don't let it register. I don't receive it. I keep it moving. But yeah, bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, you know. And I just wondered, Omar, they're not eating healthy. Them donuts be gone, boy. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at the birthright thing, it seems kind of out of sight, out of mind. It's happening to the Latinos, essentially, you know. And I don't even know if we friends or not, you know. The things that I know, we supposed to be much closer than just friends, but that's another show for another day, essentially, you know. But there's division there, you know. Should black people be a part of it? Should he be helping? And then you look at this, right? Because the same. Let me play the clip. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I want to see what y'all think. Because I was watching it, and then I purposely didn't watch the whole thing because I wanted to have an organic response. But when Dr. G sent it to me, I was like, damn, you know? So let me see what y'all think as well. Hit the like button. Salute to the 80 people here so far. Appreciate everybody for rocking out with the music. Let's get the show popping, man. Hit the share button. They know what time it is. I know the music is for a niche crowd, but that niche crowd is dope and it's necessary. You feel me? Let's get into it. All right, let me hit this. Where the fuck Bino go?
I'm right here.
We need your facial reactions, nigga. All right, there you go.
Black American citizen? The answer is no. Not Trump deport Black American citizens.
So he asked, he got kind of cut off. Can Trump deport Black American citizens?
The answer is no. Not lawfully, because we're citizens. But if you ask whether he can unlawfully deport Black Americans, the answer is yes. Because the Supreme Court just took away lower court's ability to stop him. And if you don't believe me, let me show you how this became real after the Trump v. Casa birthright citizenship case. So in Trump v. Casa, the Supreme Court ruled that federal judges cannot issue nationwide injunctions or universal injunctions against Trump executive orders except with class action lawsuits. And those can take a while to be certified, those class action lawsuits. That means even if Trump signs an unconstitutional, unlawful executive order, Judges can only protect the people who are named in the lawsuit or members of the certified class action lawsuit. Everyone else, they're vulnerable. Even if what Trump does is blatantly unconstitutional or illegal. So, can Trump deport Black American citizens lawfully? No. But that's not the question anymore, because he doesn't need to act lawfully if there are no judges that can stop him. In fact, Justice Jackson warned, she said in her dissent, quote, "The executive can now deny people rights that the founders plainly wrote into our Constitution, so long as those individuals have not found a lawyer." And Justice Sotomayor said, quote, "No right is safe in the new legal regime the court creates," close quote. She said, no right, that means no citizenship right, no civil right, no voting rights, etc. Folks, that's not theory. That's not me pontificating. That's the reality that we're living in now. Additionally, back in March, Trump told El Salvador's president he would be deporting homegrown criminals. He didn't say immigrants. He said homegrown. That means people born in the United States. So if he targets Black Americans as criminals or gangbangers or threats or enemies, etc., what's stopping him from issuing an executive order to detain or to deport those people? Nothing. That puts Black Americans and any other targeted group in danger. This is why they say elections have consequences, folks. So remember, stay woke. Can Trump deport Black American citizens?
What y'all think? I know it's a lot, but what y'all think based on what y'all heard?
Yeah. That was a lot to unpack right now, though.
It's two things for me. The first thing for me is like, I don't know, man. Like, okay, as far as the Hispanics, I think we're a little different as Black Americans. I know they messing up the cars and rioting and stuff, but like, how many casualties is America willing to accept when they try us like that? Because that's what it's going to be. A lot of casualties. That's my first thought. Like, I mean, it's like when people go to war and people do battles, like they see an outcome that benefit them. I don't see where that war that Trump will unlawfully, first because it's unlawfully, try to deport us. Where your benefit gonna come from that? It's gonna be a lot of losses than a benefit. In my first thought. My second thought is, where you gonna deport us at?
You on mute?
Yeah, that's true, right? What I think about is, right, because where we gonna go essentially, right? You know, the argument, and I don't want to be, how you say. So basically, I'm just gonna say it, right? A lot of us know that we were already here, right? There's a portion of people that were moved here as well, right? That we look alike. And if you look at DNA from certain of those people moved here, it's the same DNA as ours. You know, when you look at the Trail of Tears, when Andrew Jackson, it was something words of 20,000 or so Native Americans that basically were moved from Florida to Oklahoma by foot. A lot of people died. They literally walked them there. They will reclassify the ones that didn't go as Black, right? So we know there's a lot of hidden history. You know, if you look at a lot of these different, like the Lenape tribe, they look like us. They were in like Delaware area. They had trade routes and everything else, but you know, a lot of shit was happening in terms of the indigenous people here. So they haven't been erased. We just don't know yet. But what I look at is, yeah, where are we gonna go? But furthermore, did you see what was done to the so-called Native Americans? Let's say they are the Native Americans that are on these reservations now, less than 4% of the population. And I don't know if people understand what it is just to be detained, just to be accosted by the police, right? by the government if they say you can't do a thing. Let's say they can't move us anywhere. But if what the brother was saying was true, they can make your life a living hell. Let's say they don't succeed in the end, but you accused of something, you detained, you accosted, you locked up, right? We can like they can interrogate you, they can hold you for 24 hours, right? Without charging you in most states. But think about that 24 hours for somebody who never been outside. A story popped in my head because I know the argument is, oh, where they gonna bring us? Listen, they could fuck your life up, even if it's for a day.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many different people from different walks of life can take that shit. So this what popped in my head, right? And I think this is the right one, you know. Let me show y'all this real quick.
Gates is an author, Harvard University professor, and one of the most eminent scholars in the history of race relations in America. Last week, returning from a trip abroad, he had difficulty opening the front door to his Cambridge, Massachusetts home. He and his driver, who is also a black man, tried forcing the door open. A neighbor called police, saying 2 African-American men were trying to break into a house. The police came, and although Gates showed identification showing he lived at the address, he was arrested and handcuffed by a white police officer. Police said Gates was uncooperative and shouted at them, accusing them of racism. He was charged with disorderly conduct. The incident quickly became fodder for the never-ending debate over race in America. On Wednesday, President Barack Obama weighed in with unusually blunt language about the prevalence of racial profiling by police.
I think it's fair to say, number one, any of us would be pretty angry. Number two, that the Cambridge police acted stupidly in arresting somebody when there was already proof that they were in their own home. And number three, what I think we know separate and apart from this incident is that there is a long history in this country of African Americans and Latinos being stopped by law enforcement disproportionately. And that's just a fact.
Obama also joked about what might happen if he were seen trying to break into the White House.
If I was trying to jigger in, well, I guess this is my house now, so it probably wouldn't happen. But let's say my old house in Chicago, here I'd get shot.
Conservative talk show host Rush Limbaugh, a frequent critic of Obama, mocked the president on his show Thursday.
How can there be such racism in, the idyllic, quaint, liberal setting? How can there be such race? He couldn't wait to talk about profiling. He couldn't wait to talk about the plight of the black man.
Charges against Gates have been dropped, and the police department called the incident regrettable. But it serves as a reminder, in Obama's words, that race still haunts us. Rob Reynolds, Al Jazeera, Washington.
So I'm just looking at, right, how things could change for a nigga just that quick. Think about it, right? Yeah. Harvard professor, his own house, right? But he wasn't there for a while. So somebody calls, and the assumption is what? See, people act like that shit is far-fetched. That ain't changed that much. They assume, because we assume. Let's keep it tall. Niggas said they see a group of young YNs walking down the street. How do we respond? You know, I'm just saying that the stereotypes are out there. And if it can happen to him at a big ass house in Cambridge, Mass, which probably costs $2 million, what's the reality? And think about that thing, you know, and for the charges were dropped. That means the man got charged. Like it's a lot more, right? They can just make things difficult. And I looked at this one, right? And I'm just kind of just building out the context, you know what I'm saying? Like of the video, and then I'm gonna play the video back one more time. You know what I'm saying? So this one right here, right? This could be you. This could be me, right? With the repeal, and that's a strong word, of the 14th Amendment, which, you know, allows the birthright citizenship to be enacted. And you got shit like this, right? And this is recent. I think it was like last week or 2 weeks ago.
And we have more breaking news tonight. ICE agents appearing to detain and question a SoCal man who says he's an American citizen.
KCAL's Lauren Posen live with more of the video and the man's story. Lauren.
Gio, Pat, this man says he told federal agents over and over that he's an American citizen, and it made no difference. So now he's wondering tonight if this could happen to him, who else is it happening to? I'm American, bro. This face-to-face encounter with ICE agents still has Brian Gaviria shaken. That's because he says he's an American citizen.
East Los Angeles, born and raised, man. I'm American. I stated I was American. He still attacked me. We're not safe, guys. We're not safe in America today. Be careful.
Gaviria says he was working at a tow yard on West Olympic Boulevard in Montebello when he heard ICE agents were outside.
I stepped outside. An agent came up to me and approached me, and he started walking towards me. I stated I was American 3 times before he even grabbed me. I said, brother, I'm American. I'm American. I'm American.
He says the agent asked him what city and hospital he was born in.
I said, I don't know. I don't know. And because I didn't know, he threw me to the gate and he twisted my arm. My homie was born here.
During the encounter, he says his friend, also an American citizen, was rough handled by federal agents.
I see my friend stating that he's an American. He gets slammed to the floor. He's bleeding from his forehead. I want to jump in. I want to defend my friend. ICE agent looks at me, racks a round into his AR-15. I can't win that battle, man.
Gaviria says the agent took both his phone and real ID and only let him go because his friend started filming.
Couldn't sleep last night. Let me tell you the truth. He took my ID. He took my phone. He never gave back my ID. Is this guy gonna come and pick me up at 2, 3 in the morning? I don't know.
Gaviria says he won't be silenced about what he calls blatant mistreatment his community faces during these raids.
It doesn't make me happy. I don't want to be in this position. I don't want to have my face out there like this, but I have to. My people are getting attacked. And yeah, I'm American, but I'm Latino as well.
And we reached out to U.S. Customs, Border, and Protection, but have not heard back yet. The LA Times.
Yeah. That's wild.
I'm just looking, right? Maybe I'm, hey fellas, if I'm bugging, let me know. I'm just looking like it, because when you do so this right here, right? And I'll show y'all this. Y'all can get your commentary, right? But right, birthright citizenship in the United States is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, specifically Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. This means that anyone born within the geographical boundaries of the United States, regardless of their parents' citizenship or immigrant status, is automatically a citizen.
You know, one by one, the government that part of creating the amendments been violating that shit one by one. We just seem like we getting further and further down the line of numbers of violations. That's how I be seeing it, Hamp. Like they've been violating different amendments that we supposed to be able to live and die by. You know, they've been violated, and now it's just a snowball effect. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. My view on this whole thing with them is like kind of jaded, and I ain't gonna lie, it's kind of like real. I'm doing projecting because like one side of me be like, welcome to our world, the stuff they going through, right? Instead of sending us to another country, they send us to a grave or prison, right? And the only difference is they sending y'all back to a country that that your race come from or your culture or whatever. But the other side of me know how wrong that shit is too, right? So I'm like really stuck in the middle of viewpoints because it's like the hurt in me be like, oh, bro, welcome to our world, because I came through so many. Me personally, right? It's just personal. I done met so many different people of different nationalities who traded on us for that man, for them same government that's doing to it. Whether that's Mexicans, Africans, you know what I'm saying? Like when I say traded, like they'll rock with us, right? But then they'll fold us because they think the government got them. Oh, y'all the, you know what I'm saying? Y'all the what I could say, y'all the black face to the government, not us. Nah, y'all is too. Now y'all see. So my shit is real personal. That's why I be keeping quiet when you talk about stuff.
But you gotta speak on it though. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I've seen a lot of that. They said black people stay out of it. You know, look at like Rainbow said. Yo, what y'all think, man? Put a 1 in the chat if you think black people mind their business for shit like this. What y'all think? What you think, Fo?
I was gonna say I had 2 things in mind that popped up. It's like if we how much of our tax dollars gonna support that? You know what I mean? Like the transportation of getting these people up out of here. You know what I mean? Like, and also is like the punishment of
you out of frame for.
Oh, my bad. The punishment of the whatever prisoners you got, if you send them overseas, does wherever you send them, their laws take over your punishment? Because if so, a lot of that shit ain't gonna be accepted, and you might get accepted to a death penalty that probably won't be accepted over here like it is over there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They run it over like that. Because they could do it, because it could get overpopulated, or they hand you over to their government. Shit, they handle shit a different way over there. Like, ain't no telling how your punishment might end compared to over here in the United States, where there's a slap on the wrist compared to where we can kill you over some shit that's little over here. You know what I mean? Considered.
Oh yeah, they was packing them niggas up in El Salvador for sure.
Yeah.
That president that they showed, he was packing them niggas up, or packing them out, parking them, whatever, throwing them on trucks like garbage. You know what I mean? But cleaning it up how they want to, for sure. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. And this shit just pop in my head like when I'm formulating this shows, you know, and this is what I was thinking about, you know? Because here's the argument, right? What were our people citizens initially, right? Were we considered in the Constitution? The 3/5 of the man clause and all that. Who knows what people use in the court of law or lack thereof if lower level judges don't have power, like he was saying in the video. And I'm gonna play the video one more time. But this may be totally off base, but this shit popped in my head.
A message to the Oreo cookie. No matter how much you want to switch, here's what they think about you.
Gold teeth, gold chain wearing, fried chicken and biscuit eating, monkey ate baboon, big thigh, fast running, high jumping, spear chucking, 360-degree basketball dunking, titsoon, spade, mulling yarn. Go the fuck back to Africa. Go the fuck back to Africa. Go the fuck back to Africa.
Think about it. Fucking sell out.
Here we go, one station 103.787, and we're listening to, we won't be listening to Ice Cube, America's Most Wanted, because that's bullshit. Get that shit out of here. Straight R&B, straight R&B, straight R&B,
Like you. So how long has profiling been happening?
Too long.
Right? And I wonder, we was being profiled and all that. What did we do about it? Did we just accept it and wait for it to stop? We literally talk about the jump out boys. I don't know what y'all call them.
Yeah, same.
You know what I'm saying? We literally, yo, what y'all doing? What y'all they be talking on fast, no uniform, no lights, you can't. Think about if you was really in trouble, right? But instead of police cars patrolling with the lights on so that you know that you safe or you can get help, because that's really what it should be for. They shouldn't be covert. They should be overt to deter and then help people that need help, right? Get cats out of the tree like we seen on the cartoons and shit. But instead, you got jump outs riding around in charges. So now, what if something really happening? I can't even wave them down because you dress like me. Your car like mine. Like you literally not there to help the people that need help. You trying to catch people slipping. And maybe they say by proxy of catching the people slipping doing wrong, it helps the people that ain't do. But what if I need help and I'm looking for the police? But we got half police cars, half jump outs in our neighborhood. Like it just would, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, man. But I just assessing this shit like.
Maybe I'm overthinking it too, because like from the video you played about the deportation, I'm like, yo, is they underestimating us or what? Like, you know, because like with the profiling, like a lot of us, you know, what we did was with the profiling, we tried to adjust and like basically blend in with them, right? So we basically are their culture. I don't know, we be knowing that. Like when we so lost, we're like, what is our culture? We always ask that question as black people, right? What is our culture? Like, what is it? We don't have one. We got theirs. We don't got one here. You know, so it's like when they but at the same time, being that they look at it like that, I be looking at it like when I just look at that, I'm like, yo, is they underestimating to think like it ain't gonna be like another civil war if they try that? Like a lot of bloodshed. Like, is that what Trump want? Is that what, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. Like it's a far reach to me, Hamp, to think that they gonna try to play. Well, how many millions of us is it? What? How many?
40.
40? Like they really? Come on, man. That's a man. This is gonna be a bloody America, man. They try that, man. Just off the strength of egos and resilience, and we just don't play about shit no more. I don't think we not our ancestors type shit.
Yeah, you ain't gonna like your son getting sent to Guatemala for his child support money.
We so
Some stupid shit.
we
Like,
so
nah.
desensitized to death in prison. We, as a whole, even the good ones that did right, they still got chips on their shoulders. You know what I'm saying? They just don't know it yet.
But here's the thing, though, Bino. Now, maybe in mass, but we, for the most part, like we had several insurrections during slavery, but for the most part, we were slaves until we got freed. I'm not saying nobody fought. Like, we know Free State Jones, right? Harriet Tubman, Nat Turner, Denmark VC, Gabriel Prosser, just name a few. But generally speaking, niggas was slaving.
Right.
Until they gave us an opportunity to, you know what I mean? So I'm just wondering, what's the disposition? All of our gangsters go to prison, right? I'm just thinking of what you saying. I hope it's true that we stand up and fight, but the niggas that's doing crime and shit, give up, get caught. They not dying in a crossfire. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just wondering, when does it stop? Because we still submit to that authority. That's why all of our toughest niggas went to prison. The only one I could y'all know Larry Davis. Now Larry Davis shot 6 cops through the walls. They said that nigga was like fucking John Wick.
He ran him for like 2 days, didn't he?
Yeah. And they caught him. So I guess Larry Davis jumped out the 4th-story window or some shit. You know what I'm saying? E-Man was popping. Goody. Oh, there you go. You good. Damn. So I'm just wondering, I don't think we have enough Larry Davises.
And see, I mean, and I can see that too. That's what I'm saying. But like, like how you just ran it back, like, what happened back then. That's what I'm saying, though, Hamp. I don't think people, like, I don't know. I don't even think, to me, adversity doesn't build character. It shows it, right? Like, they say adversity builds character. I'd be like, I came across a rebuttal to that like years ago, and I stuck with that, like, because it really don't build character. It shows it. And I don't think people know the things they would do in adverse situations. And like I said, I don't think we are ancestors. So I think the most humblest 9-to-5 law-abiding citizen, if you come try to snatch his or her kids out, they're gonna turn into that gangster.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So the circumstance, right?
Yeah.
They killed Fred Hampton. Let me just show, because I don't know if a lot of people know Larry Davis. And then we get E-Man. E-Man, say something. I can't hear you.
Just use the bathroom real quick.
Can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you. Hold on, let me check on my side. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, it's up on this side. I can't hear you. Let me see. You on mute?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I just came through the app. Let me turn it so I'm right side up.
Okay, yeah, you good money now. Let me just show them this E-Man and you can get in. So I just want to, I know who I'm talking about. That's all. Because I don't know how many people know Larry Davis.
Was a notorious figure in the world of crime. Coming in at number 74 on our list, Larry Davis became infamous in the 1980s for his stand against corrupt New York City police officers and his ability to evade capture during a shootout with law enforcement. What makes his story fascinating is his bold confrontation with the system, revealing allegations of police misconduct and corruption. Davis's case became a symbol of resistance against police brutality and a rallying point for those who felt oppressed. His dramatic life story remains a significant chapter in the ongoing struggle for justice and accountability in the criminal justice system. Larry Davis was a notorious figure.
Let me see. I just want to make sure y'all.
According to reports, New York City street legend Larry David was serving his sentence at Shanbyum Correctional Facility. And at approximately 7 p.m. on February 20th, 2008, a correctional officer overseeing the block yard noticed inmates congregating around an argument between two inmates. And when the officer went to break it up, they found Larry Davis using his walking cane to fend off an inmate from attacking him with a 9-inch long metal shiv. But Davis was unsuccessful and was stabbed numerous times. The officer called for assistance. The attacker was restrained and taken to the special housing unit to remain in segregated custody. Davis was taken to the facility infirmary where first aid was rendered. But Davis lost a lot of blood, he lost consciousness and eventually showed no vital signs. Not being a trauma-level infirmary, the supervising nurse called for an emergency transport by ambulance to St. Luke's Hospital in nearby Newburgh, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. According to reports, New York...
I'm trying to get y'all maybe it said it right here.
I said the money is on the table. Don't shoot. Kick it in the wall. Don't shoot. Take the money.
I heard something going like a firecracker, and I just dodged towards my kitchen because my kitchen was right there.
When he shot at me, I had a 9mm on me. I had it on my side. I spent with the little girl and I hit the floor. And I realized when I looked up at the ceiling, I realized I was still there and that I wasn't out, that I actually was still alive. And they apparently thought that he did get a bullseye shot between the eyes. But when that gun shot, when that fire, that bullet came out, that 12 gauge, it was right between my eyes, and I could see it coming in. As it came, I just pulled myself back with it because it hit me here. I had my head like that, and I could see it coming in, and I pulled myself back like that, and I hit the floor. The little girl.
I just don't know how many Larry Davises we got. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. If y'all want to look them up, man. E-Man, what's goody though? How you doing, good, good to see you. How you?
Pretty good, man. I
Yeah.
said, let me stop on over here on the holiday since I ain't got no day off. I'm still in the shop, but it's a little bit slower than it normally is at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Indeed. What's shaking?
I'm listening, man. I think what we do is we give a lot of excuses. I understand your whole sentiment when you saying, hey, check this out. In the future, this could be black people based on how the laws are written. So I can't disagree with that.
Yeah.
But the problem is when we use bad examples. For example, this dude over there in LA protesting, hanging out with the illegals, saying F ISIS. And then when the ISIS dude, jack him up and check his credentials, we want to use him as the poster child. This guy, he was heavily involved in the protesting. He was heavily involved with hanging out with illegals. Matter of fact, the ICE agents wouldn't even say nothing to this man. He was talking to his friend. And then he, quote unquote, wanted to get involved with this thing and jump into some business that really wasn't his. And just like any other interaction with law enforcement, when you stick your nose in their business, you know what they're going to do? They're going to check you too. After they ran his ID, after they ran his social security, they realized he was an American citizen. They let him go. Now he's going on this media campaign to say, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to tell everybody that they tried to take advantage of my rights. He never got locked up. They detained him. They took his ID. They ran him. They seen that he had a social security. What we're more looking at, I don't think we going to get deported. Now, if you're talking 10, 15 generations, down the line, when you start talking about how they have to that, but us as citizens, we ain't got no problem getting deported. That's the least of our worries.
Okay. So yeah, I see that, but I'm just worrying about I'm not worrying about, but I'm thinking about the uncomfortability that could particularly take place, right? To be accosted, to be detained, to be locked up, to be charged, to have charges dropped, just all those things. I'm thinking about what's the probabilities are probably low. Maybe I think I maybe can concede that as I think through it, but I'm just looking at the possibilities, right? And how people take advantage of different loopholes, right? To try to make people's lives uncomfortable. Did you see the clip that I played? Hold on, this one. Did you see this one that I played? KG, what up, Bob?
No, I didn't see that one.
All right, let me play this one so you can get his sentiments fully, because this is kind of the what we building upon here.
Can Trump deport Black American citizens? The answer is no, not lawfully, because we're citizens. But if you ask whether he can unlawfully deport Black Americans, the answer is yes, because the Supreme Court just took away lower court's ability to stop him. If you don't believe me, let me show you how this became real after the Trump v. Casa birthright citizenship case. So in Trump v. Casa, the Supreme Court ruled that federal judges cannot issue nationwide injunctions or universal injunctions against Trump executive orders except with class action lawsuits. And those can take a while to be certified, those class action lawsuits. That means even if Trump signs an unconstitutional, unlawful executive order, judges can only protect the people who are named in the lawsuit or members of the certified class action lawsuit. Everyone else, they're vulnerable. Even if what Trump does is blatantly unconstitutional or illegal. So, can Trump deport Black American citizens lawfully? No. But that's not the question anymore, because he doesn't need to act lawfully if there are no judges that can stop him. In fact, Justice Jackson warned, she said in her dissent, quote, "The executive can now deny people rights that the founders plainly wrote into our Constitution, so long as those individuals have not found a lawyer." And Justice Sotomayor said, quote, "No right is safe in the new legal regime the court creates," close quote. She said no right, that means no citizenship right, no civil right, no voting rights, etc. Folks, that's not theory. That's not me pontificating. That's the reality that we're living in now. Additionally, back in March, Trump told El Salvador's president he would be deporting homegrown criminals. He didn't say immigrants. He said homegrown. That means people born in the United States. So if he targets Black Americans as criminals or gangbangers or threats or enemies, etc., what's stopping him from issuing an executive order to detain or to deport those people? Nothing. That puts Black Americans and any other targeted group in danger. This is why they say elections have consequences, folks. So remember, stay woke. Can Trump deport?
And that's funny. The reason it's funny is because I remember, I don't know, I ain't been here for a while. I know last time I was here, DJ Hamp told me don't get on that what if game. He told me, nah, let's talk about the facts. And what this man is talking about, what if he do this, right? What if this? What if the media fall out the sky? What we gonna do, right? So I'm not saying the what if game, we can go down a crazy rabbit hole. I think we all agree that we could say, what if, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you start understanding the complex of we gonna deport Black Americans, what we gonna send them at? What it's different when you got like somebody you clearly can say, because you gotta understand Donald Trump walking back a lot of stuff that he started 6 months ago. For example, he realized that we can't sustain the farm life without Mexicans. So now he's trying to put certain places that people who working on farms can stay or they can return, right? We see him walking a lot of that stuff back. But when we start going to that level of extreme, it says, hey, you know, what he can do right now is he can send all the Black Americans somewhere. Where? Where he gonna send us at? Matter of fact, he already see how the economy cannot sustain having the Mexicans. So his next step is he gonna send all the Black people out of here, right? And then what, the white people gonna work on the farmlands? The white, like, come on. Like, I think sometimes we go extreme to make a point, but I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, I wonder if it was the criminal elements, though. Like, would you be okay with him, let's say, moving criminal elements, let's say offshoring prison as an example, right? Because when you are a convict, right, you don't have your rights. You know, you're a ward of the state at that point. What if they offshore the prisons, right? And E-Man is right, right? This is a rabbit hole conspiracy thing, right? But I was just assessing it just because it was sent to me, you know. And I'm just thinking, you know, if you send them to, like Fo was saying, different type of prisons got different type of rules in different countries.
Yeah. So now that's a different conversation, right? Because now we're talking about 1% of the black population, not 99%. When we start talking about prisons, right? Because we understand that 99% of the black population is not locked up. Well, let me give you, let's say 90. Let's say even if it was 10%. I think that's still, I don't know the exact
Yeah, no,
number.
you're right. It's only not only, but I think it's like 700,000 black people in prison, all
Yeah,
women
so
included.
Yeah, so the point that I'm making is it's such a and you gotta understand, I ain't never been in prison, so I don't have the fight that some other brothers might have, and I don't want to come off being disingenuous by saying what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that's not my fight. That's not the majority of black people fight. Talk about what happened when you go to prison. Now, do we believe that 7% gonna turn to 30, 40%, or even the majority of black men? Absolutely not. We already see that you don't really have rights as prisoners. So I think that if they did offshoring, do I agree with it? Do I think that should be able to happen? Especially like if you start talking about like some of the movies we done seen, like Escape. I don't think that you should be able to take people's rights that way, but people that follow the law, that's not our problem.
Okay. You know, I wonder the degrees of separation between black people aren't as vast, in my opinion. I think this is fact though. For white people, right? So they always talk about how white people discard the worst of them, right? But they probably ain't related. They probably don't come from that circumstance. See, we often know the people who are quote unquote the worst of us. So now does the sentiment change if like you have a brother or a cousin in prison and things of that nature? Are we okay with them getting sent to El Salvador?
Yeah, so all the men in my family, I think except me and my little brother have been locked up. Like I think we only two that broke the curse, right? Just me and my youngest brother, right? But
Yeah.
everybody else done been to jail. So I'm not I wouldn't advocate for them being sent outside of America for prisons, right? Let me be clear about that. But all of my family members did the crime. It'd be different. It wasn't like they got set up. You know, all my cousins, they was selling the drugs. They was pimping the women. They was doing all the stuff that they got convicted for. So I might be looking at this from my bubble. But most of the people that I know that went to jail was doing the crime they want. Now, do I think that people in jail should have certain rights? They shouldn't leave America. Remember, we still playing the what if game. But I do think that it should be a line that prisoners still have rights. And it should be that if you got in trouble in America, you should be able to stay on American soil. But it's not like they're being targeted because they was being law-abiding citizens, from my experience.
Okay, that's why I showed the thing with the Harvard lawyer, because there's a lot of assumptions and stereotypes, you know, and the fit in the description stuff, you know. And I think that even though it seems like Super Predator was repealed, right, in the sense of, I don't know if that mantra is, you know, day in and day out, but did we solve or do anything about those things, or did they just kind of fade? Like, did we address it, you know?
Yeah, I think they faded away. But the question is, when we start talking about that 700,000 people, the 700 black people, including men and black men and black women that are locked up, do we think that the majority of those people are innocent? I think that the system get it wrong. I'm 100% that they get it wrong, but I don't think it's at the degree that we're trying to argue that, hey, you know, they got it wrong where 50% of these people are innocent. Because, you know, that's the point I'm saying. Can we improve the system? It would never be a situation where we can't improve the system. Do I think that we should be sending people to places like El Salvador where they only get an hour out? They're treated like animals. They're literally treated like animals over there. I don't know if y'all seen the videos. Like they can't even stand. They don't even let them stand completely straight up. Like they're forced to when they transport from one place to another, their body have to be like in almost an L shape where they're bent over, not making eye contact with guards and different things like that. I don't think Americans should go through that. Even the worst of Americans who do the worst of crimes. That's just my opinion. I think you still should have some level of decorum of prisons. But I do think that it's still a need for prison. I still think it's people breaking the law. And when my kids walk down the street, they have a level of safety because we have these laws. And I don't know if people feel that way about their kids, but I don't want some of these people that are crazy predators out here with my kids.
Yeah. No, I got you. I understand. Fo Bino, anything? I got a little bit of
No, I was gonna.
Go ahead.
Now I was gonna say. Now it also gonna raise the stress levels of the Americans way higher than usual. You know what I'm saying? To have your people deported over there, man, it's different than having in your person like a couple states over, but knowing they over there probably getting treated any type of way. The stress levels of the Americans gonna raise way higher. Of the not to put it out there, but I'm just saying like baby mamas and shit like that. You may hate your baby daddy and he locked up, but you know that nigga over there overseas getting his ass, whatever happened to him, that the stress level go up. I'm just saying in general, like there's some type of situations, you hear me? Like shit you wouldn't care about now, you definitely gonna start caring about. You know what I mean?
But wouldn't you agree that we all say that there's levels to prisons? So it won't be, hey, you did a traffic violation, so let's deport you, right? Like you did a non-violent crime. Let's deport you out of the country. Matter of fact, let's spend all this money to get you out the country. So I think even how the system is currently constructed, if you getting deported, that's gonna be like a maximum level type thing. That's not gonna be like a low level prison.
Yeah, what makes me lose it all though, Hamp, and E, when we saying system and breaking the law, like I don't know, maybe I just got lost that fast, but I'm still stuck on that he will unlawfully be able to do it, right? So nobody that's broke a crime and went to prison, like to me, that don't even matter no more, right? Because that's all they was unlawful. Reason why they in the position. So whether it's the best situation in prison or the worst. When you unlawfully about to do, like, systems is meant to be finesse, laws is meant to be broken. Like this man is literally like cause we saying what if, I get it, but we done heard so many conversations about the possibilities. We seeing what's going on with the Hispanics, and now we having these conversations on what he's able to do because he's taking the lower judges out of it. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like now we talk about something that's all unlawfully be done to the citizens by the government on the most biggest scale you can think of. Forget the police searching your car or running your house without a warrant. This is the highest of the scales that this shit can go. You know what I'm saying? Unlawfully doing something to a mass of people, it's gonna be a different outcome than this people breaking the law and going to prison. It's gonna be a different outcome.
Yo, you got because look at this, right? Look at like so when you look at arrests versus convictions, right? You'll find that people that look like us get convicted at higher rates, right? The plea bargain system is the worst thing that happened to poor people, right? Because you can't fight the case, right? The lawyers literally fearmonger you. Hey, listen, you got 2 felons, you got a felony. Listen, I need 15 grand, 10 grand. You can get 40 years if you lose, or you could take this plea for 3 to 5 or whatever the case is, right? And so people don't exercise their rights to an expedient and fair trial because the plea bargain system kind of, okay, I'll take the jail time because the risk ain't worth the reward, right? And when you can't afford it, you'd be surprised how many people plea. And then if you look at exoneration as an example, Black people lead in getting exonerated, right? So I'm not saying everybody in there innocent, but the exonerations, are mostly Black people, Black men specifically. So just looking at this thing and just wondering, man, but like he said, it's an if game, and maybe it's just a reach, maybe it's just a conversation. But just thinking through it, and I think my overarching sentiment is we need to make sure we understand what laws are being passed, what we're being subjected to, who's who, what's what, who's being voted in, who has your best interest, because I think we take that shit kind of lightly.
Yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tony, what's popping?
Perfect.
My brother Tony goes in the building, but remember 16 months. Says a lot of black thoughts on immigration is based on fear and hypotheticals, which may never happen. They get on the
I see
mic.
if I can get you hired.
They get on the mic and fearmonger people like Bino. You want to respond to this, Bino?
What?
He said they get on the mic and fearmonger people like Bino. Damn, if I'm telling you, damn, that you might have to go to war, if that's fearmonger you, I can't help you then, dog. I mean, I'm just saying. Like, as a people, we always reactive instead of proactive. So if that's fearmonger you saying, hey man, you might have to go to war, live and die about yourself. Then I mean, I'm fearmonger you then. And I don't got no apologies behind it.
Dan Lee.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Fireworks. That's a fact. You want to end up like fucking Pierre Paul, right? Dave was good. This just proves that we, the leaders, this just proves that we, the leaders of what? We, the leaders the world needs. Okay. Hispanics begging for our help the same way that Africans, Caribbeans do. 2053 bullshit ain't happening. And with the $2 says the Africans and the Caribbeans need to watch out. And I got Tony, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I got a bit of a transition. Any final thoughts on this? Y'all three good brothers?
No, I think I said it all. I think what it comes down to is, do he have the power? Just closing to close it out. Do we have the power to deport black people? I think it just don't make financial sense to him whatsoever. I think it comes down to, we really got to talk about the people that's incarcerated. And I think we covered that really well. So I think we can move forward. Yeah, let's move on.
So, but the incarceration thing. Have y'all been following the Diddy trial?
Yes. So I haven't been following it, but I've been getting updates.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same thing as following, but
so I did it on the members only live stream. But my question is, did he beat the feds?
I think so. I think so, without a doubt. Like, you know what I knew? So I knew once they said that the number one person or the number one contributor wasn't going to be called into this trial. I don't remember the lady name, right? Because, like I said, I haven't been following that. But the one who was the co-person who they say is quote unquote supposed to be tied to the FBI and actually be associated with the FBI. I don't know if she's an informant. I don't know what she is. When she wasn't called to trial and she was supposed to be the number one person that was orchestrating this for him, I knew right then. I said, this might not go like a lot of people think this gonna go, right? Just looking at it, so people's like, oh, they still didn't give him they say, oh, they didn't give him a bond. They didn't give him a bond. Well, he admitted to domestic violence. If you understand how the system works, if you admit to that you was violent towards somebody, especially from a domestic point of view, it makes sense 100% that they don't give you a bond. I think that we gonna see Diddy out of jail within the next 12 months.
Okay. So that all right. What y'all think before I play this news clip?
He'll see the day of light, so he beat him. I don't think he beat him technically. Technically, he didn't beat him, but he beat him because he'll get to come home sooner than he was supposed to, based on the charges. So I feel like he came out on top for him. The feds, I think their agenda pushed through. What they wanted happened.
What do you think they wanted?
I think I'm starting to think the feds is like a middleman to a bigger cause. And they use certain people, you know what I'm saying, to like bring, like, I don't know how, I know I'm saying this wrong. I know everybody ain't gonna get it, but hopefully they can interpret it when I'm saying, like, an awareness to what's about to happen.
Okay. So, but the thing is,
because it's Diddy, right? This is why I say this. Hey, remember this?
All right,
It's weird to me because that attorney clearly said when they first bagged him that it was going to be pharmaceutical companies and it was going to be banks and all type of higher powers involved in this Diddy case. He's really a low level in all of this. None of that came up. So I'm like, why? Like, that's the only thing I got. Like, why those pharmaceutical companies that I clearly heard that attorney do that on the news say that was going to be involved when he was looking at that paper, reading that list. Banks. Why that didn't come up? And you said that was
Well,
going to be in that case.
Well, it's easy why it didn't come out. So first of all, I think Diddy was an agent that was in line. He got out of place. Anytime you see a person get out of place, start trying to buy things that you
Exactly.
don't.
Exactly.
This was not to lock him up. This was like a recentering for Diddy. Hey, check this out. Know your place, and I just want to let you know you can be
Exactly.
touched. And then that's
Yeah.
why he still got like 71 civil lawsuits. So he financially, this ain't over for him, right? Even
Okay,
if he get
right.
out and
So
get,
we saying the same thing then,
yeah. So
right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
only thing I'm saying that's a little bit different is it wasn't no re-city, just recentered just for Diddy. You feel what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
See, you saying like we gonna recenter Diddy? No, I think is we gonna use Diddy to recenter a lot of shit.
Yeah,
You feel what I'm
and I
saying?
Mhm.
just think some people with power, with name was coming up in these back rooms. Hey,
Yeah, for
check this
sure.
out. If we gonna go down these rabbit holes, I think Diddy was very transparent that he wasn't going down by himself. Like if we gonna expose it, let's expose it. And they said, hold up, wait, this might really mess up the system that we got in place. Let's hit him for a couple charges, in my opinion. And they hit him for a couple charges. But I really think he just got a place. This happened with a lot of black people. When this is what I tell people: if you compromise on the way up, you have to compromise to stay up there. That's why it's just certain deals I won't take. Everybody think I'm crazy. Like I've had people offer me crazy money. I said I'm not doing it because I understand if I had to do this to get here, I'm gonna have to do here to stay here. As soon as I decide I don't want to do it no more, you're gonna try to use that to be able to tear me down. And I think Diddy is a prime example of that.
Damn, but what made so what did he have to do to make him rub sperm on his nipples though? Fuck
Oh,
type of shit.
I think he's freaky. He's a freaky ass nigga now. Let's be honest. Like I think he's everything that we thought he was. But then we gotta start asking the question. We just started talking about should we take away a person's rights because they gay or they freaky? Should we send him to over there to El Chapador? Like if you tie the conversations in, do you say that him being freaky? When they started talking about Cassie, she was doing freak offs without him. Sound like she was a little freaky too. She liked this stuff, and Diddy didn't even have to be in the picture. I said, just like one of the witnesses, he went on I think CNN, and he said this was the witnesses was just horrible. The people that they got to come and try to testify, and this is why Diddy stood up and he said, "Thank you for giving me a fair trial." The reason they didn't even bring any witnesses because they felt that they did not do a large enough case to actually lock him up.
Who
So
did he?
yeah, Diddy didn't. He didn't
From what
bring
I
no.
read, it was 30 witnesses that came. Over
No,
30.
for when you talk about the actual
And the
defense,
defense bring witnesses.
no, the defense didn't. They didn't.
Oh,
They
okay.
didn't.
Okay,
They
got you.
felt like the prosecutor, quote unquote, DEI hired. No, let me say. I shouldn't say that. Listen, the prosecutor did not do a good enough job that they had to defend themselves. They didn't even try to defend themselves.
Yeah, the defense
What
didn't
did
bring the
what
witness.
did they get Diddy on? Because I think that's the important part.
They got
They
him on
got Diddy.
prostitution.
No, they didn't get him on racketeering. They
No,
got him on
prostitution.
prostitution. Oh yeah,
No.
prostitution.
Yeah,
And let me
prostitution.
tell you, every last one of these rappers is flying these. You know, we done heard fly out culture. Every rapper, everybody in
Hollywood,
music
period.
history is guilty of
Hollywood,
that.
period. The whole Hollywood, period. Do that.
Not even that. Some of y'all niggas on here be
Yeah.
flying women out. Y'all get charged up in New York too. So like, we really start talking about: are we punishing him for him being freaky or gay? But when you start talking about flying women out, it's a whole culture of flying women out.
Yeah, it's accepted.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's
now we want
accepted.
to lock people up in the feds for it?
That's what. So, man, I was saying one day, I was just asking. Maybe it was in the Discord. I was like, if they open the door to y'all bedroom, what would they find? What would they see in that motherfucker, right? And you see the shit now. Diddy, that shit sound crazy to us, right? But that's some regular shit to a lot of people, you know. And the reason why I know that is because when 50 Shades of Grey went on the movie theater, remember, sold out everywhere. People, and that the books was even, you know, more provocative than the or salacious than the movie, of course, right? And the books would sell out every time they, you know, would come out.
Mm-hmm.
People, so it's not that far fetched. Let me just play this for context, you know. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man.
On Diddy, Combs has been denied bail after the verdict in his sex trafficking case, and here's how he took the news. According to NBC News reporters in the courtroom, Combs appeared, quote, deflated as his hopes of going home were seemingly dashed as his lawyers attempted to convince Judge Aaron Subramanian to release their client ahead of his sentencing. In his ruling, Subramanian cited Combs' years-long pattern of violence as a reason for him to remain behind bars, adding that he continues to be a danger to others and unable to follow the law. Arguing that Combs, who pleaded not guilty to sex trafficking, racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, as well as transportation to engage in prostitution, was acquitted on the three most serious charges of sex trafficking and racketeering, and only convicted of prostitution-related offenses. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo insisted he should be released on appropriate conditions. As Agnifilo outlined, Combs would be willing to put up a $1 million cash bond, co-signed by his mom Janice Combs, his sister Keisha Combs, and Sarah Chapman, the mother of Combs' eldest daughter Chance Combs, and have no access to his private plane, which is currently grounded in Maui. He also agreed to surrender his passport, undergo drug testing, and restrict travel to areas of New York, Florida, and California as necessary to attend court and meet with lawyers. According to NBC News, Combs was passing notes to Agnifilo as the attorney spoke to the judge to argue for Combs' release. After Agnifilo finished, Combs raised his hand and started to get up, seemingly to speak. Agnifilo told the judge he would find out what Combs had to say, and Combs' attorneys rushed to speak with him. Ultimately, he did not end up saying anything. Combs will remain in jail until his sentencing, which is scheduled for October 3rd.
I ain't gonna lie. So that part, I think he cooked. If the judge saying that right now, after the feds dropped charges and he wasn't convicted on the worst of the charges, and the judge saying he's still a danger, I'm gonna surrender my passport. I got 5 people co-signing the bond, which means they get implicated if I try to blow. You know what I'm saying? Like everything possibly do.
No. See, you gotta understand. I think this is more calculated than y'all think it is. I believe it's a reason it's in October. In October, he would be in jail for what, right at a year, right? I think because he right at 9 months. You're looking at June. He'd be right at that quote unquote. Because if I'm not mistaken, he got locked up. All right, so he gonna get credit for that year, quote unquote, that he already been in time. Anytime it's domestic violence, everybody think that this got something to do with Diddy. Diddy went. If you looked at the trial, he said, I agree that I did domestic violence. I'm not being charged today for domestic violence. Out of his own admission, this is not a theory that he did domestic violence. It's a fact. In domestic violence situations, you don't get a bond. That's just like that. Like,
domestic violence won't nowhere in those charges. That domestic violence.
No, but you missing it. That's why he's a danger. That's
that domestic violence situation happened so long ago.
It doesn't matter. The point that you're missing is if I tell a judge I beat this woman and I did domestic violence, right? That judge can take that in consideration when it comes down to my bond, regardless if it's part of the case or not.
No, that's not how court works.
That's not how that shit work, dog.
That's why they think he's a danger, man. They think he's a danger because of the domestic violence. And he admitted to it.
It's not.
That's what I think.
That's not
domestic violence, nigga.
That's
nah, man. I'm gonna get a cookie, man. Hold on.
Yeah, okay. Now I think people can't move everything out of their conscious mind, judges included. You know, but him being convicted on the 2 prostitution, I think he should have gotten the bond just based on that. So it's either one of 2 things. Either the judge is gonna be heavy-handed, make him sit there, and then maybe the sentence could be light, or this is a foreshadow to how the judge sees him, views him, and what the judge is willing to give him. I'm not sure which one it is.
I get what you're saying. I think the judge, he said, man, I gotta do something. I can't let this man out of jail today. He said, let me leave him in jail Because you gotta understand, October is a long time. I'll tell you, it's gonna simmer down. We're gonna see the news come out. It's good because I'm telling you, something else gonna happen over these next couple months. So I'm telling you, something gonna happen. Donald Trump gonna do something crazy because a lot. He gonna do something crazy, and I think that this gonna get swept under the rug. And I could be wrong. Because they say he can get the total of 20 years, right? 20 years, 10 years per count, right?
Yeah.
So he can get 20 years for what everybody out here doing anyways, right? So listen, the whole point that I'm looking at is I don't know what the judge is going to do because I'm not in the judge head. But what it's pointing to is that this man, he going to be able to get out. And being locked up is the best thing for him. Because you know what? He can push all these civil suits down the road. Hey, I'm in jail, man. I ain't them 71 counts. I know he want to get out. Them 71 counts to hit him a whole lot different as a free man versus him. Because this ain't over for him. He's going to be in court for the next 20 years, in my opinion. At least 10 years.
The only reason why I would rebut you, because in my mind, to the court and to the judge, you sitting in there for 3 more months, 90 more days for your sentencing really doesn't make a difference. Like, I'm not punishing you in that. Like, I'm foreshadowing what's about to happen, right? And it's simple to me. This shit bigger than Nino Brown. In this case, Nino Brown is Diddy. That's how I'm looking at it. You know what I'm saying? This shit is bigger than Diddy. I think we all gonna look at it Diddy, Diddy, Diddy because he the face of a culture for us. But we talking a federal government. We talking about this man was involved in way more higher powers outside of the hip hop and culture and black culture, period. And I think this shit bigger than Nino Brown. And I think he's sitting in there for them 3 months, them 90 days for his sentencing, because he's gonna do some more time.
All right, so Bino, how long you think he getting sentenced to?
He'll probably get. I mean, if I had to judge it based on what I know, what happens on everyday life, they'll throw another year on top of that, maybe.
Oh,
So he'll do. So he'll pour. So he'll pour. So he'll pour 2
If Diddy
years.
do 2 years for 20
No,
years of
no,
doing this type of stuff, he beat this case.
No. I'm not. Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's why I say he beat it personally, personal reasons. But I think it's bigger than Diddy. You feel what I'm saying? I think this is a foreshadow of a lot of shit. We've been hearing too much stuff going on lately, man. Like when we hear these conversations and these talks and rumors, it don't be for nothing. We be thinking just for nothing for the kick the shit. It don't be to kick the shit. And if we pay attention down the line, it always happens. Like when we just talking about shit 2-3 years ago about weird shit, and boom, Diddy the face of the weird shit. Like we've been talking about this. Like you heard rumors become a truth. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like just conversation in the street. Y'all heard about what they got going on in Hollywood? Y'all heard what this person did, that person did, and then boom, this man facing the law. When it come to Young Thug and the rappers and these guns and all this different stuff the rappers doing in videos, bro, this stuff is hitting the government, bro. This ain't just us no more. Like it's a mission in hand. We got to figure out what they doing. We ain't figured it out yet. So that's how I see it, bro. Like, so I don't have any answers. All I say is pay attention, listen, and remember. We'll understand later.
Hold on, because that's why I gotta give you some push-ups. Pushback, not push-ups, right? I give you some pushback, bro. Is because these niggas doing illegal shit now. Let's not act like because now we trying to act like Thug wasn't doing no illegal stuff in Atlanta. I'm from Atlanta. I know they was doing illegal stuff. We know Diddy was doing something. Now, was he doing what they charged him with? No. So we not talking about these law-abiding citizens, and now the government just said,
not neither.
Let's just choose these innocent bystanders. Because that's
I'm not saying
how
that.
we paint this, is that we just choosing these innocent
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the shit we've been doing for years is not a game no more. That's all I'm saying. This stuff is hitting the forefront. It's going into the federal government.
That's all I'm saying.
No. It's been a game. It's been a game. It ain't a game no more, right? We don't expect Diddy and Thugs. Like, as a culture, we don't expect these the face of our culture to be going through this shit. Like, nobody expects that.
I do.
You do, anecdotally, but as a whole, that's why I be the shock factor.
No, I think we expect
the middleman's is over. Once I stomp I don't need the middleman no more. I don't need the middleman no more. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't need the middleman no more. I don't need him no more.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I think that sometimes when people get money and people get fame, they believe they're above the law. And money only can take you so far. But I think Diddy is in custody because he done broke the law. And for me to come up here and cap, now I know some people like I do. I think that them charging him with prostitution, knowing that everybody do it, should he be getting locked up for that crime? Absolutely not. But I don't think none of the four of us to say that we don't think Diddy's a criminal.
I don't call stuff like that. I call the law how the law do it, and the law got him with 2 prostitution charges, real light work. The man should have a bond. Period. They hold him for 90 more days for a sentencing. You feel what I'm saying? Off 2 prostitution charges. You know what I'm saying? And it's deeper than rap. That's how I see it. I don't have the answers. I don't even have a point really. I'm just listening, and I'm going to pay attention because I think a lot of it's wrong as shit.
Well, bingo, I got a point and I got the answer. I got you, bro. Listen, since you ain't got it, listen, these dudes been breaking the law, and now it's time for them to get what they're getting. Now, one thing we know, the law's not fair.
But E, you are highlight. Hold on, let me read this. Narratives and dialogues with $5. What's poppin' is Hamp. Fuck, open up the bedroom door to these niggas' homes. Open up and see what they carry in their gym bags and safes too. Quavi Nino. I understand you. You know what I mean? Now, E, what you highlighting is hold on.
Ninja Turtle face.
Yo,
motherfucker.
Yo, you serious? Yo, where you had at?
I was playing ball, son.
That shit blew away. You Bobby Smurdered your hat? Where's that, nigga?
Yo,
no.
Bitch, about a week ago. Yo. So, E, what you highlighting is the racketeering charge that got dropped, B. See, the racketeering is the all-encompassing catch-all charge. You know, that you kind of, because you're alluding to it. Bino is kind of alluding to it too. It's more than just this little prostitution shit, except for they couldn't get him on the one that is the catch-all. You see, they didn't have enough for the racketeering.
I'll be back.
He beat the racketeering. See, that's my only, I would say, kind of like pushback. Because I don't even think, I'm just listening to what y'all saying. Because the racketeering is the one that I would be like, okay, you know, but he beat that one emphatically. But now they leverage. See, they usually they have they got what they got Gotti on right first, tax evasion.
Mm-hmm.
And then they start to whoop your ass. But this shit went the opposite way. You know, so it's interesting, man. It's just interesting.
Yeah, I think I think they got him on something like he probably broke some type of code with them people where he got too big for his britches and he started doing something where they're like, we about to strip your
company.
Yeah, we gonna strip your ass all your motherfucking money. We gonna give you a slap on the wrist, and then we'll put you back in society. Then we'll come back for you later on if we decide to, which they probably will. Crucify his ass again, and he ain't gonna have no motherfucking leg to stand on at that point. So yeah, just another one down. A la Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, another one down. Niggas that was buying their masters and all that type of shit. You know,
I think he's gonna do just like Bill Cosby. He's gonna go away. I think this we seen the playbook. Hey, this is your warning. Go away. And I think when we see people have these type cases, he's gonna go away. I don't think we're gonna hear from Diddy again.
Really?
Even if he become free. I know that sounds extreme. They're like, how is that possible? I think he's gonna go away and he's gonna go in the sunset. They're gonna let him live the rest of his life without being in the public.
Damn, son. That's because Bill old, so him disappearing, but Diddy disappearing? Like he literally was this 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? This was like, hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. Y'all remember this? Oh, I'm sure y'all do, obviously. Hold on. But this was the biggest song 2 years ago, like easily. Boy.
She don't want my love, I guess I gotta move on.
Biggest song for that summer, like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I played the remix version first, Shiesty. That's why. But you heard the song before for sure.
Yeah.
Now, let me play it. Y'all think this one?
She don't want my love, I guess I gotta move on. Hey, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, well, she don't want my love, I guess I gotta move.
So I do got a question for you, Hamp. So if somebody in the industry decide that they want to do business with him, can't we agree they know what they're getting into?
It's too risky now, dog. They ain't gonna fuck with that nigga.
Niggas
They ain't
been
fucking with that
knowing.
n't
Yes. Well, here's what I'm
I
saying.
can't hear.
Check. Can you hear me?
There you go.
You
You good.
Oh, my bad. Check. Yo, niggas been knowing, you know, and niggas still been doing business with him, right? We saw Make It a Band. We saw them walk to Brooklyn for cheesecake. We saw Mace say, I brought you to Biggie as opposed to Diddy because I wanted somebody to do right by you. We heard the locks on Hot 97 when Styles P say, make me want to kill this nigga because he owning my masters and shit like that, you know? If you notice, Sheik wasn't talking. It was Jada and Styles because Sheik had already gotten out. Sheik missed a lot of shit because they said Sheik was really in the street. So maybe he got treated differently. Sheik, why you wasn't on this song? They like Luch was outside, you know what I mean? But them two, do y'all remember that? I don't
Yes.
know. But they were Styles was infuriated because they just like, yo, this nigga, the speculation about Biggie getting popped and all that. Like, so people been knowing, but when you see, you know what I think is people be saying, so I've experienced this where people be in the chat wilding, right? Talking crazy. Yeah. Then they hit the link, it's roses and bubbles. Oh, Hamp, I was just saying that, you know, like, why are you talking like that? You know, in the first place. So it's like, I guess it's like let's say Bino a rapper. He hear all the stories about Puff. He meet Puff. Puff cool. Puff got the bag. Puff got the connections. Now I say, oh, this nigga ain't what they said he was.
So that's how I go.
Because they been knowing and they still been working with him. You know what I'm saying?
I think they believe that he's exactly what he said he was. Because you gotta understand, I look at Diddy as a big dog, a trick. He's been tricking all these people, men too. So like y'all gotta look at it like a lot of these people like, oh, he's exactly what he's a trick that it might cost me something to get what I want out of him. Like when we look at that trial, all them people wanted something from Diddy. These weren't victims. This was somebody he preyed upon. It looked like Cassidy, all them, they came to him. And you know what he did? He took advantage of the opportunity.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, Diddy was like, because think about how many niggas had stories, right? What's the nigga name? Was it Columbus Short? Right?
Yeah.
Diddy called him 3 a.m. Yo, come to the crib. Oh, all right, who there? Just me.
Nigga.
It just they be knowing, bro. Like the Kim Porter shit, where people him allegedly whooping her ass. I'm just saying because it wasn't like proven emphatically, right? And they still going. It's like they risk reward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, look, I was paying attention to the transition. Y'all remember when he changed his name to Love, right?
He did.
And he was like, because I love everybody. Love, I'm all about love. I love everybody. That's when he was inviting people to his parties on the interviews. Like, Fad, why you ain't never show up? Yeah, he was transitioning to his name Love at that time. He was calling himself Love.
Brother Love.
Brother
Yeah,
Love,
that was his name. Yeah.
And he was loving everything. He said, I love everybody. You know what I'm saying? So like right then he was telling us what he was on.
Wearing red all the
telling
time
us
and
what he
shit.
was on. And this is this don't humble him. You think if you chump me up on some charges and I get away with it, you think that's gonna humble me? That man's a sociopath. He a narcissist. Most highly successful people is in his position are. That shit don't humble you.
This gonna change.
That shit doesn't humble you. That shit make you feel like Teflon Dawn.
This gonna change Diddy. Diddy gonna move different. Listen,
I'm open to be wrong. I'm watching though.
Listen, I know you think he about to go and find him a new Cassidy and start beating on him and bring some calm nipples back around. I think he about to go to the side. I think
He gonna pull a mace? You think he gonna pull a mace?
Oh, this was gonna happen. I agree with Bino. This was gonna happen, fo. This like that girlfriend when she forgive you the first time. You're like, all right, bet. All you wanted her to say, okay, I forgive you, and then you change Tracy name in your phone, the side chick, the settings, and you change the logo so it look like it's a settings every time you open your phone. Like that's what be happening, son. Niggas feel untouchable, bro. Like untouchable. Now, one thing I did remember when he was leaning on the chair, you know, the drawing or whatever. He like leaning over the chair when he didn't get the bond and shit. So shit be hurting in a moment, but that shit like a tattoo, bro. You get a tattoo, you be like, man, fuck that, bro. I ain't get one again. 8 months later, you get a tattoo. My wife say, I ain't having no more kids. Had 2 more kids. You know, so I see. I hope he right, but them niggas feel like untouchable, son.
I think so. I think that Diddy. I'm not saying that he ain't gonna still have like no freak offs. I think he's still gonna have freak offs, right? I think it's in his DNA. Baby oil is in his DNA at this point, right? Listen, but what I'm saying is, I think he's gonna move totally different. Like when I'm talking about like, it's gonna be people who's vetted. It's gonna be people who he have without a reasonable doubt that these people agree to this stuff.
Yeah.
He won't move like he was moving with Cassidy. Like beating women in the hotel. I think that's what I'm saying. I think he's gonna move different. I don't think he gonna stop being a freak.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the fact to Bino point, right, and to that clarification point, the fact that he know good and hell well, kicking her in the hotel lobby, like you don't think nothing's gonna happen to you if you're willing to do some shit like that.
No, but he was high. Right, like I deal with people that's on drugs all the time. Like people who, especially on drugs, like they say he was on drugs. You don't have no real understanding of what reality is. That wasn't a sober thought.
Do you think he's a sociopath though?
Yeah, I think he got signs of it. Without a doubt.
That's what I'm saying. I concede to the point of the drugs, but I think he's like you said, he's a sociopath adjacent. Like he don't give a fuck for real because you think you're so untouchable.
Yeah, that's why he about to do like Oprah, buy one of them islands and go out there and do all that on his island. He ain't doing it in New York no more. That's the point that I'm making, is that I think truthfully and honestly, because you gotta understand, we all agree that he gonna get some level of probation, right?
Yeah.
Like, so even if he serve another year, they give him some crazy 15 year
house arrest type shit.
Like what we see with Young Thug. When Young Thug got like 15 years of probation or something crazy like that.
Yeah, crazy.
I think that probation is gonna kind of keep him more straight and narrow than we think it is. Because you guys there violating that probation, ain't no lawyer can save you. Getting another ain't nobody can save you. Yeah, after that point. So I think that they're gonna put things in place that can, like I said, control him for the next 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Dre was popping.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
What's going on, my youth? Gifted 1 membership, man. Appreciate you, man. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Dre with the $5 says, Diddy gonna open up a niche brothel in Nevada. He won't go away. Can't stop, won't stop. Dre with the $2 says, if he get into lube oil production, he good. Dre with the $2 says, Spoonie love from up above. Dre wildin'. So somebody got Dre phone. Dre with the $2 says, then he gonna be walking bitches on leashes in New York. He better not. Dre with the $2 says he gonna promote bigger freak offs, more substances. Shy Steve was popping. I never thought I'd seen the day black men support the LGBT via Diddy. Go, y'all. Come on, son. We just
I used to be wild
in the trial. That's all we saying. That nigga, that motherfucking Diddy is a wild nigga.
I think it'd behoove him to get out of New York, though.
He got to get out of New York for sure.
But if you put him, I think he get out of New York, go somewhere else. I don't know. I think this is a wake up call for the whole industry, though. Like, cause flying people out is that's the culture, man. And now you get charged with flying a girl out over state line. Better start finding the women in your state. You better be driving them up from Savannah if you're in Atlanta, going down to Augusta. Like, yeah, for real, like
Trafficking, right? Like, yeah, that's niggas don't even be thinking of that shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Hold on 1 second. Oh, sorry.
You kind of do though. Like, man, I'm responsible. Like, even like, I think about like, you know, I'm still responsible for this motherfucker. Them motherfuckers still got parents, kids, all type of motherfuckers got to go back to. Like, I'm still responsible for this person, bro. Grown,
get married,
no
bro.
matter what
Listen,
age.
if Diddy taught y'all better get married. Y'all better. They can't call it prostitution if you're married to her. You know, I can try to fuck these hoes. Y'all gonna be in some trouble.
So we was having Diddy, we gonna see, man. I just never seen a case evolve like this before. I mean, Thug kind of got the plea bargain and shit with the 15 years probation, but you know, a lot of niggas got implicated. A one-man RICO is an interesting thing, man.
So do you think the prosecutors qualified for this case?
It don't look like it. Based on the outcome, based on the feds having a 95% conviction rate.
Well, he's still convicted.
Yeah. So they still.
See, that's what I was saying earlier. The technicality is they still win. It don't mess up their percentage rate, right? Because they got them on 2 of the 5, so they still convicted them. So they don't even mess up the rate. So like they don't lose nothing. They don't lose nothing. They mission been completed. We just got to find out what that mission was. And to the point with Diddy, like I think he's gonna do some more time. Because my phone about to die, so I'm about to go. But I think he's gonna do some more time, probably like another year. But I think the floodgates of freakiness is about to open up because the world seen him get off. So I don't think prostitution gonna stop. I don't think people flying people out gonna stop, and none of that, bro. Like I don't think none of that. And you know what I mean? Like it's gonna turn up a notch now.
Nah, I think it's
Because if they wanted it to stop, they would have roasted him. Kid Cudi went on. They would have got him for arson at least. They didn't even get him for arson.
He wasn't charged with that though.
Yes, that was part of the thing. Arson was in it with Kid Cudi car.
Yeah, but it's hard to prove that. What, that was 20 years ago.
If the feds wanted to get him on the stuff they charged him for, they could have. They didn't because they didn't want to, and that's for a reason.
But that's
all I'm saying.
I'm telling you, man, it's a DEI hire. I think a man, he would have been locked up 50 years if it was a man there as that prosecutor.
Hey, Hamp, I just think all these celebrities banded together with the feds to get this nigga the fuck out of here because they had them tapes, all them niggas in them fucking parties and shit. They banded together to get this nigga the hell up out of here, dog. He said, we all in trouble if this nigga decided to snitch, nigga. We all fucked. So get this nigga up out of here. They got the tapes. They took his money. Send the nigga back.
And Fo, don't forget about the celebrities. I don't want people to forget. Yeah. Remember what that state attorney said, that the federal attorney said. He said pharmaceutical companies and banks was supposed to be in his case as defendants with him. Remember that, y'all.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of shit that was left out. A lot of shit they couldn't prove.
Okay. Yeah, I keep talking about these DEI hires, man. Well, we need these DEI hires, right? You gotta hire people. Give them a chance. Drop the ball. One of the biggest cases in the history.
And they always look like he was blackmailing niggas anyway on camera and shit. Look like he was extorting the motherfucker. Like, you always had one up on motherfuckers. You just wasn't saying shit.
I said, because you know the crazy part about it? I thought Diddy was done. Listen, when they raided his house, they found all these drugs. I was like, man, Diddy gone. And then we seen DEI hire. She go out here and mess it up.
Yeah, man. Nah, real shit.
Perfect.
Like, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. We'll see what happens in the Diddy whole situation and all that. I was just surprised that he beat most of the charges, and he got hit with the least egregious of the charges, I guess, just based on how they ranked and such. Another thing that's kind of interesting is he's convicted and they still talking about bail. Now, I've seen like judges letting, let's say somebody get convicted. I've seen judges let somebody get their affairs in order for a couple weeks and then go ahead and put them in the clink and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So if somebody took a plea or something, then they'd be like, all right, you come and go to jail in 2 weeks from now. Then that person get to organize their shit and all that. You know what I'm saying? But it's just all together interesting, man. I don't know, man. The system, boy. What you willing to do for fame, the fortune and all that. There was a song I think with the Migos said, "I'd do anything for clout," right? I thought, do you guys remember Bunk Gang? Remember him? Whole lot of gang shit. He was by himself doing wild shit. Now that type of behavior is the norm. People bothering people. I remember that dude got shot in Virginia trying to prank somebody and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Interesting, man. Perfect. And this actually good take for you. I don't know if you saw this show, but I've been talking about platitudes a lot, and how we kind of speak in platitudes. Just go to the gym, right? There's so many things that we say with no real perspective or nothing someone can apply, right? Like, just go to the gym. I like to use that one because it sounds like something anybody could do, right? But that's also the reason why Planet Fitness is $10 a month, $20 to use massage chairs. There's no free weights except for, the dumbbells that go up to 60 pounds. And they got pizza on Tuesdays because people don't know what the fuck they doing in the gym. So when people are like, oh, just go to the gym, that's a platitude. I can't really apply that. But people assume that people know how to use the treadmill, know how to use the stair climber, right? But they don't even understand like the impact of the stair climber based on what you holding on to or not. Pause. What speed? How many steps? Right? Macros and all that other shit, right? What heart rate do you need to sustain to get into cardiovascular fitness? Right? So just so many things that go into this advice that we give. And so on the show on last Wednesday, 2 days ago, we were talking about purpose. Y'all heard that one before? Let me play the clip a little bit and then we'll jump into it. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. In the first place. Sean, what's good? Hold on, let me get Sean real quick. Sean, you heard how I initially asked the question. What's your thoughts?
My bad. Can you say it one more time?
Yeah, it was like a long. So essentially, like, there's a lot of calling out the behavior, and I just wonder. Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah, this might be a little bit before what I want to address here, but I'll just play it.
All right. So I think I'm gonna be honest. There is no next step, which is, remember about a month or so ago we were up here. Fantastic was up here, and we were talking about the opportunities that the Manosphere has, or the whatever has, in terms of things that can be built out, things that are tangible, things that can be measured. Because right now, as far as what I see, I don't see anything that exists that we could be like, you know what, this is what the Manosphere does. This is what they teach. These are the results of some of those teachings. And so I in the absence of that, it's just kind of like a Manosphere Victim Olympics. It's like the Red Pill Victim Olympics. It's just a bunch of complaining to me. You know what I'm saying? And in that way, until you put those things in. Now, a bunch of things are being said that I think are really dope things for men personally. But I just think if they were put in place where they were institutionalized and they could be tracked, and we could really say, look, this is what is being taught to the women. They started here and now they're here. This is where the men grew to. I think that would be more helpful. But there's a lot of good things being said that I really agree with 100%. So,
okay, but you saying that Sean's sentiment is red pill or manosphere. There's a whole lot of advice given out, but there's no measurables to see if this advice is being applied and working for men. Right. But men are being told a whole lot of stuff. But is it being brought to fruition? And can you measure it in terms of its impact? And he says, since you can't, it just sounds like complaining.
That there needs to be something created tangibly to where you can track progress and then hold people accountable once they get the behaviors right. When they can properly identify the behaviors, find the few and far between, and then they get that. Now, what's actual?
Right, because otherwise, like you said, all you see a bunch of headlines that say black man destroys black woman, angry black this and this and that. And while there are very angry black women, that's great, cool. So my thing is that everything, like I said, I think the black man is the most important person on the planet. All the crime in our community is our job to fix it. I think we're, like I said before, we're the most consequential parent. It's on us. If we say we built all these things, it's on us to build some more shit that can really solve these problems that we talk about. Because we just keep talking about the shit. August said a bunch of words, nigga. What's the solution? On both sides. I'm about solutions. And as men, we keep saying we're about solutions. But bro, okay, I get what you're saying. What's next? What's the solution? Let's work on it. We ain't gotta agree on these small. No, it wasn't a question. We ain't gotta agree on these small things on the panel. Cool, but we agree that problems need to be solved. Cool. Let's argue our way to a solution. Let's debate our way to a solution. Let's do it in the spirit of moving forward. Or let's just keep talking and stop acting like we're trying to solve something.
Can I respond to that real quick?
Well, UT was trying to get into. UT was popping. What you think? You can respond to Sean, or you could,
No, I'm not responding to Sean. I'm just it's the next step is the men if the women start doing what they're supposed to do, we're gonna stop complaining about it because we ain't gonna have nothing to complain about. So now the exact thing that people are saying that they want us to stop doing, if the women if the women are not being rude, having the attitudes and being good to be around, what is UT gonna talk about with love? If love doing all that, what he gonna talk about in love? He can't say nothing to it. So now what I think gonna happen after that is the men are gonna want to be in a relationship with the women because they're gonna be good people to be around. So now the relationship is gonna be there. Now the kids are gonna have fathers in the home. All that stuff will happen. But that step has to happen first, because if we remember back from the 80s and the 90s, they were saying the men weren't doing it. We weren't doing them going to prison. We weren't doing it. Now, when it came to these 2000s, what was going on? We were going to college. We was getting good jobs. Now we said, okay, here we are. Now y'all said we was deadbeats. Now y'all said we did. Now we the most present in the house, what everybody's saying, right? So now we're here. Now are y'all going to follow us now? But that's not what's happening. So when we saying, are we blaming somebody? It has to be a blame somewhere. Because we have the stats, and if the stats ain't right, then I might be wrong. But if we go by the stats, we have improved from what they said that we needed to do in the 80s and the 90s. Mm-hmm. So that should make the women say, okay, that's a good man. Mm-hmm. Let's go there. Let me follow him.
Follow us where? Where do you follow us?
Follow his lead. That's what you got to do, because we try to make it like every man gonna be a billionaire. No, every man gonna be a millionaire. No, we just a trash man. He making the house. He making sure the house is good. Follow him and be that man's help. That's it. And I don't know what else people are thinking is gonna happen after that. It's nothing else. That's just life. That's all I think.
Gotcha.
I guess my question, UT, because you kind of got to, I guess Sean's follow-up question is, I hear the mantra, find your purpose. Mm-hmm. Do most men that are asking for change behavior, right? They have that? Do we have that? Majority of us?
The purpose, you said.
So we kind of get into the crux of it. And that's a platitude, in my opinion, when I say, do most men have a purpose? Right, but we'll talk more about it. But any commentary so far from what y'all heard, regardless if it's about the platitudes?
Absolutely, I got a lot to say. I got a whole bunch to say to that crap. Listen, the first thing I want to put out there, right, is, can you guys still hear me, right?
Yes.
All right. The first thing I want to put out is the dudes that's on their purpose that I know, and it might be anecdotal, ain't got no problem finding no goddamn woman. Like this idea that dudes on their purpose, they got all this stuff. I have learned that the manosphere, or inside of the manosphere space, is really what we call the negotiation for women. They want to negotiate to get women to be able to drop their standards. They want to kind of make them feel bad, so they accept the dude that's making $40,000, $50,000, because that's what the conversation keep coming back down to. Like, everybody's not gonna be a millionaire. So you need to be happy with your $40,000 man. You need to submit to that man, because that's in reality what it is. And what it comes down to in so many words, listening to these conversations, is they trying to force women to accept these mediocre men. Now we could argue whether or not that these men quote unquote deserve it, but if you on your purpose, like I'm just telling you, like I was at a wedding last night. A guy, he just got married last night, right? He literally was having this conversation, and he's like, you know, as soon as I was on my purpose, the lady that I desired, the type of woman I want, came into my life. Soon as I start focusing on these streets, start focusing that when I start, you know, doing what I was supposed to do as a man, she came around, and I hear story after story after story. I think a lot of these dudes just too focused on quote unquote these women, and that's why they ain't getting what they get.
E, can I ask you a yes or no question?
Yes, sir. Always.
Is Puff Daddy mediocre?
Nope.
Why not?
I think he have created a dynasty.
What about OJ?
Nope.
So you see,
I'm gonna ask. I want to ask you questions, right? You said yes or no, right?
Listen,
I thought you asked me not to elaborate. I can elaborate on why I think the way
thank you.
I did exactly what you asked me to.
That's a fact. Thank you. I'm not.
Yeah.
I ain't
That's wild.
Thank you.
Yo,
but so much.
They are fucking. Come on, E.
No, let me tell
Don't try to change his answers.
That's why I didn't elaborate.
Don't try to change his answers. Thank you so much.
Listen, when we look at OJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
For us to argue to say, hey, you know what? Someone who mastered a craft is mediocre. Listen, if we really just understand what I'm hearing. Hey, somebody who done mastered something, who became the best at what they're doing, is mediocre. I don't think that those are mediocre people.
No, that's a great take. That's a great take, E. And to be honest with you adding the context, the only thing I would do is reshape the question to say to a woman, right? But that's what I'm saying though. To that point, right?
But you didn't ask that. You asked was they mediocre in my opinion.
I know.
And I was thinking overall we wouldn't call them mediocre.
I have no problem with the way you answered the questions exactly the way I wanted you to answer the questions. You couldn't have answered them any better than that, right? Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I just even the first one was because fuck OJ, nigga. We know that he arguably best. If you say he the best running back of all time, people would argue maybe Barry, maybe, but OJ was doing shit with 13 games that niggas never did before, right? He was a amazing football player, you know. But fuck OJ, nigga. Your first answer, that's the one. Because I don't care about no white women, but that damn Diddy. Because Beans, I just
hold on. You think
what
that's
make
mediocre?
a nigga not mediocre? Morals, principles. So what the fuck? So they got bread. So he's outstanding.
That's the
I
fact.
didn't say outstanding. See, the question that he asked. See, sometimes people don't want to answer the question that a person asks. He asked a simple question. He didn't ask about no relationship. He said, as these men, will we call them mediocre men? And the answer is no. Like the bill what these men have built, mediocre men don't do it.
Yeah.
But now DJ Hamp want to say, well, what about his morals? He didn't ask about no goddamn morals. He asked a simple question. See, I know people not used to answering questions on YouTube. I know they want to walk around it.
No, E, you doing this to yourself, Playboy.
That's why I came back to do it to myself. Listen.
Hold on.
Whoa, pause.
I know a lot of y'all wanna people to answer like the manosphere answer. No, I want to do it
I don't know nothing
myself.
about no manosphere. All I'm saying is this: take this walk with me. Beans asked you, is Puffy mediocre, right? You in your head decided to exclude morality and everything.
No.
You did that. Beans didn't make you do that. And you saying because of what they amassed, they can't be mediocre because you didn't consider character. He didn't pigeonhole you.
No, because you still trying to read into it. I think it's not mediocre for a dude to be licking cum off a female
Whoa.
titties. There ain't no mediocre shit. See, the bad part about the bad part about what y'all doing, y'all assuming that I'm saying he's above mediocre. That was the assumption. It could be below mediocre. You look how we always went that I was thinking that he was above mediocre.
Well, you made an above mediocre argument though, right? Because
No,
your
I
argument
didn't
was
make any argument.
well, E, let me explain to you how. Because your argument afterwards, when you gave context, was you don't believe that these men could have built or accomplished the things that they did and still be considered mediocre. So that's
you
an
still
argument
assuming.
for
You
above.
assuming. I think that they have to be lower than mediocre, the scum of the earth, to build the stuff that they built. When we start talking about a sociopath, you assume that I was saying that they was above mediocre. I answered your question without context, and you assumed it.
No,
I think
I
for you
didn't
to
assume
build.
anything in the beginning. I'm just glad you answered the way you
I'm just saying,
answered.
for you
That's what I'm
to
trying to
build
tell
the
you.
type of wealth and to build the dynasty that P. Diddy have actually built, I think you have to be the scum of the earth.
Okay, so that's different.
I don't think a man with integrity, morals, and values can build it that way.
Right,
I answered the question straightforward, and you assumed that I said he was
You
above
did.
mediocre. That's it.
You could stop saying that. I keep telling you, I ain't assume anything. You answered
DJ
the
Hamp
question.
assumed. How about this? Let me put a name on it. Y'all always talk about this space, put a name on some shit.
Right.
DJ Hamp assumed
Okay.
that I said that he was above mediocre.
That's fine. What I'm saying is this, though, right? You answered the question is the way I wanted you to. To Hamp's point, right? Let's take it off for you. The average person who would have answered the question the way you did would have been excluding things like moral character, spirituality, stuff like that. And that's the point, right? Is that when you say mediocre men, you're literally talking about their money. That's that when you said they want these women to settle for $40,000 and $50,000, they want women to settle for these mediocre men. That's what you said. Right?
We was talking about purpose, remember? We wouldn't talk
I understand that, but what I'm saying, you can be on your purpose and be making $40,000 and $50,000 because everybody's purpose ain't to be a millionaire. Like that's the whole point. Everybody's purpose, everybody's skills. They say what is it? Your passion or your whatever you good at will make, you know, you know what I'm saying? You know that saying that they say, whatever it is you passionate about, it will make a way for you, right? It provide for you. Yeah, but that don't mean it's gonna provide for you $1 million, right? That don't mean it's gonna provide for you 6 figures. It might provide for you $50K a year if you good with a broom and a mop or whatever you good with, right? Like if you a regular teacher, you might not be making a bunch of money. If you live in Kentucky, you live in Iowa, your provision may be $15,000 a year. You see what I'm saying? So again, with the platitudes, they don't extend very far. Right. But even when you made the statement, because what he was saying in the video is that at the end of the day, we all make average money. Right. That's generally what we all doing. So that shouldn't even be considered when you're talking about whether or not you're going to be
I think
cooperative or
what
submissive
I'm
to your
saying,
own
Beans.
man. That shit shouldn't even be a thought.
So E, before you answer Beans, right? Because I want y'all to keep having a conversation. Remember, you said mediocre, and then you said these niggas want women to accept a man making $40,000-$50,000, right? So when he asked you that question, it was in the context of what you presented.
That's a fact.
It wasn't. Now what we doing is we picking and choose what part of the sentence we want to use. Because we first started talking about purpose.
You didn't say nothing that complicated.
I did. Listen. I got you, Hamp. I gave you a chance to get. Hello, I'm sorry. This your show. Go ahead. I'll respond once you finish.
You got it, E. Go ahead. You got it, E. Go ahead, E. Go ahead, E. I'm shutting up. Go ahead. My bad.
The point that I'm saying is it was still context. Because when you start talking about being on your purpose, right? I believe the people on their purpose, what I saw, ain't complaining. Like, I don't see a whole bunch of dudes on their purpose complaining about getting a woman. Matter of fact, it's funny thing that Beans brought up teachers. Every male teacher at my high school had a wife. Every last one of them. We didn't have no single male teachers that was straight. I think of one of them, but he was one out of 18. So the point that I'm saying is, if you're not sitting around complaining and you own your purpose, the women come. I don't know a world when people own their purpose and the women don't come.
Yeah,
Now,
but
I
those
get we want to make it about money. I'm almost finished speaking. I know you got a lot to say.
I'm just responding.
No, I'm just playing. Go ahead, bro. I ain't seen you in a while, man. I'm just messing
No,
with you.
it's good to see you, E. Straight up. No, I was just gonna say, but those men get left too, right? Those men also have things going on in their relationships that you might not see. Those men fall into that 80% who don't really want to leave those relationships. You know what I'm saying? It's those men. That's the point of what was said in the video. It's not just the 40K dude or the 50K dude or the 150K dude or the millionaire dude, or the dude sitting on the couch. It's all of them. All of these guys are having similar issues with women, and and they don't have anything to do with men. It has everything to do with where women are at this point in history, right? They are somewhere where they had never been before. They've made more gains and more strides. The problem is that's counterintuitive to their nature as it pertains to dealing with men, right? Like the way that the thing is, have you ever heard a man say, I need my woman to make the same amount or more than me?
Yeah, I heard you say it a couple times.
Right, you heard me say it.
I definitely heard you say
Right, you heard me say it. So basically, you don't hear no men talking like that, but you hear women.
I do though. That's the point that I was making. Outside of these bubbles, a lot of men have a standard that they're not taking broke women.
Look, I'll concede. I'll say it's way more men like that today, right? It's way more men like that now, but that is due to a pushback towards what was the norm, right? And that's what I'm saying. So now you may be hearing it more. So to your point, but you weren't really hearing that, right? But you hearing
we
it from
gotta
women.
stop going to the past, Bean. See, because
No. It matters though. It matters though.
Most men want their women to make enough money to pay the bills. And so like we don't hear like even like I done heard you in your kind of talks, right? We don't hear men saying, I'm gonna take over all the bills and I'm gonna pay it. That's a minority now. Most men want their women to be making, and I'm not saying the exact same amount of money as them, but I truthfully and honestly think they want them to be in the same tax bracket. People are dating inside their tax bracket now.
Maybe, but I will argue that they don't verbalize it that way. They don't say, like, you don't care. You want your woman to be working, but you don't care. I never cared how much money my woman was making ever.
Well,
I never cared about it at all. Like, didn't even care.
Listen, you and anonymously, because when I stepped away from YouTube because I was opening up a new business, I started going to a lot of social clubs, like golf clubs and different things like this, right? And I started sitting down having conversation outside of the military. And I was like, what do your wife do? Oh, my wife is this, my wife is this. And I start asking these questions. Are you okay with your wife quitting her job today? And you know what these men look me in the eye and say? Hell no. How we gonna eat groceries? How we gonna pay these light bills? I pay the rent, she pay all these other bills. Why you think I drive these cars? I'm telling you, in 2025, the idea of a man just taking care of a woman, that idea is destroyed for the majority of the people.
But E, so don't disappoint me. I already conceded to that, right? Okay. So like 57 seconds ago, I conceded to that. I said it's gonna be different.
It takes about a minute to catch up with you.
It's different in 2025, right? You're gonna have more of that. But what I'm saying is most men, I'm saying the way most men move, yeah, you want your girl to be working, you don't want your girl to just be sitting around doing her fucking nails, right? But I'm saying like most dudes ain't caring. You need to be making 80, you need to be making 100, you need to be like, it's not like that. It's like you just want your girl to be productive. She brings something to the table, especially if you met her in life as an adult. What do you want her to be doing? Sitting around, doing nothing, twirling her fingers, waiting on you, right? So wait, hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
So, but the point is that the strides that women have made financially, they don't realize that what they're asking for doesn't make any sense based on where they are in the world financially. They don't make that much less money than we do, right? At this point, it's like a couple thousand a year less. We're at like 52, they're at like 50, right? It's not that big of a difference anymore. Plus, it's 2 million more of them black than it is black men, right? So there's no logic to it, is the point. So if anytime you feel like you don't want to be submissive, you don't want to be cooperative, you don't want to be cook, you don't want to cook or clean, you want to be loud, you want to be masculine, you want to be arrogant, right? You want to be disrespectful, you don't want to be virtuous, and that is tied into the money. That's problematic. I don't care how much money the dude make. You see what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. So let me understand, so you understand my point, because I agree with you. Most men are not talking about money, but I believe most women are not talking about money either. I know that sounds crazy. I know we get caught up in this space. We get caught up in Instagram. It's a lot of broke dudes who got women. And they just, that's the point that I'm saying, is these average dudes who got, and when I say got women, I'm not qualifying just with marriage. Let me be transparent, because you could have a woman for 20 years and y'all can kind of y'all could be married without guy. You know what I'm saying? Y'all done been together for 25 years, living together, sharing each other's stuff. Y'all could be what they call it, shacking up. You know, that don't mean that you didn't have a woman for the last 20 years. What I'm saying is, we hear a loud minority of women saying that money is so important. Really, the whole culture. But a lot of these women, I'm talking 80% of these women, are willing to take a dude who's not making that much money. So what I was responding to that video, let's stop focusing on those women, quote unquote, that you're trying to chase that don't want you, and focus on that pool of women that you actually have. Because I believe every man got a pool of women. The question is, do he want that pool of women?
Yeah, but I think where when you say the women that don't want you, I think where the people are addressing this in on these podcasts and stuff, is that they're in these relationships with these women, right? It's not like there's a woman over there and man, I want her, but she don't want me because I don't make enough money. That's a problem. No, it's I was in a relationship with this woman and she was acting funny. And now looking back, hindsight 2020, she was acting funny because I ain't had no money. Or we having conversations with women in general, and then they're saying this thing. Or we looking at the 80% of divorce rates. Or we looking at 5 years average for black marriage, 2 years average for a relationship. Like we looking at the fact that the women are the ones who usually leave the relationship. You see what I'm saying? It's more than just, it's a chick over there that I want and she don't want me back. That's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that they're leaving relationships way more frequently now than they ever did.
Well, I think the reason women leave relationship more now is because they have an option to leave. I think sometimes we don't like that. We say, our grandma stayed with our grandpappy for 50 years. Well, she didn't have no option. Listen, like she didn't have the option to go. And so now that they have the option, we saying that these women are making different decisions, which they are different. I just think that grandma couldn't leave. Grandma couldn't go out there. Grandma couldn't go out there and get, a job where she's making $50,000 a year. That's what I'm saying, is now they just have the option. So I think what we're seeing is a reflection of if you give them options of what they choose. But if our grandparents had the same amount of options, I think they would have been leaving too.
Probably. I agree with you. I agree with you 100%.
Now,
but
Beans, you were pretty kind 5 minutes ago. Because when you were trying to make a comparison to the past, E told you to hush. We need to stop talking about the past. We're talking about today. Right? So E, it's the comparison is inconsequential to your earlier point. The fact is we don't have relationships and we see relationships dissolving, right? And so I just want to make sure that you weren't saying it was a justification for what's happening.
No, what I'm telling you,
shit.
I'm in my office, my bad.
Damn.
Listen, what I'm telling you is
he put the scissors out on you.
Listen, I think you're wrong, DJ Hamp. And I get that a lot of people want to tell you. I think we still have the same amount of relationships we had in the past. It's the same amount of relationship we have now. The difference is the concept of marriage. Listen, I literally went, I'm not making this up, Hamp. I sat at a church last night with a man marrying a woman. I love the guy.
Yeah.
And you know what he said?
What'd he say?
We've been dating for 20 years. So for 20 years, he been dating this woman. He would not been a part of the statistical data. He been with this woman for 20 years.
Okay. So the simple so I got you. So the simple speculation is that the same number of relationships that exist, people just aren't married.
Yes, that's my point. When I start really kind of doing it, these people, when I hear Bean's story, I'm listening to Beans and Beans telling his story. Every time I heard Beans talk, a woman was present. This man wasn't alone. He might be single. I don't know his status now. I ain't been around, but he had a woman. So just because Beans is in the statistical data of a man without a woman because of statistics, it's not true. He had a woman. Is I'm wrong, Beans? So that's what I'm saying. When we go,
but that's anecdotal.
No, but it's not. I'm telling you, it's not anecdotal because I think it's a lot of men in your situation.
But to be fair to the conversation, be fair to the conversation though, it is speculative. I'm not saying you're being, it's an assumption, right? It's speculative, but there's some credence there for sure, right? Because I know a few in my head. I'm sure Beans knows a few. You know a few. So we may be able to quantify it, but I'm just not sure how well we'll be able to quantify it. But here's the sentiment that was being shared, and here's the thing that give me cause for pause is when we say, just be around the women that like you. Just do thing is the platitude thing that really has no substance around it. We just telling people, hey, just go be great. But what is the formula though? Like, how do we actually help them achieve the goal that we're articulating is so easy? See, the men who have the issue, right? They'll respond like this, but I did that, but I did this, but I lost a little weight. And so like, when we've been advising like that for so long, I don't think we're being as helpful as we could be.
So I want you to understand that we're in a platform speaking to multiple people at a time. So I'm not going to give individual advice to an open platform, right? But you know what I learned is when I start having these conversations with men, and I say, hey, check this out. Do you want to be married? They said that's not my ultimate goal. So I'm actually unwise to give him advice on how to get a woman to get married if he don't desire to be married. Mm-hmm. So that's the point that I'm trying to help you understand is that when you say, I
don't. Well, first off, let's rewind a little bit. I don't really need help with understanding much of anything, right? That's not my toolbox. Is I'm able to retain information and process it quickly.
Okay.
Now, what I'm doing is I'm looking at the marriage and I'm considering the point that you made that people are in long-term relationships, right? Mm-hmm. So marriage, men are afraid of divorce, right? That's why they're not getting married. But we conflate those two ideas as though they're mutually exclusive, right? You can have marriage without divorce, but we're scared of divorce laws. So I see what you're saying, and I'm giving it consideration that men want long-term relationships. So even if it's not marriage, how do we help men obtain a woman that they're going to be with for longevity and then do things like power of attorney and etc. to get some of those marriage benefits? You see? So that's what I'm trying to understand. How do we help people just get to that point?
Well, first we got to get an accurate number of how many men don't have it. Mm-hmm. Because when we go to the statistical data, they only can pull the numbers of the married people versus the people that's not married.
Yeah.
And so now when I start looking at it, because if I look at it, just say, and I'm just speaking hypothetically, right? Sure. Don't kill me fantastic on the numbers. Let's say 60%, 70%. 70% of black men are in relationships, a long distance relationship. That changes the argument totally. And I get we don't have the numbers in front of us. I don't think it's as many men need this help as we think they do.
I think this is where I think you fall short at, E. Now, and I've been saying this everywhere I go. When it comes to debating, the last couple of times I saw you, you was cooking. I don't think people really want to see you. But I think one of the things I see you doing right now is you falling too much on your own understanding, right? When you say I don't have the numbers, then you should go get them, right? Because it shows up what you know in your arguments, because what you're saying, even when you say we need to know how many men this applies to, you don't, right? If I have a platform and I'm speaking to a specific demographic, then that's what I'm using my platform for. I don't care if it's just one of them. That's who I'm talking to. I'm talking to him. Hopefully he hears it, right? If it's 50,000 of them, that's who I'm talking to, right? Now, if you going out, if you're trying to start a business, you know what I'm saying, and you're trying to get people to come in, then maybe you may need to know how many people is it in, particularly in this area where we building this brick and mortar at, to house these people, to give them this information, right? Then maybe, right? And I know you're a very professional and business-minded person, so that's probably why you thinking of it that way. But just having conversations in conversation or on a podcast, no, you don't need to know how many it is. You just need to know that this exists and you're speaking to these guys. And I think, unfortunately, it's more of these guys than you think it is. And even if I gave you a number, I'll show you how quickly you can do the math, right? So if we say 33%, let's just deal with black people. 33% of black men are married. I think it was 28% of black women are married, right? So that leaves about, just say 70% either way, not married, right? Then you can say, well, we know it's probably another 20 to 30% that are, to your point, shacking up, right? So that would leave another 50 to 40% either way, right? So out of that 50 to 40%, you might say 30% of them are probably having some sort of, interpersonal relationships, but it's just not nothing solid. It's not, they not with a woman, they not with a man, they not engaged, married, or anything like that. And then you might have 10% that just don't have no involvement at all. So either way, that 20 to 30%, either way, need counseling. The ones that's married, they need counseling on how to be married. The ones that's in relationships shacking up, they need counseling on how to do that. The ones that don't have nobody really and they just out here having sex, they need counseling on how to do that. And the 10% that don't have nobody, they need counseling too. Everybody need representation.
Yo, Beans, real shit, right? I was talking and I forget who was asking me, but they're like, yo, all the casual relationships you have, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was saying, yo, those casual relationships didn't really give me much help into sustaining a marriage, right? And they're like, how? If you're dealing with women? Because I learned how to deal with women for an acute period to have sex with them. Overwhelmingly, right? And the one transferable piece is the sex part, right? But in terms of the compromise, you know what I mean? Running a household, feelings and emotions over a sustainable period, when the honeymoon phase ends, right? And the real shit begins. No, that's not tangible for me. You know, it was things outside of the relationship, like dealing with the Bible as intimately as I do, that really helped me towards that goal of being successful, just as an example. You know what I'm saying? And I was trying to explain that to the brothers. They was like, it's dealing with women. How could it not help you? Yeah, I know how to get in the draws. Yeah.
Right. So you saying that the text from the Bible was applicable in situations dealing with a woman or your wife?
Hell yeah, because it's more for me. So, like, as an example, monogamy, polygyny, you know, like what you want to do and when. And then there's a particular verse, is Timothy 3, that says the leaders of men, it's recommended that they have one wife, that their kids listen to them, that they have this type of integrity, that type of integrity, so on and so forth, as an example. You know, so the recommendation is that if you want to be a leader of men, you should have one wife. Just as like a easy example for everybody to understand. You know, also Proverbs 31, you heard, I think we even went over that before.
Yeah,
the woman in Proverbs 31 works. She hustles, you know? And so there's a lot of context about submissive women. But then when you look at the best woman in the Bible, she was working her ass off. But now she did it for her family. But she was out dealing, wheeling, making shit, you know what I mean? But people think she's supposed to be just like in the house recluse and shit like that. So that context allows me to be like, okay, my wife's conduct as it pertains to the best woman in the Bible makes more sense, you know, when she want to try stuff. And, you know, so it allowed me to have a baseline that could be measured and we can both read it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let me E back. Let me just read these real quick. Scam, what up? Mr. Fantastic, what up? Mr. Williams, what's goody? So just to give you guys context of what we're talking about, and it was a good conversation. I like how Beans and E was kind of mining through it, is the platitudes, you know? Just deal with the women that's in your scope, right? Like we know what that means. Just find your purpose. I never grew up saying I want to own a moving company. Not never once in my life. Not even a little bit. I don't like it now. So it just, when we say purpose, like what do these things look like? And UT was saying, shit, I'm a garbage man. Or him, not him. But hey, I'm here doing what I got to do, taking my responsibilities seriously, etc. You know, what do these things look like? You know, because I think that the platitudes have no context, and therefore I don't know if we help. They help as many people as we say. HQ, what's up, HQ? With the $5 says, all y'all get left because you refuse to evolve to her level. Right on time, HQ. As any woman, if it's true. To Ruth. 20 Ball says, respectfully, Beans, that was not the norm. You're significantly downplaying the fact that women had a lot of responsibilities in the past. Women just staying at home is a relatively new thing in human history and not normal. You responded to this, Beans? I don't know if you were saying.
Yeah, I don't remember ever trying to normalize that. I think we all know that, particularly for us Black people, we've all, men and women, worked, the majority of us, throughout the history of colonization.
Yeah, I think, Beans, what I heard you saying more so was that their ability to self-sustain has greatly increased, right? We can now survive independent of each other, when before we needed everybody to put that work in, you know?
It's like he said, they worked then, it was more domestically. But like he said, now they can go out and just get a job, 50K, 60K, 70K, whereas they couldn't do that before, right? So their ability to earn more and provide for themselves and sustain themselves more is the point I was making.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. HQ with the $2 is right, E. We not talking money, we talking security and safety.
Security means money.
What's popping, man? Good to see you, man. Hope you being safe. If y'all got a long weekend, do the right thing, man. Try to be productive, you know, all that good shit. If you eat good, you gotta remember you gotta work that off for the next 2 days. You feel me? If you eat 3,000 calories, you gotta work off that 3,000 calories some way, somehow, man. So, but enjoy yourselves, man, and be safe for sure, man.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like 25.
Later, I got you, bro. But what's popping, man? I don't know who hit the link first, Mr. Fantastic or Mr. Williams or Scam. I think it was Mr. Fantastic.
It was me.
Yeah, so I hope I recaptured the context of the conversation. Beans had asked a question that was interesting to Eat a Man, because Eat a Man was saying mediocre. And Beans, correct me if I don't get his context right. I don't want to like paraphrase, but he was saying, you know, mediocre. That like, men want women to accept mediocrity, and then he started mentioning $40,000 a year, $50,000 a year. They want them to accept that, right? And so he said it kind of sounded like complaining because they want women to kind of come to a mediocre level. Beans then asked them, is P. Diddy mediocre? Right? And that question to me was more than just how much money or how much of an empire he built. We looking at character or character flaws, you know, moral or lack thereof, and etc. And should all that be considered if you try to rank a person as great, mediocre, or what have you? Go ahead.
You know, good and well, them hoes don't give a fuck about none of that. Stop it. Look at the baby daddies. They don't care about that. They don't give a fuck about morals and values and none of this shit. Bro, if you got a bag, you got a bag. Okay, they're gonna go. All right, they're going for the softest life possible. I came in on a conversation y'all was having it. Again, I don't understand why Eat a Man is making this thing seem like women are doing so much better than what they're doing. I hate when we do this. The numbers tell you that all this shit is propaganda, man. Women are not out earning men. Women are out here complaining about having to do it on their own. So they're mad about what they fought for. So if women need to change their ideology, that's their problem. It's not the man is mediocre. She feels like if she's on an equal footing with a man, that she's better than that man, not even equal to him. A woman sees a man as being superior, and now that women can make their own money, they've made their own prison, because now, oh, I earn 40,000, you need to earn double than what I earn, right? I earn 100,000, he got to earn 250,000, $250,000, right? So you have this thing, and then like you said, the bad part that messes it all up is what we know is if she liked the nigga, regardless of what he making, what's she gonna do? Fucking swallow everything.
So,
right?
So let me ask you a question. Unless anybody else wanna.
Well, I did just want to point this out. My math could be wrong, but Hamp, I think there's 6 million black women who make more money than 5 million black men. So you just when you look at it that way, it's just like, to Fantastic's point, they want really more than what they say, right? You meet their representative. I really just want you to make as much as I do. But to HQ's point, evolve though. Right? Yeah, but next year I need you to make a little more than me. And 5 years from now, you really need to be making more. And 10 years from now, right? Especially if we're talking about having kids, because once they get into kid mode, now they really do want to fall back, unless they want a nurse and a nanny and all this other stuff to take care of the kids so they can't get back to work. But then you need to be the one providing for that. You see? So it's always really, they want you to make more than them. Really, to be honest with you, but 6 million black women make more money than 5 million men. So it's not like they're lying.
So you're saying it's a million difference in black women earning more than black men?
So what I'm saying is this: there's 2 million more of them than there are us.
Yeah.
Okay. So if the median income right now, last quarter, was not even like maybe a little less than $2,000, right? So that means half of them make more than that, which means half of them make more than half the black men.
Well, no, you're doing that wrong.
That isn't the median.
Well, hold on. That's what I'm trying to. The median for the numbers is the actual salary. It has nothing to do with the number of people. The median income is the income. It's not volume of people. It's income. So we got a person that makes $100,000. We got a person make $1,000. The median income is the income, not the amount of people in making the income, brother.
Absolutely, but there's 2 million more of them.
Yeah. So
that's
well.
Go ahead, Hamp.
Well, remember, because Mr. Fantastic, the median is the middle number. So literally, but what I'm saying is literally you would stack all the numbers up into the sky.
That's a
and
fact.
you would go to the middle of the numbers. You know, so like if I'm going 1 through 10, right, I would go to 5 essentially. 5 is the middle number, and then I would go up to 10. But because
you don't know who has 10. You don't know the number of 10 and 5. It's gonna be only one person that's making 10. That's the top. And then it could be 30,000 people making 1. That's the bottom. That does not account for the number of people at whatever period. It's just the amount of money being made. That's the point. So you can't automatically ascribe and say, oh, the median is this, so that means more women. No, we know that black women earn the least amount. They're the second poorest thing in the Western, so they actually overrepresent in the lowest paying jobs, bro. So if that's the way you came about your calculations, that's false.
I think you're thinking about averages, and the
average median. No, I'm thinking about the numbers. When you said what you said, that's why I took it with what you said. The median income has nothing to do with the amount of people making it. It's just the lowest and the highest in the middle. That's it.
Yeah. So to simplify it, are you saying that when we get to the middle number, by the time you get to the middle number for black women, most of them are already below it? So
no, I'm not at all. I'm not making. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not making.
Trying to make sense of the equation, right? So let's say you had 10 of them, right? Are you saying, and you have duplicate numbers, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
So you're saying most of them are going to be between 1 and 5.
Yes.
Wait, can you pull this up real quick?
Yeah, I'll pull it up. Yeah.
Just so you can see it. If you could just see it, maybe you'll be able to accept it.
Hold on, B, my bad. 1 second.
So yes, the median income represents the middle point in a distribution of incomes, meaning half of the people earn more than the median income. Half of the people earn more than the median income. So half of the women earn more than the bottom 5 million of men. You see that? It's 10 million men, 12 million women.
So it's 6 million versus 5 million.
So that's what. So okay. So all right. So still. So wait. So it's a million difference, which would still be it wouldn't matter because it's 2 million more to them than us. So that's going to be the same regardless. That's what I'm saying.
But he's saying raw numbers. Are you saying that, Mr. Fantastic, because it's 6 million, they cancel each other?
No, I'm not saying it canceled. He says there's 2 million more black women than black men, right? All right. So if there's 5 million more black men, so if it's 6 million versus 5, that means you have a million somewhere in between. So that would cover the deficit of black men that just are not there.
No, it's that you miss. It's so that's why I wanted to put it in front of you. See, half of the people make more, half of the people make less. So if the median income for black men was 52K and for black women it was 51K, right? So half of black men make less than 51K. So that's 5 million men who make, 52. So that's 5 million men who make less than 52K, but it's 6 million women who make more than that. So you see what I'm saying? Like when they say, "Oh, these men ain't on my level," they not lying. It's just that the problem that they qualifying their level is money, and they're not realizing if you wasn't earning this much money, you'd be right down here with those guys. It's just because you make more money that you think they not on your level.
Yeah. So all right. So even if we would do it that way, half and half, like you say, you're still going to be missing out on a 2 million person deficit, right? So if you got is it really that close? Because my understanding is that shit went down last year, the last 2 years consecutively. So I don't know. Are you going by weekly? You going by monthly or what? Because you got to be going by weekly because there is
I'm going by the same BLS stats that I always use, which is quarterly on the
quarterly.
website.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, quarterly.
That's what I said last quarter.
Yeah, he said last quarter. So now what? So here's the thing, right? The measuring rod is. You want me to keep this up, Beans?
No.
Okay. The measuring rod is the bread, right? And we always talking about purpose and shit like that.
Right.
But everything's so formulated around like somebody money and all that. And then furthermore, what is purpose? Right. That word almost doing people a disservice, in my opinion. Because what does that mean?
Absolutely.
Right. So am I not on my purpose because I'm an 8th grade science teacher and I've been pouring into kids and I'm making $45,000 a year and shit like that? Right? Am I mediocre because of that? What does a man's purpose look like? Self-sustaining, is that purpose? Do I need to go to the NFL? Is that purpose? Because that was my dream.
Yes.
How? But you can't help the majority of people like that. You see?
Well, exactly. And you're asking women to be reasonable, which we know isn't the case. So if you understand that, right? You getting that message on the thing right now in the studio?
Absolutely. It popped up on mine too.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you're asking women to be reasonable, and that's something we know. Just
no, I'm talking to us. I'm talking to us.
No, so no, that's not well for us. No, you as a man, try to be as best as you can be, and then understand where your level is, and I mean, you can't don't work yourself to death for some shit you never go accomplish, and don't waste time on something that's clearly you past that time. Like if you 40 some years old still trying to make it to the NBA, brother, I mean, hey, you know what I mean? I mean, like you people hit the lottery, but it's highly, highly unlikely.
But this is where I'm finding fault, and Beans, you could jump in. or anybody. I just feel like Beans want to say something with the smile he got.
I just don't. I can't go back to the video where I had made this same argument against a point that Fantastic and August was making. That's why I just started smiling because he said something that I've been saying for a long time.
Yes. And so I don't even want to go ahead, Beans, because I don't want to say too much.
It's just that
your old ass forget and shit like that.
No, it's just that he's Fantastic is 100% correct. The problem is that we pick and choose where we want to apply this to, right? So you're gonna tell somebody you're 40 years old, you should have been doing this, but then in the next breath, but if you're 40 years old, you should know by now you ain't gonna make it to here. Well, which one is it? Do I keep going or do I stop? Right? Oh, 6 figures, you supposed to keep trying. NBA might want to give up on that, right? So it's like, no, at the end of the day, people are going to realize, bro, this ain't for me at some point. And we tear folks down for that. We call that being mediocre. We call that being content. We tear folks down for the very thing that Fantastic just suggests, which is not to keep beating your head up against the wall, trying to attain something or chase something that the universe has shown you is not in the cards for you, right? And then to the point that I know Fantastic will make, and I don't want to take it from him, women need to understand this as a model. You wanted to be able to make money. Now you do. And just like everything else, when you have the ability to accomplish something, you use it against us instead of using it to build with us. That's the problem. Take that degree, take that money you making and all that other stuff and use it with us. But somebody could come up here and argue, well, what else the women gonna do besides tear us down for these things if they hear men tear each other down for these things?
Beans, you just read my mind, right? Because and Mr. Vanessa, you could jump in. Because that's the thing. They ain't learning. They learned this shit. Broke ass nigga and shit like that. They learn that shit. Who they learn it from?
The white man, in my opinion. But yeah.
Really, bro?
Absolutely.
Well, you know, because the angling of the, you know, we have that 1980s argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I guarantee if they Tarus was goody, my boy. I hope if they tune in, our top insults are what? You don't get no pussy, nigga, shut up. You don't got no money, nigga, shut up. Right? That's what we use to diss each other the most. And then we speak in platitudes to try to help and edify each other, but there's no substance in it. So I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? We doing this.
But what I'm trying to help y'all understand.
Hold on, E, real quick. Mr. Fantastic had it, and then you could jump right in. E, I know you had dropped off. You got customers coming in and out and shit.
Yeah, the problem is you have something that's standardized, right, and realistic, and then you have something that's just like unrealistic, right? So as a man, the standard is set to where you should be earning a certain amount of money during a certain age. That is factual. That's not what we said. Like you said, that's something that's already set. And like you say, you go median incomes or average incomes, how you want to do it. It tells you by this age, you should be doing this. Okay. So the problem is we can't just throw everything out and just say, all right, my nigga, live your life. No, that's not man shit. You got to have a standard, right? The standard is pretty much set by what it is. Now, if you're making these goals and you're there, I don't feel an issue or problem with you saying, hey, I'm sufficient, I'm enough, I'm a whatever. But then too, as a man, now it's competition, right? So if you're sufficient, right, and you're comfortable, you're complacent, all right, cool, great. But when the nigga come along that's got all the shit you don't, and he's still going up and up and up and up and up, then you can't complain about shit in life, right? And you have to accept the women are at that level. And that's the problem to where the men start complaining, because it's like, all right, my nigga, you've been dealt the bad hand, right? It's some people that somebody gonna be a janitor for life, unfortunately. But hey, that's his walk in life, right? Does a janitor nigga, you know what I mean, think he deserve a 10 Instagram model, right? Hey, man, if you do, brother, again, that's just like making the NBA. More power to you believe that, but your life doesn't motherfucking say that. You feel me? So as men, bro, we can't throw the thing out. I just think it's more of the men that are on the top end or above that, to where the women are still talking shit, right? And the nigga you broke shit again. That's just for the most part. Niggas ain't just running around calling niggas broke, bro. It's like, hey, we talking shit. Word, we competing as men, just like Hamp. You said we lifting weights, we hooping, we whatever, we running routes. Man, that's competition. Now it can get a little toxic and whatever, yeah. But for the most part, bro, that's just it. And the women capitalize that on more than anything. All right, the person that say you ain't getting pussy the most is the hoes because they got access to the pussy. And then the niggas just say it because, again, unfortunately, that's how men are measured. That's how men have always been measured. That's how men are always going to be measured. Your access to women, sexual access to women, is a value of your state as a man.
But fantastic question, real quick. If even if I conceded that there needs to be a standard, can you acknowledge that the standard has to be by default flawed, right? Because you're creating a standard for men, but you aren't putting context on those men's experiences, right? So in that same standard that you're creating and saying this person should be here, one of the people who at least made it here had a mom and a dad, had a healthy household, had good food, you know what I'm saying, had a spiritual background. The women weren't they weren't toxic, the men weren't, you see what I'm saying? And then, but you're telling the guy who didn't have all those same things that he should be able to meet that same standard. Do you understand how that's flawed?
I would say no, because you would have plenty of men that fit in that narrative and yet still they're successful. So the fact of the matter is, I think most people start out in humble beginnings and they overcome whatever their circumstances were as children. So I think that would be a problem.
But Ms. Fantastic, let me just add this, please. Mm-hmm. But they don't, though. Most people die in the income bracket they're born in, right? And then we make sure to use statistic about single mother-led homes and how poorly those people do. So now, if we're gonna make sure we leverage that number, we can't then say, but the person who comes from that home got the same amount of opportunity, chances, and likelihood as I do.
Right.
It just doesn't reconcile, you know. Yeah, but again, it's but Ms. Fantastic, what I'm attacking is the concepts of platitudes, you know. And I know one brother, right, Mr. Fantastic. If you go to the Baltimore Harbor, you will see him, I guarantee. But he got camps all over the place, right? He's an Israelite, but he work a regular ass job, but he probably brought 400 brothers to the truth. But he don't make a lot of money, but that ain't his focus, right? But he's literally on his purpose like a motherfucker. Salute to Naquan. And so it's always, but we keep correlating money to how good a man is, even us, as we sit here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I don't.
My bad, Beans. I that was longer than I wanted it to be. I think.
But you said what I was going to say anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't think men equate it as good of a man it is. It's just more so your opportunity and the way the world's gonna look at you. So we know men, you know what I'm saying? You can't, it's such thing as lanes with money, right? It's such things as assholes with money, and all money does is make you the person you truly were in the first place, right? Most people aren't truly who they are because they don't have the money to make it okay, right? So I agree with that. I didn't know about that thing, Hamp, you said about, I guess you born in and stay in the same tax bracket. I had no idea about that. I never knew that.
Yeah, most people just, it's hard to move, you know?
But yeah, with that being considered, I guess that's a great point then. If you're doomed, pretty much that's
not doomed, but just it's hard.
Help yourself.
Hey, Hamp.
Doomed?
You said, nigga, I don't know.
You get info. Hey, no. You even said how you talked about the janitor. You said, nigga, you dealt with that. I can be a janitor. Like, god damn. Go ahead, Fo. What you about to say?
I was gonna say two things to that. Like, I know a janitor that actually has a bad bitch, but she don't consider herself as an Instagram bad bitch, like all built up makeup and all that. But she's cold work, and this nigga's an actual janitor. He got to do like 3 schools and a couple office buildings, but that's what he do. And his broad is bad. Like, she had like dinner 8, 9, like problem. But she don't walk around here scantily clad doing extra shit. But she bad. You would want any nigga would want the broad. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So I'm just saying, like, it don't really matter because he content, she content, and he really got what he want without going extra mile. You hear me? So I'm just gonna say that on the top of that.
He a hardworking motherfucker, right? Like, I mean, that's the point. That should be the point more than he making average money, essentially, right? But purpose is always tied almost, and I'm being hyperbolic, to how much bread a nigga getting. And we put that in the earth as men, and then we can't even define purpose. What the fuck do we expect from the women? I guess
absolutely. This is one of the earliest conversations that we ever had on Fight Club, because the proprietor of Fight Club used to always say that you get to be on your purpose and become the best version of yourself. And first opportunity I got was, bro, what does that mean?
Yeah,
like, I'm good at making music, but it ain't making me $1 million. So I'm saying, like, what do you like? What does that mean, right? But I just can't get past Fantastic saying if you do.
You doomed. This nigga's
brother. Yeah, that ain't fair.
Oh shit.
I got aunties and cousins. They moved. They just always been hood adjacent. They can't leave the hood. Like, even if they get a chance to leave out the hood, they move down the street from the hood. They still ain't. They still in another. It's like we upgraded. We got to some new houses. They can build some new houses down the street. We can get it with our vouchers and whatever. It's a little upgrade, but we still down the street from the bullshit. We still got to go to the same grocery store we've been going to all these years, and they're not gonna leave that shit.
You speaking of mindset, fo. You know, and I gotta get scamming, but think about there's a few rappers, right? And then we're not making rappers the standards, but just as examples that we know. Chinks Drugs got killed in Queens. Where he from? Stack Bundles got killed in Far Rock. Where he from? Young Greatness got killed at the Waffle House in was it? I think he's from New Orleans or Baton Rouge. Where he from? Young Dolph got killed at the cookie store. Where he from? Because we can't. Our mindset is just like, this is it. You know what I'm saying? So even if they do make it out the bracket, it's like, do we switch our modus operandi? You know, maybe that's a whole different conversation. Nipsey too, yeah. You know, I was so it's just interesting. That probably a whole conversation. So I apologize. I apologize for introducing it, but I'm just thinking about it. Scam, what's good?
No, Mr. Williams was here before me. He can go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Mr. Williams. You getting started early, huh, Tarus?
Mr. Williams, you muted. You muted.
He's telling you to go ahead, Scam.
Scam, you saying go ahead, yeah.
The purpose thing, I for the most part, I agree with Beans. It's something they just be throwing. Just grab the word purpose and throw it out there. And don't define it and don't make it make sense. Just to start a fight. Yeah, they be doing that. The on your purpose, and I've been around a Fight Club and heard them have that argument. I personally agree with the platitude thing. Like, yeah, when we want to say something, just throw it out there. Because y'all already gonna know the first thing I'm gonna say is somebody fat or they overweight. Yeah, I be throwing it out there. But if you slow the conversation down, like you always say, people will tell you need to do this, but won't show you how to get there. If the conversation slows down, a lot of us will show you at least what we believe, or a part of this is what I think you can do, or to get there or get closer. Some people will. Sometimes you just throw it out there because it's a fight. Yeah. If a fat dude get on the panel, start talking shit, yeah, I'm gonna call him fat.
Would you say most times it's kind of just thrown out there, or
depends on if the conversation is if it's conversation, sometimes somebody will throw something out there and can't slow it down and start going into it and saying what they really believe.
I'm asking you what
sometimes
happens.
It's a fight.
You think most people do it to fight or just to prove their point, or you think most people are
prove their point? Majority throw something out there to prove their point. Yeah. But I'm just saying it doesn't not exist that people can slow it down and speak what they really believe on what it is that you believe. That does exist is what I'm saying.
Okay, 100%. Why now, Scam? Let me ask you, right? Because I'm saying if there were most platitudinal speakers up here right now, it's between you and Mr. Fantastic. So like, you'll throw shit out there, nigga fat, he gonna die at the refrigerator, shit like that.
Yeah.
How much do you ever take the time to slow it down and give some substantive thought behind instead of calling people fat because you want to fight too?
Okay. If somebody's talking just stuff and it's a fight, I'm gonna throw the fridge at them because it's a fight.
See?
I'm gonna throw a Twinkie, a donut, everything. Yeah, it's a fight. But if it's a conversation, the truth is, health. 8 out of 10 things killing black men are health related, even to affect. I can't say the word self deletion and then other people deletion. Those are in the top 10. And I think them first 8 got to do with them last 2 too. That's reality. So if I'm having a real conversation about what's affecting people, that's the truth.
Scam, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I wanted to ask Hamp, but since you got the mic, I'm gonna ask you: is thoughts and prayers a platitude?
Like when you say it to somebody?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because I was looking up the definition of platitude, and that's the first thing that came to my head looking at the definition.
Oh yeah, Beans. Yo, Beans. Even you was asking Scan. Go ahead, Scan. He taking too long. That's why I started answering. I knew there's a reason I started answering.
Go ahead.
Shit. The Beans. Even like when people die, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people say, "I'm sorry for your loss."
Mm-hmm.
I hate that shit. Like if people die, now I do say God bless the dead. Like if I mention a dead person, I probably say God bless the dead. But if I'm talking to the person directly, I just be like, yo, I love you. Hold your head, right? Because that's like, I'm sorry for your. Can't even fathom that. You know, somebody kid died. You can't even, right? I just tell them something that's more direct
to them.
Yeah, like yo, I love you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're addressing them and not the loss.
Yeah, just straight up because
Well,
what
that's
they
the situation,
do,
yeah.
they have to work through that shit. I ain't gonna, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, I'm even apprehensive being to say, yo, call me if you need something. Fuck you gonna give, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah.
So it just very like, yeah, platitudinal for sure. I agree with you. I'm going on a diatribe, but
I get you. Yeah.
They're saying what they think they know to say. But a lot of people don't have, we don't take a class on how to get people going through crisis. And it's their form of saying, hey, I know you in pain. Damn. It's their way of saying it. So if they don't have their own way to relate to you, they're gonna say the generic way.
Yeah, sense? like if I lost my mom, somebody else lost their mom, I can't really say like, well, I know how you feel because I don't know what your relationship is with your parent. You know what I'm saying? I might have a different relationship with my mom than you, so I still can't say that I still understand where you come from. You know what I'm saying? In some shape, form, or fashion. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Like one of my best friends left him voicemail. Hey man, my wife died. It was a couple months ago, but I know him. He doesn't want to hear that. Not at all. He doesn't. You got to be strong, my brother. He hates that. So I'm not gonna call him with that. But another friend of mine called me, voice of horror. He woke up, went in the room. His dad was laying in the bed dead. That was like 2 weeks after. It's gonna be a different conversation. But these are people that I know, so I know how to talk to them different. But a generic person, you might not know what to say. Just repeat the quote. Sorry for your loss. If you need anything, you can call me, my brother.
Mm-hmm. Best you can do. Mm-hmm. Oh, bro.
Hey, I gotta ask. Oh, he dropped down.
All right, so what y'all
You're gonna be mad at me for this next question.
Shit.
Hey,
I
Beans,
gotta ask.
Could it
I'm
be
looking at the
cliche or
definition.
could it be a traditional type thing though? With that, when we look at that, how we all were kind of raised with that, just being black, could that be a cliche type of thing, or would that be tradition to say, you know what, sorry for your loss? Because we all do that. You know, it's just, I think it's just been something ingrained in the black culture.
Other races say the same words the same way. Sorry for your loss. It's universal.
But according to what I'm reading, it's saying that a platitude is a statement. It says that it's overused and often lacks originality or depth, right? And then even in the example, it says he masked his disdain for her with platitudes about how she should believe in herself more, right? One of the examples they give is everything happens for a reason, right? So the way I'm interpreting this is you kind of just saying it to be saying it. Like you don't even you don't even really mean this shit. You just saying it. You just kind of getting it out of the way type of thing.
Well, Podcast, if that's the case, Hamp accused me and Fantastic be the most. We on the top of the plat. I don't agree with stuff he says, but he will. Fantastic will go in detail to back up what it is that he says.
Yes.
Yeah. What platitudes? I don't get no damn platitudes. Everything I say, I mean.
Hamp said it.
If you do, then you just do.
I'm talking about this nigga to my left. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, Hamp said that. And me, I'll go in detail and say why I said what I said.
I don't get no platitudes.
Hey, Fantastic. Your new one is if you're doomed, you're just doomed.
That's a fact, nigga. There ain't no goddamn. There ain't no.
We put that on the shirt. If you're
That's
doomed,
a fact.
you're just doomed.
Yeah, how me and Fantastic get thrown at the top of the list?
I definitely don't get no platitudes.
I don't know. I don't, that's crazy, bro. I like this example. This example, it's like the example gives me more of the definition than the definition does.
Man, I keep freezing.
There you go.
Everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason.
I can't hear you.
What if I say sending healing energy?
Same shit, ain't it?
What?
Hamp, drop the charges on me. I'm innocent.
Can't say
nah.
Freezing. Wait a minute. So, can y'all hear me? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I should keep freezing. Mr. Fantastic told us to pull ourselves up by a bootstrap. That ain't a platitude?
No.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
and then I tell you what the fuck to do. Get your lazy ass up and go get a job. Okay. The easiest thing you can ever do in your life is instead of wasting 20 years in the motherfucking penal system, nigga, spend 4 in the United States military and get a motherfucking paycheck for the rest of your life in some way, degree, shape, form, or fashion. I go in detail, brother, with everything I talk about. I don't just talk shit to niggas unless niggas talking shit to me. Then it's you just lame ass, ugly ass, broke ass nigga.
Man, your reds don't even match. And now you fat because you said that.
You asking people to join the gang just because they're gonna get paid for it.
Hey, niggas join other gangs for free. You don't get paid for that shit. And you finna spend 10 years of your life bending over.
I was in the military.
I will argue most people in jail aren't in a gang.
No, from my understanding, most people in prison, you don't have a jail or prison.
Prison.
Yeah.
Prison, you're in
either or. Most of them don't get to jail or prison.
If you're in prison, you're in a gang, whether you want to be or not.
Oh no, that's a West Coast thing. Yeah,
I don't know about West Coast. I heard every nigga's done ever talked about being in jail. It's not just West Coast. That's prison. Period. Your ass is in a car. You go be in some kind of motherfucking car. That's a gang.
Yeah, it might be the black car.
Niggas be chilling. Yeah,
that's still a gang, nigga.
Hey, bootstraps got to be way up here when it comes to platitude.
Still a gang, nigga.
Let me get
when you say the bootstraps, that's way up. That's like number 1 or 2 on the list when it comes to the platitude. I'm sorry, that's up there.
Racism don't have no impact. Platitude,
right? Type shit. Nice.
That's my man's. I know this nigga.
Nice.
Ain't on mute, thinker.
Then details.
Your daddy, nigga. Tarus, what's up?
How you guys doing?
Hey, Tarus, that shirt is almost red.
Say what?
That shirt is almost red. Keep going.
Almost?
Yeah, almost.
What? Since it's not red, what is it?
Keep going.
It's blood orange.
Blood orange?
Oh.
Hey, Beans, I just wanted to clarify something. You wasn't saying that because one of the things I wanted to say earlier when you was talking to E was about women's role in the house today and how that's normal. And I wanted to clarify, you weren't trying to imply that women being in the household has always been normal, right?
You mean like housewives?
Yeah.
No, that's never been a norm for black people.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to clarify that because I think sometimes dudes, uh, they think like things have always been this way when they haven't. You know what I mean? Like it's just, this is a side note, but I gotta randomly tell people, yo, your grandfather is older than the state of Hawaii, right? People think there's always been 50 stars on the flag. No, there hasn't. You get what I mean? Like sometimes people,
Absolutely.
well, because I was born and it was like this way when I was born, or it must have always been this way. And it was like, nah. Like even in the Bible, right? There's been plenty of it. The Bible doesn't say that women just need to be in the household and that's it.
Right.
You know, like one of our and Beans, real quick, I just wanted to clarify that, and I'm glad we're on the same page. It's just like I think sometimes dudes in general, they think women are just supposed to be in the house, and I'm like, well, back in the day, women weren't even in the village because they were the primary ones that picked like the fruits and the vegetables. Right, they were the primary educators, which required them to be outside the house. There were a lot of things that required you being outside of the house or the village, right? And a lot of the men specifically, the only time we was outside of the village was to hunt, and then we came right on back.
Right.
You know what I mean? And like even in the 17 and the 1800s, Beans, I think everybody up here knows women were just as responsible for working the fields as the men were.
Absolutely.
Right? Your little 10, 11, 12-year-old daughter or boy was out there with everybody. Your wife was out there with everyone. Even if she wasn't doing the hardcore labor, she was out there feeding the chickens, milking the cows, doing all this other thing. Right? And Beans, as you know, a lot of times the women were the ones up front actually working the cash register at the shops. Things like this. And so one thing I think that men really need to get a software upgrade, just because like this idea that women should only be in the house, especially in this economy, man, it's just, I think it does the guys disservice for not having that software upgrade.
Well, I'll tell you, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I think the biggest reason why men are kind of pushing for that now is because they don't trust women. And to be honest with you, women have proven themselves to be untrustworthy. I mean, they even have this broken down. They have cheating broken down, like even by jobs. Like these percentage of people who work over here and these percentage of people who work over here, like it's just become very difficult to trust women out in society, whether that's at college, whether that's in the workplace, you know. And I think not only have the women provided that, but men in their narratives and also their experiences have provided a level of what is that word when you can't trust people? It's a specific word, but I'm blanking on it right now. I'll come back to it when I get it. But basically, they've created, you know what I'm saying, a space where we just feel like you can't trust women. You know, that's really all it is. Because to me, in my mind, mentally, I never thought about, I just want my woman, right, to just be in the house, dumb, uneducated. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never thought like that. I knew I always wanted my woman to myself. But I never thought about it like how a lot of the red pill content creators talk about it. Don't be educated. Like, are you insane? Why wouldn't I want my woman to be educated? Right. But I just think we've seen such a negative spin on it. I think that's why a lot of guys talk the way they talk. To your point, they may be misinformed about things historically.
Well, I'm trying to understand, right? So when we talk about guys that are mediocre, right? Because that's kind of the conversation we was having. Do we believe that those men should get mediocre women?
I mean, yeah, if they can.
Okay. See, the problem I have with the red pill space, in my opinion, is that we'll tell mediocre guys that they shouldn't get with baby mamas when baby mamas are mediocre.
That's less than mediocre.
No, it's not. If
It's
the
below
majority
average.
of the women, no, based on the definition of mediocre, if majority of the people, you said the large group of them are doing it, they would be considered mediocre.
Yeah, but mediocre literally translates to not very good. So that's not even average.
Oh, average, whatever. So that's it's not the average.
Yeah, it's not even average.
So hold on. So
Below
y'all,
average.
so you said that? Would you say that the majority of women have kids?
Yes, we know they do.
And so, will we say the majority of those women are mediocre, or we say they're not mediocre?
They're mediocre or less. They're worse.
No,
They're
no,
worse
no,
than
hold on.
mediocre.
They're mediocre or less. Okay, let's do that. So, if we're giving advice to mediocre men, that means that those mediocre men should accept these women with kids. Mediocre, mediocre men with mediocre.
No. Now
Well,
you know.
Yeah.
No. So no.
That's
So no.
exactly. That's the. Go ahead,
So hold on. So hold on. Let me respond. So if this man does this man have kids or does he not have kids?
He don't have kids, and let's say
So
he
he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Then no. He again, a man without kids, right, can find
Let's
a
make it
mediocre
35
woman
grand.
without kids.
No. Let's give him the whole scenario.
Well, wait. But wait, no, you can simplify it because he's saying mediocre. That's the point he's making. The point he's making, he's saying mediocre deserves mediocre, right? So whatever that
That's what
looks
I'm saying,
like.
no.
So if you're saying, oh, fantastic. I'm gonna ask you a question. So you're saying if you're a mediocre man who just so happens to not have kids, then a mediocre woman with kids still wouldn't qualify for you?
No. Never.
Okay.
But you see,
we're
that's
talking-
the craziness about it.
It's not
is that we
craziness
tell
at all.
mediocre men that they're supposed to get above mediocre women.
Well, no. Again, I acknowledge that they're just like they're mediocre men without kids, they're mediocre men with kids. The same accounts for women. What I'm saying is that something that a man that doesn't have any children should do is be like, hey, I'm gonna take care of another man's responsibility and be second in the fucking gene pool with this woman willingly. No. That is something that no man, regardless of whatever appeal, should be promoting to other men. Because
Mr.
basically what
Fantastic,
you
is there
are
any
is you're,
nuance to that?
huh?
Is there any like nuance to that? It can't just be that.
Well, there's nuance. At the end of the day, every man's gonna do what the fuck you want to do, right? So let's just start there, right? I'm saying at the end of the day, as a man, you have a choice. But now, Eat Man is saying that we suggest to it. We're telling the man that, hey, this is your level, you should accept it. That's something that no man should be cool with. Because if I have a son, right? If my son is let's say he's behind where he's supposed to be, and he's 28 or 29, right? Do I suggest to my son now that he go out here and get a chick that's got kids by somebody else already? Because yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So we have to think about this from a realistic perspective. No, I'm not. No.
So just to clarify though, earlier you did say at some point, depending on your age, you got to accept your level.
Yeah, but that's what even still, then it's you can accept your level and not accept, like, you know what I mean, somebody else's bloodline. That's me. Now listen, and let me motherfuckers get mad. There are some baby mamas that are great, right? And we talking baby mamas. I'm not talking about ex-wives. That's because it's it's levels, right? But if we talking about single moms would do everything. There are some single moms that's got their shit together, that's got a good head on their shoulders, that got decent kids, all these different things. But I think that's the exception, not the rule. So we speaking more so to the rule and the masses of it. We know that shit is a shit show, bro. And then, like you said, when you start adding in the statistics of still, we talking marriages, the marriage is not lasting. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Why would you go that route versus just starting fresh and having the opportunity, you know what I'm saying, with less everything,
So
less
to be clear,
expenses, less static, less drama, all that.
Difference between ex-wives, like marriages that didn't work out, and then just the randoms that got pregnant, right?
Yeah, if she's just getting skeeted in the club in the night, I wouldn't give her the same thing as like an ex-wife for the most part. I just froze.
Yeah, I got a question. If mediocre is below average, and I'm not talking about money because that's not the default. I'm just saying, say it's a bad character. Or if we talk relationships, bad relationship skills. Man, bad relationship skills. Woman, bad relationship skills. How's that really gonna turn out?
Might turn out good if
how's that really gonna turn out? Yeah, ask that question again.
They just need the Bible, I guess. I mean, I've been discovering a lot of different things about the Bible. That's why when Hamp said earlier that he can actually use the Bible in situations in his relationship, like it's scriptures to say, this is how I deal with this particular situation. I'm like, wow. I mean, maybe if people were really following it, but you're asking.
No, I'm saying when you grab the Bible,
they all messed up. It's really. I'm sorry, Scam. I don't mean to be rude, but that's just it. Come on, man. We know the answer to that, right? Like, I think.
I'm just saying.
What I want to know is, because I disagree with Fantastic. I think it's not about have to, right? Because I know he's not saying that, but I'm saying it's not about have to date a woman with kids, but would date a woman with kids? Why not? Like, I just, why not? Like, forget what the worst case scenario may be. Best case scenario, why not?
No, I'm saying right now, me and Fancy are going platitude when he's saying.
Wait, let me ask the question, because obviously you don't want to.
Well, no, let me be clear. Let me be clear. So when I say no to single moms and where either man pose, I'm talking about a man that's single that doesn't have any children. If you got kids and you're saying you're too good for single moms,
I'm talking about what you're talking about. Man, no kids. And I'm saying I don't care. He could be at the bottom of the barrel to the top of the barrel. Best case scenario, why not?
Because, like you said, dating, fucking, of course, hey, have fun. But taking her serious, because that is you admitting second place to the most important thing that a woman can give you, and that is your bloodline, your DNA, continuing your DNA. You know,
but a woman already having kids don't mean she can't give you kids.
Yeah, but you're second.
Isn't there an age limit?
Like, Fantastic is making it like it's a set thing, and podcast is saying no, it's not.
Kids should not be dating somebody who's already got kids.
Wait, say that again, Farouk.
Because there's so many women already between. If you're a young man, let's just say 18 to 25, there's already so many women who don't have kids that there's no risk. I mean, there's no sense in risking it unless you guys just really got that chemistry for that man to risk it. That's what he's saying.
So over 25, it would be okay.
18.
According to you, Tarus, over 25 would be okay.
I just put that number randomly out there, Beans, and my perspective. I think
that makes more sense.
Got enough life experience. Shit has happened at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I think Cheeky and I were looking at it. I think it was the first kid is happening at 28 on average.
8?
Yeah, I think it's 20. It was 28 or 26. I think it was 28.
28 is too much. I can't.
Too old.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I can't believe it jumped from 22 to 28 in a couple.
26 or 20. It might be 26. You might be right. I think it was 26. I'm trying to recall it. I don't think.
Remember him. The modern numbers have gone up. Like
they've gone up a bit for sure.
But you were looking at all women.
No, we were looking
at all women. The average has gone up. Beans.
Yeah,
black women.
Yo, it's me. So real quick, just
women, Latino women, white women,
but just for sake of argument, we looked at it. So 25 is a good number because I know it definitely wasn't 25. I think the average age for black women was either 26, 27, or 28. One of those three.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at this now. It's
look it up.
5.8.
Okay, yes, 26. All right, yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Wait, what number? What number, y'all?
That was 25.8. Yes. So me and Cheeky was like, okay, 26. When they have their first child. When they have their first
child.
What
does the number represent? They had their first kid?
On average.
Yeah, the youngest. Yeah, the youngest. Yeah, they're the youngest. Yeah, the youngest, the lowest age. Yeah.
So that goes,
that's fantastic.
Goes
question,
exactly
though.
To my point, Mr. Beans, like, if young men know that in today's world, most young women in their age group don't have a child, that's almost an unnecessary risk to take unless, again, the chemistry is just there. And obviously that's right, but that's part of the nuance. But in general, why risk it? That's
that whole plotting.
Well, yes, you see, but see, this is what I'm saying. I don't disagree. But what we usually do to make the arguments for things that we're against is we go worst case scenario. So that's why I'm saying best case scenario, why not? Right? What if I get with this chick who, and I'm not even saying 18 to 25 because I'm usually not thinking about that age, right? I'm usually thinking 30 and over because that's around the average age of Black people in America. I might be older than 30, actually. I think it might be 31.9. So, but I'm saying, why not? You know what I'm saying?
Too many variables.
Might be, this woman might be like, and again, best case scenario is what I'm doing. I could look at somebody and I'm just using her as an example, even though y'all don't know her, unfortunately. But like my auntie, she was married. She had 3 kids with her husband. He died from a drug overdose. She met another guy a few years later. That was like in the late 80s, early 90s, and they've been married ever since.
Yep, but now you gotta apply at the time, Dean. So
Before
again,
y'all
that's
break it down, I want to make sure.
What I mean?
We live in a variable world. Just being
Wait,
honest.
do you see what I'm
What
saying?
is the platitude being discussed, Bean? Because I walked off for a little bit.
So
about the not
Either
dating,
man.
don't
No
date,
single mothers.
single
Mediocre men should deal with single mothers.
No,
So what do you think?
so no, yeah. What I said was, if we're gonna say mediocre men should get women, right? I believe that they should get mediocre women, and what we have learned was mediocre for women are having a child. So should we be having conversations about mediocre getting with mediocre, and not mediocre? Because if she is childish, that would make her not mediocre. It'd actually make her an anomaly.
It wouldn't. That's the
But
point that he made
Yeah,
already.
Hey, let me. I want to make sure. I just want to make sure as y'all keep conversing, y'all could take the microphone right back. So, what the platitude that's in question is, don't date women with kids. That's what's being questioned in this very moment. That's the platitude. Go ahead, Bean. Or I think True.
Fantastic already made the point earlier that there's mediocre men and women with and without children.
Kids.
No. But
So
see, but that let me tell you
so
why.
her not having kids wouldn't, make her.
No.
an anomaly.
But the reason that's I think is, so we say that a woman is mediocre or not is typically is multiple things, but we would say her wound is one thing that make her mediocre or not. And with men, we'll say what make him mediocre or not is typically his money. So that's why I'm using one and one things. So if he's the type of guy, and that's why I made the example, he's making 40,000 or whatever the mediocre income, and she have a child, these things are actually equal. Because as soon as the majority of women have kids, that means that makes her non-mediocre.
But
So listen to what you said, Edie man.
Man,
Just
this
real
that's
quick.
sabotage.
So listen what you just said, Edie man. Now he's purposely making the worst possible financial decision because you're taking on a woman that has a child. It costs $300,000 to raise a child now to 18, Edie man. So why would you tell a man that's already suffering financially to take on a woman that he's going to be responsible for taking care of a child that's not his? What are we talking about, bro?
Because we live in 2025 and women income matters now. So it's not like he's
Okay,
taking
so her
a child.
income is
Hold
still
on.
her.
Let me respond in full thought. Just to respond to you in full thought. What you're saying is that why would he take on this financial burden? But in reality, if she's paying half of the bills, it's actually a benefit from him because now he have a less financial burden if he's using her income.
But we've been over the stats already, and the majority of young women are childless. So that man can find a woman who also has an income that doesn't have a child.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like I said, just like you can find a woman out there that's comparable in salary without a kid. If you pick the woman with a kid, that's gonna come with a whole bunch of different variables that's just you out of your control, right? We get into, hey, is the daddy involved? Is the daddy not involved? Is the child respectful? Is the child disrespectful? All these different things, bro. So that's why I'm saying I can't in good conscience suggest to any man.
Wait a minute.
I'm good with you saying that, but what I'm telling you is when we talk to mediocre men and we tell them to go above average mediocre women, I get that y'all want to argue that these women are still mediocre if they don't have, if they're childless, if they're submissive, and we're gonna say all these different things make these women quote unquote mediocre inside the middle. When we say the more these things I add on makes them rare and rare based off your ideology of what y'all preaching today, that makes them not mediocre.
But wait a minute. So fantastic. This is one thing I would position though. I believe, because I did some research once upon a time, and I'm holding on to the thought that I had then. I can't tell you what the research was. That most men marry women with children, right? So if we look at that and say that most men marry women with children, and that 80% of the time the women leave those relationships as well, maybe it ain't so bad. Like, you see what I'm saying? Maybe the kid ain't really the problem.
Do most men marry women with children? Is that true?
Oh, no. That's what I'm saying. If that's true, hold on.
Is that true?
Hold on. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. If it is true, this is the first thing that comes to mind, right?
Mhm.
Most men marry women that already have children. They don't tell you whether or not the children are theirs or not. So what you happen is, hey, like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all together, you're in a relationship. Y'all had the kid, then you get married. So more likely, if that's the case, I think that's the context that's missing. I'm not, saying 1000% for sure, but in most cases, I think that's what it is. A lot of people have their kids before they actually get married nowadays.
Let's just to entertain me for a second. Let's have a conversation if it's not that. Just really quickly. What if most men are marrying single mothers?
I don't believe that's true.
And the 80% of the time, the women are the ones leaving, right? So,
but that's what I'm saying. That's another thing too, Beans. That's what I said. The other variable is still the woman is still going to leave regardless. The women still are getting divorced filing for a divorce at 70% rates, right?
I'm saying the kid might not be that big of a deal, actually. Right? Outside of the point that you already made about what it can mean financially, but
no, the kid is a big deal. Anytime you spend with a person in a marriage is a big deal, Beans, because that's as a man, that's money wasted you never gonna get back. And again, if you adding a kid to it, that's more money you got to spend for whatever, right? So if we're saying at the end of the thing, let's go. I think the average years of marriage for Black people is like 8 years. I think somewhere between 5 and 8.
5.5.
5 and 8. I thought it was 5 and 8, but let's go with 5. Let's
wait. Back up for 1 second. What ROI do most men get from their own children?
Your lineage, your DNA being carried on, a biological imperative. That's pretty much it.
Beans.
Okay.
Beans.
Hey, Beans, can I jump in?
Yeah.
No. Wait. My bad, because
I got a question. I got a question too.
I interjected to ask him a question, so let him finish his thought. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, if it's like only the average time of marriage is somewhere between 5 and 8 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all that money you done spent, bro, you never getting that shit back, right? And my thing is, if you're gonna invest it, what do you mean?
I thought I was muted. All the money I spent, period, I ain't getting back.
Right.
If I went to the strip club, if I bought a bag, like this idea.
Yeah,
like,
for my kids though.
If I didn't invest it, the money ain't coming back to me anyways.
That's why I was asking the question about the ROI.
Yeah, like so when we say you'll never get that money back, I'll never get that money back on that fried chicken I bought.
Yeah,
like that. That's the whole point that I'm saying.
Fried chicken is tax deductible
when you
now.
spend money,
yeah, but guess what though? Guess what about that fried chicken, which you clearly are expert on, brother? You enjoyed it 1000%, 100%. You didn't have to share it with nobody. That's a decision you made for you only. You got full benefit. You got 100% of the ROI on that good old chicken.
It was not beneficial.
It was beneficial.
No, it wasn't.
That I don't enjoy buying a bike for my stepkid. Like, you're trying to argue that I didn't enjoy that. I enjoyed it just like I enjoyed that chicken.
I doubt it, but
just so you know, I just asked ChatGPT, and the percentage of women who marry the father of their first child, roughly 38 to 42% in the U.S. And we know statistics like that tend to be lower for us, right?
So,
yeah.
Mr.
I'm saying most men marry single mothers.
Mr. Beans,
I disagree.
Something, and I think unfortunately sometimes we use a lot of vague. So I'm just going to use a personal example. Mm-hmm. I have my dad, even though I consider him my real dad, that's my stepdad, Mr. Beans. He was with me since I was 5 years old. He taught me everything I know. He raised me. That's my real dad as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? That's why I asked Mr. Fantastic about the nuance between ex-wives and unfortunately, the women who get pregnant by some one-offs is because there is a nuance to that, right? My dad got with my mom. We were both in the military, but my mom was in a previous marriage. So at least for most men, that signals that this woman is about commitment. Again,
No,
not all the
it
time.
doesn't.
Just
It
some of,
doesn't.
just every now and then. Hold on, please.
A child is a child.
My parent,
Whether she was married or not, you raising somebody else's child.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. My bad.
As somebody who has a stepdad, like, can I finish?
Like
So in some cases, that's the nuance, right? They're still married, they still going strong 20 plus years, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Beans, I have to also admit, if my mom had me by some random dude in the club, maybe it's different. Maybe my dad doesn't consider her because that commitment that he saw wasn't there. I'm not saying it applies to every man. I'm just saying that's the case. That's the case with a percentage. You get what I mean? And so even my dad will tell me when I was younger, hey man, you probably don't want to mess with women who at your age who already have kids. You get what I mean? That's where I just got. I'm not saying that's universal. I'm just saying that's where I got my principle from.
But Tarus, here's the thing. First of all, I want to thank you for using the name on the screen, Mr. Beans, and I want to thank Hamp. He don't even know this, but he's the one who gave me the idea. But the thing is this: even if I said out of 100% of the 60% of women or the 40% of women who got married to the person they had the first child with, right? It still will only be 40% at best.
At best.
Yeah,
right?
but, Mr. Beans, I agree.
So wait, just let me
I
finish.
agree with you.
I
agree with you. I think the majority of women are married, or the majority of men are marrying women who had a kid with another guy. But what I'm saying is the percentage is the difference is going to come between whether that woman was already maybe in a previous marriage or a long-term commitment compared to like one of them one-night stands kind of.
But that doesn't
what
matter,
I'm doing is this. I'm being nice because it wouldn't be 40% if only 28% are actually married. Right. So you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I'm saying the number would still be relatively small. The fact of the matter is the majority of men are marrying women who have children. I don't think the kids are as big of a problem as it's being led to believe.
They're not a problem.
No, wait. Well, look at this. Look at this.
They're not at all.
So
no, they're not as big of a
They're not the problem for divorce. Go ahead, Hamp.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So we're looking at the platitude, right? Now, here's the interesting thing, right, Beans? And Scam, you could jump in, right? We're looking at it about maybe not being a problem because men are willing to do it. But then we have a divorce rate of 50%. So you see, so I wonder.
But 80% of those are found by women. So I'm saying, you see what I'm saying? It's still not that big of a problem for the men because they're not leaving.
Well, here's the thing, Beans, right? Do we believe that most men would divorce if they got cheated on? Is that still a thing?
The numbers don't suggest that. I used to think it, but after doing some research, the numbers don't suggest that.
Okay.
Yeah. We got to remember, like, unfortunately, the stat you just quoted is real, but the context needs to go with it. Why are women the majority?
So let me finish walking, right? Yeah. Because that's simply what I'm asking. The initiation, and I use my son as an example. He don't tell. Y'all heard me say this before. Big Chug don't come at me and tell on nobody, because he always the one doing some shit. He always getting told on. So I just liken that example to they filed because I could speculate, because it's speculation as to why the men are fucking up. I can make that speculation because it's all speculation about the reason why.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I just got to make sure you're not trying to suggest that the men is cheating because of the kids, are you?
The rate of women, the rate of the whole kids and men still marrying them, that has nothing to do with the overall divorce rate. You know what I mean?
Tarus, I love you like a play cousin. Please let him answer this question. Because this road that he walking down right now is suggesting that men are marrying single mothers and then cheating on them because of the kids.
But
Bro, listen to me. Listen to me, bro. Listen to how real shit is. My own kids, bro. Right? I'm trying to get some cheeks. I'm in the process. They come busting through the door. What happened? Niggas is fucking scrambling like when you turn on the light and the roaches scatter, nigga. My wife got to jump down or jump. You know what I'm saying? All types of shit. The kids start crying. They fuck you up mid-stroke. Daddy, the fuck out of here, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a whole bunch of shit. Yo, kids be fucking your mojo up, son.
All you did was made me realize that I shouldn't have never lost my ex. I'm sorry. I'm talking about we ain't never stopped or chilled out on no sex because of them kids.
And then look at this. Now it's not your kid. So my kids will say, Daddy, this nigga at the door yelling, Roger.
But if it's not your kid, why would you stop? Why would you stop if it ain't your kid?
Yo.
That don't even make sense.
Oh man.
Think about
what the hell did I just sign up for?
You scam.
What the hell?
Yo,
Whole government name being called out.
Oh man.
Yo.
Yeah, I got a
Here's
question.
the weird thing. When they got
I had a question, but
older
go ahead.
was when we started caring about whether or not they could hear us. Like when they got it to 16, 17, that's when we started caring.
Oh yeah, no. Then he asked, "What you doing to my mom?" You know, all types of shit. Go ahead, Scam. My bad.
Now I'm just curious. When they do the data statistics, and 70% this, and a lot of it, why does it always go to the negative side of it, even if it's over 50%? Then when we get in argues and dust offs, we say we on the better side, and then everybody else a loser. You get what I'm asking?
Say it again.
Okay. When it comes to the dating, whatever, we got, or a lot of stuff is gloom doom, or for everybody else, gloom and doom. 70% of the women leaving. So it's always assumed everybody in the 70%. Nobody's in that 30%. Then we get in an argument. Me and Podcast going at it. I'm gonna say I'm in the 30%, he in the 70%, and you go over there and lose with them. Or we talking about mediocre men. If they're mediocre, they're somewhere a little bit above under the average. Then we try to tell them that they can go out and get something better. And then the woman somehow got to go down and they mediocre too. Like, why is it always got to be boosting up and favoring one and then pulling down the other and throwing them into the pit with the loser stuff?
So do this, Scam. Show us the other way it should be articulated. Like, how would you articulate it when you want to focus on the positive, so to speak? What would you say?
Okay, if this dude making $40,000, that's only one thing. That's just $40,000 a year. Overall mediocrity, if you're talking about relationships, that's relationship mediocrity. If that's the case, like when you said the Bible, grab the Bible that makes you not mediocre. That's a way to get out of that loser 70 and get up to the 30, correct? That sound fair?
Yeah, I don't think that you take into consideration how much people really, especially men, want to what's that word for when you get with somebody?
What, sex?
No, like the actual relationship part. Not cohabitate, but
get in a relationship. That'll work.
Yeah, you know, I hate when I can't say it the way I want to say it because I feel like it'll hit better when I say it the way I want to. But
in-house booty.
They really genuinely want the companionship, and the lack of it has an effect, right? That's what makes it more difficult to even implement the solutions, right? Is because of the effect of the absence of somebody else and and how that's affecting you in a particular moment. When we're dealing with the numbers, like even with me, bro, I'm not doing well at all. If you watch my show, you know I'm not doing well at all. I talk about it. And I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about emotionally, psychologically, mentally, physically, right? I'm fucked all the way up. But I can have a conversation and I can use the numbers, and the numbers don't necessarily sway me, right? I can see the numbers. Damn, 50% in a divorce, 80% fouled by women, this and that, all of that. And I'm still like, damn, I'm gonna meet somebody. I just did a song. It's a whole simp song. I sampled Stevie Wonder. I was made the lover. right? That's really who I am. And knowing all these numbers don't change that. It don't change it at all. I still want to get with a woman. I still want to leave my mother and father and cling to my wife. I still want that. And that person might just have some kids or a kid. They might, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, it ain't that big of a deal to me if they do or they don't.
Yeah, you're talking.
Right. I'm gonna send the song to you.
Can I respond to what Scam Likely said?
Go ahead.
I think it's because the negativity sale. Like I just looked up what's the divorce rate for Christianity, right? It says 20 to 25%, right? But even if I tried to reword it, says how many Christians marriages make it to the end of time. The first thing comes up is 20 to 25% of the Christians get divorced, right? What that tells us is that I think that AI, Google understands that people are looking for negative, so they're feeding the things that they're looking for.
It's you gotta, if you use ChatGPT, you gotta ask ChatGPT. I could pull it up and show you on the screen right now. When I was just looking up something, I looked up something and I could tell by the way it was answering. The first question I asked was, what percent of adult age women in the US have children, right? And what it was telling me about, it said 85% of adult women in the US become mothers. And the fact that it responded with become mothers, I knew it wasn't answering what I actually asked. So I rephrased the question and said, I'm asking what percentage have kids as of today? And it literally says, thanks for the clarification. Here's the most updated statistic. And then it said about 58 to 62%, 18 and older. You see, so it's about how you ask the question.
Yeah,
I wasn't referring to ChatGPT. I'm talking about yeah, but E-Man, just like E-Man was saying about the 25%, it already starts with something negative. 25% failure when he's not even saying 75% successful.
But he asked the question though, Scam. Like he literally asked it the question. So it's not.
No, I wasn't saying I'm talking ChatGPT. I'm talking people in conversations.
No. He literally, the man said he asked it the question. What percentage of Christian people in divorce? So it's not starting with something negative. It's answering the question.
No, I was talking about people, though he referred to GPT. I keep saying ChatGPT.
Okay.
I'm saying
change ups today.
I can get up here and talk about people getting beat down by the refrigerator. But I can also say that there's something you can do to drop 30 pounds or 30% of your BMI probably in the next 3 months. Without just saying, no, but I could just stay stuck on people being overweight and just stay there. Or I could say, hey, there's something you can do to be less overweight. But it's always to where it comes when they talk about marriages and the women's and this stuff, it always going to drag back to the 80% leaving, that this is going to happen. And it really, the way it's expressed, it might as well be 100%.
Well, but the thing is since we're talking about marriage, can't we agree if at the high end Christianity is having about 25% and the world is having about 50%, can't we say that number is directly reflected by not having the Bible inside of the marriage?
I can't say directly, but I can say that I can conclude, because there's other stuff, but I can say that probable that if you grab that Bible, you're going to get a better outcome.
Respectfully, so we could get
I can say
better
probable
understanding. Is there any way you can ask the AI the same question as it relates to the other two big three and things like Hinduism and Buddhism as far as the divorce rate? Because what if those numbers are the same, then there's a clear correlation between religious beliefs and marriage rate / divorce. But if like say Islam or Judaism or Buddhism or Hinduism have a lower rate of divorce, that actually says something toward Christianity and Western society and the rate of divorce.
No, Tarus, the issue is it can be probable, but a lot of people are going to take it as if you grab the Bible, you increase this by this percentage.
That's true.
But I can show you 5 Christians that grab the Bible and beat their wife over the head with it, and they're getting divorced. So it's not like it's a dominant thing. It's a probable thing. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. And
Also, wait. Also, I would like to know. We're real quick, Tarus.
If you could pull it off, just so we can see the comparison.
Also, I would like to know when you asked that question, where you asked, was it responding about the U.S. or was it responding worldwide?
I'm only looking at U.S. I'm only looking at U.S. So let me answer, because y'all asked me like 4 questions, right? So I only doing my research in the U.S. When I look up Muslims, because he brought up Muslim as one of them, it says they have about a 33% divorce rate. So it's a little bit higher, but I think it's got a lot to do with. I don't want to go into that, but yeah. So regardless of not trying to tie it down to one religion, when you're getting married and you have someone bigger than you involved in it, it seems like the marriage a lot longer when you're not self-centered.
Right. There's still a lot. There's still a lot. All the religions are still a lot lower than the 50-60% you was referencing, right?
But 25% is incorrect. There's no way that's true.
Like, then we argue with the facts. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like sometimes
Absolutely. There's no way that's
it's sometimes that we want to just argue, but like I didn't challenge your facts, and you can look it up. Maybe
there's no way that. But think about what you're saying.
You might can find something different, but that's
yes. Think about what you're saying. You're that's why I said if you're just talking about the U.S. and what percentage of people in the U.S. do you think are Christians? Like what percentage of married people do you think are Christians? Right?
But
like,
that doesn't matter.
Mr. Beans, we're talking about America right now. We don't.
So that's the point. That's why I'm saying 25% is absolutely too low.
No, I'm saying like Hamp.
Let me show you this. This would be quick. This would be quick. You can jump in, Scam. U.S. population on average 45 to 50%, right? Non-practicing Christians 50 to 60%. Christians, regular church 25 to 30%. Couples who pray together daily less than 10%. So, but I think it actually bolstered Bean's point, because the overwhelming majority of quote unquote Christians are just average everyday Americans, and we see the ones who say they're Christian but don't study to show thyself approved and such are at 50 to 60%. So it's almost inconsequential.
Well, I wasn't talking about a label. I was talking about people that's actually in the faith. To your point that you said 25%, and then if they pray together on the normal basis, it's 10%, right? And so it's the difference between labeling yourself as something and actually practicing. And I think that's what DJ Hamp just explained.
Absolutely. Which is why when you said that only 25% of divorces was Christians, I told you were wrong. Right? Because Christian is the label. You didn't say practicing Christian. You said
okay. I'm sorry. Maybe I should say practicing.
No, you shouldn't change.
No.
You just accept what was said.
Like I thought that some things are implied, but I'm talking to Beans. If I don't say every word, so I need to say practicing Muslim. Let me give you a new research on practicing Muslim, so we can be specific.
But see, that's the thing though. You are responsible for what you present, though.
I'm okay. Listen, I'm okay because I accepted the facts that you gave. Right? The facts that you gave is that 60% of non-practicing Christians. Right? Mm-hmm. So I don't even know what percentage of that of the Christian faith it is. I heard being assumed that was majority of Americans. That's what he assumed.
Absolutely is a majority.
It is.
That is the majority.
It is overwhelmingly. Like
here's my search. I'll give you my words. What percent of U.S. divorcees are Christian? The answer I got back: approximately 66% of divorced or separated adults in the U.S.
Most people getting divorced are going to be Christian. 100%.
Mr. Beans, Hamp, the statistic
that number is too low.
That the majority of Americans identify as Christian.
Exactly, and that. Yeah, so Tarus, it's like a common sense correlation. You know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely. You said it that way, not me though.
Discussion, man, because it matters.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Hamp, we got a question.
Go ahead.
Let's just say we're just gonna take this data. Like you play football.
Mm-hmm.
They told you, you know what? 87.28% of people don't even start.
Okay.
And they tell you when they're offering scholarships, 76.22% of right-handed men don't get Division II scholarships.
Mm-hmm.
That mean any damn thing?
No.
Or E-Man, when they told you blackity businesses fail in the first 2.6 years, the average black man only makes 42. Does it mean anything?
It means absolutely
In a,
nothing to me.
so
But Tarus, in the army, most men don't ever get promoted.
are you saying in a vacuum, right? So they give me this stat in a vacuum with no context around it, right?
Or even if they gave you the stat,
Yeah.
you're
So
making the decision that you're gonna be in that top 5-10%, and you
give me context. Those games. I'm asking for a reason. Are they giving me a context around why those businesses fail? Are they giving me that or are they not? Just so I understand your question.
No, but where I'm going is they keep trying to drag you into those percentages and say that's who you are, that's your life, and
okay,
80% fail, 72.6% fail, you're gonna fail. They be failing, they're failing so bad they fail, and that's all you keep hearing. What about the 22.2% that made it?
Yeah.
Did you ask me who I was? You ask who these people are going, or even why the hell they failing?
Okay.
Where's that at?
So if we say on the football example, when I was coaching, right, 100 kids on the team, right, 5A program, 5,000 kids in the school, whatever, 6A, city's different. We need to get 10 D1 kids a year, like Nick Saban come to the school, that type of D1, right? They say, Coach, there's 120 of us on the team. How many gonna play in college? I said 80 y'all. What, Coach? How you? Yeah, 80 y'all gonna play. So I want you to change your trajectory into what you thinking. You are a great high school football player, but you are 5'6", 170 pounds. The likelihood that you get there is not there. So that's why I was asking, what's the context? So if somebody says this business fails in this area, right? Is there market research implemented, right? How many other businesses, what is the demographic in which I need to serve? So is there context? That's why I was asking, Scam, not to pull apart your question, but just to see what.
No, you get where I'm tying it though.
No, hold on, but let's stay there. Don't, let's not move. Do you tell the 120? So you said only 8 is going to D1. How many do you encourage to quit? Out of 112 kids that not going D1, how many do you encourage to quit and not to try?
No, play in college, period. Not even just D1.
Play in college. I get what you're saying.
Knowing that stat.
No, knowing the stat that only 8 of them is going to the
program.
How many of them have you said, hey man, you 5'6"? You might as well not even try to play football. You ain't going to the next level to do it. How many of those guys you had that conversation with?
That question doesn't make sense because I'm saying because what did you miss? You are a great high school football player, but your trajectory to college is slim to none.
All right, so
but what he's saying is that if the kid doesn't stay in the program, he's never going to be part of that 8%. If he just walks off the program, you get what I mean?
I understand that, but I just don't know how that even correlates.
No, because
that's a part of it too.
Come on, man. Come on, I'm begging y'all, please stop. Yeah. No, come on. Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that. Here's a real conversation. Man, I just came into a whole bunch of money. I want to start my own business, man. Yeah, what you think about doing? I'm thinking about doing a restaurant. Man, blah, blah, blah. Percent of restaurants fail, man. You need to look into it and find out why they be failing so you can try to avoid what it is that those other people ran into a problem. Or you could consider doing this because there's a lot of this going on right now and these businesses are booming right now. That's a real conversation, bro. Nobody you ain't gonna ever make it. Like nobody's doing that. Why y'all even taking the conversation?
No, you're not getting what I'm tying it into.
I got it, Sam, and I apologize. I kind of derailed your point.
I don't
do you get it? Because I don't.
They really passionate about
He gets where I'm going. I can
do open set restaurant, right? There's a difference between acknowledging
was saying
and not trying.
We paralyze people with the negative stat after negative stat after negative stat, and then what's their effort look like after if they getting is negative stats, and we never focus on the good, even if the good is the minority.
Or even the why behind it. They talk about divorce. No matter if a dude comes out here looking like Albie Shore, a briefcase full of cash, Derek Jackson talking, and got 5 women lined up saying they want to get married. All you do is, man, the baby mamas. All they twerking in the club. 82.6% walking out of the marriage, just cheating on the men's. They beat them to death with it. Don't matter who the dude is.
Never gonna
dude could be married already. All the married men the simps. All the kids ain't yours.
Paralysis by analysis is what happens to people who don't know enough about the thing. But I agree with you, Beans. That's the conversation. As an entrepreneur, Beans, I tell people, go get a job. This ain't what you want. That to eat what you kill every day and hope for this, and everybody, most people ain't built for this. Right. Is that negative if I do that, Terus or E or Scam?
No, it's not. And Hamp, to your greater point, unfortunately, I've had to tell a lot of my friends this when they call themselves entrepreneur. And what do you do? That is such a entrepreneur is such a broad term. What is it that you're actually doing or trying to specialize in? You get what I mean? And then on top, and then when you start asking, again, that's a surface level question I just asked. And unfortunately, a lot of dudes can't even answer that. Like, what do you do?
That's a whole nother combo that we can have. But I understand why you're saying it. E, what you think of that? Like the substance of it, because the kids don't quit. Because I don't want to just speed by.
So,
they don't quit. They still play, and they may even disagree with me, but they ask me the question.
No. So what I'm saying is we having two different. I like the idea what Beans went when he said, "Hey, let me give you the information you need so that you can be successful in what you do." Remember, this whole conversation started with the red.
I can rock with that.
Like the red pill. Are y'all saying that they giving these guys what they need to have to
Hell
be
no.
successful in a marriage? See that if we bring it all together,
Shit.
Yes, absolutely. You just don't like.
Let's go around the room.
Let me answer your question, E. Yes, and you know why? Because they're giving them the solutions to be in marriages with the modern woman. They not giving them solutions to be in a marriage with your wife. They giving them solutions to be in a marriage with the modern woman, bro.
But that's when I think you're being disingenuous, because they tell them not to get married.
That's not what you asked, though. You didn't ask that.
No.
He said that with a straight face.
No, listen.
That's not what you asked, E.
No.
Podcast.
If they
Really
tell
rough.
them not to get married, they're not giving them advice to be in a marriage.
No,
if
really
I say don't
podcast.
play football, no, listen. If I let's go back to Hamp's example.
Christ,
if I tell them don't play football, I'm not telling them to play football.
Right. Absolutely. So I just want to make sure I get you clear on this, because somebody from the red pill community go ahead and hit the link. So you're saying that they're telling them not to get married at all for no reason, no matter what, at no point in your lifetime.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And they're preparing them for the very failure that they complain about.
He said he stayed in his corner and he
All right,
watching, so that's why he might not
No,
know.
it's not that. It's the fact that what y'all do is y'all take one part of a conversation or the worst part. That's why I say you always want to have worst case scenario. Nobody ever want to have the conversation from a best case scenario point of view. What I'm saying is you're taking the worst content, red pill content message, right? And then you're applying that to the entire space. Well, I'm saying no, how could they be telling the guys don't get married while trying to convince the women that they need to get married?
No,
who the women don't marry?
No, but you're wrong.
Wait, answer the question.
I'm
If
about to
they're
answer
trying to
your
convince
question.
the women that they need to take these mediocre men and marry them, who are the women gonna marry?
They're not convincing them. They convincing women that they should not want marriage.
Now you're talking about what they convince them instead of what they're saying. See what I mean? But when I did that, you want to go off of what they were saying. You can't have it both ways.
I got you. But what you said is that red pill are convincing women that they want to get married.
That's not what I said. What I said is you said they're telling the women that they need to accept these mediocre men for marriage.
Not for marriage. No, I didn't. I started the conversation, said we wasn't talking about marriage. Me and you.
Wait, so earlier in the conversation when you made the comments about mediocre, you wasn't saying that they were telling the women that they need to accept these mediocre men.
I said they need to accept them. I never said they need to marry these mediocre men. I literally started.
The word
marriage.
Go ahead. Hank.
No, you got it. I might have added.
Yeah,
marriage in there.
he didn't say marriage, but the word marriage is the point of contention, right? So the brothers who are in the red pill, the manosphere, they want these men to have relationships. They're just saying because of divorce laws, marriage is not conducive to men.
Right,
Absolutely.
but that goes to E's point, Hamp, is that the majority
of
who's talking about marriage are guys who have already self-confessed that they don't want to be married. You get what I mean? Like the guys are like, for example, Andrew Tate is a huge dude in the red pill community. Why, if I, who's married, I've been married for 17 years, as you know, I got 2 daughters. Why would I want any of my daughters to date a guy who listens to Andrew Tate, a guy who runs a sex camera business? He doesn't live like the stuff he's talking about. You see what I mean? A lot, like, why would I want my daughters to date somebody like Fresh and Fit, guys who aren't interested in trying to actually be in a relationship while trying to lecture women about being in a relationship? It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so that's a tangible point that Beans can directly respond to.
Well, I don't want to respond to that. I want to talk about what you were just pointing out, because what I'm saying is this. Maybe because I'll just listen to what comes across my algorithm at this point. I'm not searching for nobody, right, in particular. But what I'm saying is, from my understanding of what I've gathered from most red pill men, I'll put it to you like this. If the women weren't divorcing men and the divorce laws didn't go against men, would these men want to be married? Yes or no?
We don't know.
Right? So
we don't know.
That's my point.
That's a crazy assumption.
It's not an assumption because they're saying it. That's my point. If they're saying the problem is the fact that women have these issues, women don't want to submit, women don't want to do this. If they're saying the problem is that women leave these relationships, they leave divorce 50% rate, they leave 80% of the time. If they're saying that's the problem, when they were saying is the opposite side of that is if those things weren't happening, then these men would gladly be married. So what I'm saying is, even if you're saying they're anti-marriage, I'll concede, I'll give you that. I have to argue with you about it. But what I am telling you is that they are literally telling these men how to be in marriages with the modern woman, because you're not looking at it from a realistic point of view. I'll concede to whatever extreme it's gotten to. But in the beginning, it was about men looking at this realistically. Get out of this Disney fantasy that you in, that the woman is the nurturer, loving, caring, all this other stuff like that. No, you're the one that's really like that. You're the one that really wants companionship. You're the one that's trying to bond. She ain't. She looking for protection and provision. And that was the awakening part. So it's like, okay, cool. If you're going to be with this woman, understand what it is that you're getting yourself into. This is what the data looks like. And this who they really are. Now you get to make a choice.
I'm saying that the answer is just no. It's absolutely not. Just no.
The intention of the red pill, of the manosphere, might have been exactly what you stated. Here's the undeniable fact of life. The statistics and the fact that male loneliness has gone up, the marriage rates have gone down, childbirths have gone down, says the message trying to be delivered has been an absolute colossal failure. You have to admit that.
Hold on, no, because I don't know if Dean seen my whole over point, right? Based on what is being preached by that, it's almost equivalent of DJ Hamp says, leave the high school, leave the organization, stop playing football for this organization and go play sideline pop football over there. Like that's the point I'm telling you. They're still encouraging them to leave it.
That's why I said I'll concede to whatever extremities exist today. But from what I used to hear from people arguing about red pill, the whole thing used to be that it wasn't anti-marriage.
You're talking about where it started versus where it is now?
Yeah.
I'm talking about what the message was in general. We had this conversation before, I believe, either on Hamp's channel or on Fight Club, where we talked about what's more prominent, a few messengers or the message. Right? If you got a few messengers who are adding on to anti-marriage rhetoric, like complete even I used to say, I'm against marriage unless you over 40 years old. So you see what when me and E had our debate, he was like, you're anti-marriage. I rocked with it because we needed to have the debate, but I wasn't anti-marriage. I'm just anti-marriage if you're under 40. Why? Because the data says when you're after 40 years old is the point where you'll be making enough money to where you can financially provide. So if that's all they want anyway, you might as well wait till you're 40 to do it.
Imagine though, but Mr. Beans, this is why I hope you evolve from that. Because imagine thinking that it's only good to marry at 40 years old plus, even though the average woman is, what did we just say that about 10, 15 minutes ago? Oh, that's right. The average woman's having a first kid at 26. 24, my bad, 25.7.
Right.
So imagine only waiting. Imagine listening to Mr. Beans and being like, "Yeah, but still wait 15 years after that." You know, I mean,
what's gonna change?
He said,
you know what I mean?
well,
Like
Tarus,
no, but Mr. Beans, this is the problem. Like, I just want to be clear, and I'm not talking to you specifically, but the red pill. If I listened to anything the red pill had to say, I would not be married for 17 years, Mr. Beans. I'd be divorced and bitter. Let's be clear about that, because you guys tend to talk about marriage from a pure robotic, transactional, freaking just AI version of marriage. Like everything is such Stepford Wives kind of shit. And if I listen to you guys, I wouldn't be married either.
but Beans isn't.
I'm
but
not red
Tarus,
pill.
yeah, he's
No, but
so
Beans is defending. But Beans is defending the red pill right now, Hamp. And
I'm
so
not defending it. What I'm doing is I'm having a conversation because no other red pill guys are here. Right?
Mr. Beans, what I'm saying is that yes, the red pill, they did want guys to be married. I'm saying their message
No, they
has been
don't.
a colossal failure. They don't know the correct message to get guys to be in committed relationships because the statistics say their message isn't working.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Are passport bros red pill?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Checkmate.
No, that's not checkmate.
It is.
No, that's
You
not
think they
checkmate.
going up there and get married?
You can't say
They're not
that
going
in
to-
marriage.
Passport bros aren't going to get married.
Hold on.
listen to a couple things. Listen to a couple things because I don't got that much more time. Listen to a couple things. When Beans says wait till 40, he also said that most men are marrying women with kids. So the 26-year-old argument to Ruth when she having her first kid, he like, so niggas doing that anyway. So that's one part. I just want to make sure that's reconciled, you know. So that's actually consistent with what he been saying.
Right.
And then last thing, right? The passport bro sentiment, at least what I've heard the most of, go find a woman that's going to submit that you can marry to in these other countries. That's what I've heard most of.
Right.
Can I had a whole panel of them, which is what I'm going off of more so.
The key word, because Mr. Beans know the words matter, and this is how it relates to the red pill and manosphere, is the word submit, submissive. Because Hamp, there is a reason why the passport bros go to piss poor economic countries instead of rich Western countries. There's a reason why they pick piss poor Philippines or piss poor Colombia and Venezuela and not rich ass Denmark, Norway, Germany, Sweden, or any of these other countries. By the way, it lets you know they sexual and they racial preference because there's so many piss poor countries in Africa that the passport bros still don't choose.
That's a fact.
America, they rather go to Southeast Asia. So there's a whole bunch of layers into this thing. And why do the passport bros go there specifically? Because they're non-Western countries. Those women somehow are more submissive because it's an Eastern style philosophy. I've heard all this fucking crap before. And you know what happened, Hamp? The reality is that these passport bros who are part of the red pill community, what has been happening? Them dudes have been getting robbed, murdered, or all of the above.
They're getting synced, pimped, ganked, and shanked over there in different languages. That is true.
I have told these dudes a couple of years ago, Hamp, when I first came up here, if you're going to go overseas, at least be interested in the country you're going to, right? But if you're going to Colombia and the only reason you going to Colombia is because, oh man, they got bad bitches. So you're not going to try to learn Spanish. You don't know the culture. You don't know the capital of the place. You don't know your way around. You're not trying to get interested around. Well, guess what? You're trying to take advantage of these women, and then all of a sudden, Mr. Beans, I hear these passport bros come up here whining about those women are now taking advantage of them. Oh my God. Because these guys, the red pill community has made it clear, Mr. Beans, that they want marriage to be purely transactional. Well, guess what the women have heard and adapt and evolved to? Purely transactional means. And now you guys are still, and now not you, I'm not going to say that, but now the
thank you for
red pill
correcting me.
is still crying.
Well, but this is the thing I would say. Just now you're talking about the experiences. And who am I? I'll take your word for it. I don't follow them, so I'll take the word for it.
You ain't going to say you're not going to follow.
He's jumping off the ship.
No. What I'm saying is, I'll take your word for the experiences that they're having because I don't follow them. I've heard some horror stories, right?
Now you're just kind of familiar.
Wait,
with
Tarus, can you let me finish so you can
Mr.
understand
Beans,
what I'm saying?
respectfully, Mr. Beans, I show you a lot of respect every time we're
you
up
have to show respect
What
by
I-
allowing me to finish
Mr.
so you'll know where I'm
What I
going
don't
before
want
you
you to do
respond
is
to it, right?
gaslight, explaining like you don't
I
know.
don't have to. I'm not going to gaslight you.
know
I
who
don't.
these
If you
guys
just
are.
let me finish,
Mr.
it's
Beans,
very
you know who
easy.
these guys are.
I don't know who they are. So that's my point. I'm taking your word for the experiences, but we're not debating the experiences, right? We're debating the rhetoric. So where we had our point of contention at was whether or not Red Pill were setting men up to for marriage, right? And I'm saying based on the information that they were providing for the modern women, I would say yes. Right. And the only reason why I'm saying yes is because they provided the information to understand what you were actually dealing with, to wake men up. Now, that was what it was when I first got involved in it. But I've been a content creator for 4 years. I ain't really been paying attention for the last 3. I done got I'm responding more to political stuff now at this point than I am red pill shit. I do more content about the way people communicate and the things that they say than whether or not it's red. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said I'll take your word for their experiences. But I'm just saying if you go back to the beginning, this is what it used to be. Me and E actually agree. Single moms, I think it's okay to date a single mom. To your point, on my arms, I have son of Maurice. Maurice was my stepdad, right? Broke my heart when he passed away. I realized I didn't take advantage of him being in my life as much as I should have. All the questions I had after he died. So I'm not never gonna shit on stepdads, none of that. But I am gonna tell people that you shouldn't be trying to force other, men who don't want to deal with other people's kids to do it. Right? Because that's gonna be a bad, that's not gonna be synchronized very well. You know, this man in there with these kids he don't like. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. It's just at the end of the day, bro, I think you can take out of what people say, you can take out of it what you want. When I was listening to red pill content, it did make me hate women. It made me look at them for what they really were. And after that, years later, I'm still sitting here now. I just sent Hamp my new song. I'm still making I Love You Girl music. Like that's it. Because I'm still that guy. So it's all about what you take from it. And I can't remember if Hamp or Scam was the one who made that point earlier.
The what you take, there's something that they're actually not giving that you can't take.
I'm sorry, Scam. I understand every point
I want to know what
you just said, and respectfully, I understand it, but I disagree because again, the red pill is not giving the correct information. I told you, I think they're trying to give the correct information. They're just not. Okay? Mr.
About
Beans,
marriage?
whatever the correct information
anything,
they're
be
trying
honest.
to state to get guys married is not working.
Okay.
You get what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I
Whatever
can
the
see.
information is, and because their information is not working, one of the reasons now is that, or one of the symptoms we have now is passport bros going overseas to countries already on bad faith information or incorrect information.
That's true.
Right.
You get what I mean? And
Yeah.
so that's what I'm saying. The red pill community, I get their intentions, sure. But Mr. Beans, you also know the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll say this about I'll try to make it quick. They talk about the problems with the women's and why they're divorcing and all this. And, like I said earlier, it's communication, infidelity, incompatibility, and then the finances. But they never even bother to unpack it. They just say irreconcilable differences. Well, how do you reconcile irreconcilable differences? By communicating. I've never heard a red pillar talk about the very things, a man sitting here and a woman sitting there, and them actually working out a problem. I've never heard them talk about pillars of actual what leadership really is. It's just you show up and be a man and start yelling at a woman and she's supposed to do everything you say. And it's the opposite in the react and how they're doing, because everything in the red pill is based on a woman, which means they the followers. It's how to go out, get bigger and stronger, make more money to go be a bigger trick and go chase after the almighty bimbos. And get yanked and skanked and then come right back to the same thing. Keep going in a cycle. Give it money to them, give it to the bimbos, then complain about what they're doing with the money. Am I saying something that's wrong? Oh, you know what? Let's go over to Colombia and go to Venezuela and whatever. Pretty much, hey, we need to lower the basketball goal from 10 feet to 7 feet to make us better. Then they're getting dunked on people who 5'6". Then complaining because I'm telling you, I got friends that have
Scam,
worked.
you can't forget to increase the AIDS rate by 10,000%. You forgot about that part.
Yeah, but they'll go over there and then get a vasectomy and go over there and start slinging sour penis and then blame them. This is what they're doing. And then somehow knowing that it's all about submitting to the almighty sour vagina that's used and got a body count of 462. And it's built, and what is there to display? More and more bimbos. More and more yankety skanks that you complain about. But let's get better so we can go out and try to get them and get them in order. When the truth is there's a whole nother element of people. Like I asked Hamp one time, was tomorrow, we got to change the laws, the attorneys. Hamp, E-Man, and Tarus, when you got married, were your best men, were they all attorneys or police officers?
No.
Do you have Cochran sitting in your living room so when your woman don't do what you say, hey, doctrine 406.2, is that how y'all really living? But this is what they pitching. And there's people sitting there, yup, the women's 38.2%. Yup. That's what they're doing. And they're producing these AI bots to where you got 24-year-olds clicking links talking about divorces in Arizona and ain't even left Memphis their whole life. That's what we're watching happen. Did I say something that was wrong?
You got a point on that last part.
But if it's so much about these marriages, where is women have put their complaint? Communication is bad. They said infidelity is bad. They said the compatibility and expectations are bad. They said the finances, in which all they said is make more money, which ain't true. It's about decisions being made with finances. Those are the answers to why they're leaving. And where is some form of anything close to how can we solve or get better at those things?
Yeah, this too easy to just say that.
Anybody?
I think that's very easy to just say that, bro. Like, honestly, because we talking about context, but then we're leaving out a lot. You don't want to talk about the therapist and the psychologist and the couples therapist and all of that that came out and all the stuff that they say about women not wanting to be held accountable and what percentage
accountable
of them
to what?
Wait a minute,
accountable
bro,
to what?
The whole time while you was just talking, nobody said nothing.
Go ahead.
You don't want to talk about all of the therapists that come out and talk about inside. You just talked about communication. And I'm talking about therapists where you sit down with a mediator to have communication, saying that when it comes time to talk about the women and the women holding themselves accountable, they tend to leave those sessions. They go away. Sometimes the men will stand in sessions by themselves. A lot of times they won't. When you look at the data shows that more than 50% of people who have marriage and couples therapy relationships end at the end of the session, and another 20% end within 2 years of couples therapy. Right? So that's what I'm saying. It's easy to just say these things. The reason why I like data and numbers is because I don't have to deal with your feelings or your anecdotal experiences. I can just go straight to the numbers and say, this what's going on. But the same way how we know most businesses fail, but we all still try to start our own businesses, is the same way how even though I know most marriages fail, I still want to be with a woman. I still want that companionship. I don't want to put the paper towels and the toilet paper in the bathroom in the kitchen and have to restock the hand soap and all that other good stuff that women do to make a house a home. And the candles and the air fresheners and all that stuff. I want a woman to do that stuff, right? So I'm just saying, it's easy to just say, oh, the men is talking this, they're talking that, they're talking this. Yeah, they do. But it's not coming from nowhere, Scam. It's coming from
So you actually prove my point.
No. So he's saying there's much more substantive things that have been discussed and actual proof about the issues that are being talked about, right? So, and this is the problem, right? The people with the voices don't say the things that are also true, right? So there's things that they say happen with women in a marriage and things of that nature that I directly experienced, right? And I, for all intents and purposes, I check all the boxes, right? So the money thing isn't an issue, you know. I come from a 2-parent household, et cetera, right? I have like accomplishments, like I have a degree, I'm in this fraternity and this organization, I give back to the kids and all these things. I play football in college, I DJ, so I'm like the cool all those things. And yet I've been unable to avoid um the decent amount of the stereotypes that the men say exist when dealing with women, right? But then the those of us that seemingly are quote unquote successful don't acknowledge the plights, right? So when is it okay to discuss a plight that the men are at least saying they're experiencing in mass? We can figure out if it's true or not. I'm simply saying, oh, I've seen that, I've dealt with that too. But instead, it's the men that seemingly shouldn't have their problems acting like they don't.
No, Hamp, what I'm saying is
just before you respond to that, I gotta tell Beans this. Thank you, Beans. I found the problem. I've been looking for this problem for like a couple of years. I was like, why is the marriage rate 50%? I went to Google. Google told me 50% of marriages go to marriage counseling. These goddamn therapists is watching us separate. Listen, I think it's a direct correlation to when you go put other people in your business, you
Right.
end up divorced. Like
Right. Type shit.
50% of marriages actually go to the counseling, and 50% of them get divorced. So it sounds like you got to stop having other people in your business.
Not other people, just therapists. It's a business. See, if you got like a Hamp in your corner, right, that you can call because he can give you marriage advice because he's married. He can give you spiritual advice because he's spiritual. He can give you manly advice because he's a man. You see what I'm saying? So if you got somebody like that, you don't need a therapist. You just need to listen, right? But the problem is a lot of us don't have that. Y'all know everybody think everybody just run around here with all the cousins, uncles, and everything. I promise you, it's a lot of people out here who do not have that.
Real quick, guys, as somebody who goes to therapy, individual therapy, solo dolo, absolutely.
Yeah.
Marriage counseling, probably not.
Right. And Terus, and therapy, I want to make sure I give you these flowers if I didn't. Therapy works for you because you 100% transparent. You super transparent up here, so I can only imagine how much you share in that intimate setting, and you ain't trying to exonerate yourself from shit. You taking full on brunt of all the accountability for everything that you made a choice to, whether you did it or not. And I think that's the overarching difference why you are successful in therapy, you know, because they can't really give you prescriptions. They give you tools around what you tell them, right? Just by law, you know. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. But and also C-scam. So if I'm simply saying that, oh no, I've seen those behaviors, I witnessed them. I DJ weddings. I've seen people have fought, all types of just stuff happening to where I can't conclusively say they just complaining. I'm saying that based on anecdotal experience, these plights have merit. What you think?
Okay. I never said women are in order and it's all on the men's. Men out of order, women's out of order. I'm probably out of order. Shit. Dog's out of order. We get it.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, can you agree? Most women have a job and have an apartment or somewhere to stay. Most people have the tangible things to be able to survive in life. Majority of relationships are intangible. Communication, you can't see. Leadership, you can't see. Affection, attention, all those things can't be seen. Red Pill won't even talk about them. They just throw the tangible data, statistics, numbers, money in the junk because they know men are allegedly logical and disconnected on the emotional side. And if women's foundation, if their currency is the emotional side, why would you just throw it away? Emotions, feelings, they don't matter. You're being emotional, sensitive. You're being emotional. You're not being a man. That's very damaging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think that the baseline is off to your point, right?
Right. Meaning when I was in my 20s and I was on college campus, I'm ugly now, but I wasn't ugly then. About 36, I think I turned ugly. But I can get these women's. There's a whole bunch of them. This college campus, HBCU. Get them. Now she's here. What in the hell do I do? What do I say? I didn't know what active listening was. Anybody tell me that? If I'd have went red pill and all they say is be a man, you need to make more money, I'd have been a stronger, angry caveman, miserable at the world. Probably jumped off a building with 3 people with me. If I really believed that junk, because it doesn't tell you the truth. This is a woman sitting right here. She got her wants and her needs, and they're different than yours. These people go through stuff. There's a whole listening, understanding, guiding, all this other stuff that's actual reality.
Here's the thing, right?
They don't even talk about it.
The takeaways that we choose, right? And that's why I'm looking at perspective, you know? So as an example, what we realize is the emotionality of people is very similar, right? Right? It's very, very similar. When men argue or fuss or have discourse, guess what we do? Yell, fuss, threaten each other. Sound like emotion to me.
Yeah.
Right. So, but the baselines are off though. And see, here's my actual takeaway. Now that we had like the manosphere or the red pill, whatever the case is, we've had these conversations and now people have been intertwined and we actually get to see no, conduct is very, very similar. Oftentimes it's how people are reared is their modus operandi, right? So my not cry, found a solution and then apply the solution is because of like my dad's disposition, how I was raised very directly, right? So that makes it that's the difference maker. So now that we're all together and people aren't coming up with their fathers, the conduct of the men and the women is very similar, if not the same, and that's what needs to be assessed. So that's what I see the value is from these conversations started by those men.
Well, I can show you 2-parent household men where the man told them, I can say it, a lie that was told. All you got to do is get a degree, my brother, and get a job. And the women just going to fall in line and everything going to be perfect. Those men are very mad when they got that degree and whatever. And the things ain't in order. And they weren't taught the actual emotional intelligence and the actual real stuff. They madder than the ones than the single moms are.
But I think what we still got to say is these conversations are not bringing men and women together. I think if anything, it's pushing them farther and farther apart. What I heard Bean say earlier is that he felt that it was leading to men and women being together by teaching this stuff through the red pill. But I think it's actually making more men single.
Marriage rate when it was up last year.
So you think marriage went up last year because of red pill?
Well, you can't.
I'm
do
just
that.
trying to. I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I'm saying I'm giving you a number, right? So if you're saying the red pill is pulling people apart, right? That's what you said, right? It's dividing people, and then I let you know that people were getting married more. Are you going to discredit it when you want to, and then not credit it when you?
I was
So
trying to understand.
So you can't correlate it either way, I guess. Essentially,
No, that's what I was saying. I was trying to understand when you made that statement. Are you saying that red pill is bringing people together, or are you saying that you believe that red pill is separating more people?
I was responding to you saying people are separating, and I'm just simply saying that more people got divorced last year.
You're just putting the numbers and the perspective together.
Yeah.
For the audience, the perspective also needs to be the red pill has been around since before COVID.
Okay.
So have the marriage numbers been increasing since they've been off? Since they've been
No, they've been like,
or is this just a one-off?
Yeah, so COVID, under COVID, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know the stat, but I think marriage increased during COVID.
Yeah, this was like baby boom.
Yeah, because it was getting it popping.
Yeah.
And then specifically last year, because I was surprised. And just I don't want to tear down E-Man's point fully. It wasn't an incremental increase, but marriage was up a few percentage points. So when we say something is tearing down a construct and then we see people coming together just by proxy of the number, what do we do with that information?
So the point that I was making, if you look at, I think when I last looked, red pill been around since 2007.
Okay.
All right. If we look from 2007 to 2025, we don't see a big effect of continuously more men getting with women. That was the point that I was making. Now, I get it. We could take an isolated number of last year and say, hey, what happened last year, right? But if you look up how long red pill been around, we don't see more men going out and getting married. Now, I'm not arguing that they're not getting women. I'm not arguing that they're not leveling up. I just feel that they're not an agent for more marriages because we say that's what we need for our community.
Okay, I understand. So, one of the brothers in the chat, CJ, salutes the SPS podcast. So the kick up was to Teruse's clarification, 2020, which is like height of COVID, right? Essentially, and then it's been on that uptick. And I just looked last year, so I guess for the past 4 years, essentially.
I've seen that statistic, Hamp, and you know why I agree with that statistic?
Go ahead.
Because I also pair it with another statistic that say less black women or black women being single mothers is on the decline with overall American women. So black men are more likely to marry black women because they don't have a child from a previous relationship.
Makes sense.
See how I could combine stats? Oh.
Yeah, no, yeah, 100%. Right. The like you said, 20 like people are having kids less overall.
Yep.
You know, so no, it's all, and that's what I'm saying. That's
more
the
abortions.
Say again. Sorry.
It was more abortions.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of, but a lot of that is a secular mindset, right? So it's about how people feel, and I'm saying literally how people feel about abortion, right? And that's how you know, man, niggas is Christian on paper, like Beams was saying, because abortions is up. You know, so it makes sense. Like when you got smart people saying this and this, and then we like, oh shit, yeah, that is a good point. That's a good correlation. Here's the other correlation. And I think that's the benefit I saw in the conversations. Now, when I first ever started, you could probably edify me on this. Just watching TV or YouTube, I used to watch LaPeace. That was pretty much it on Thursdays. But I don't see him as red pill manosphere. Is that a correct?
Absolutely. I don't think he's red. I think he invite red pill into his space, but I don't see him as red pill.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I
Who
used
did
to
say?
JR.
All of people.
Yeah, that's the only thing I used to watch back in 2020. Like when the World Show, I used to DJ online and then wait till Thursday. You know what I'm saying? And watch that.
Right.
I was interested in that. You know, it was entertaining as hell. But no, it's a lot, man. It's a lot. I kind of wish that I could ask the question about the particular platitude and have like more people on either side, and then with Beans here to kind of, if I miss something, like we decipher through like a clarifying question, you know, like Teruse, E-Man, Scam, and then I mean, obviously, Miss Fantastic gotta be it. So, and you know, just to see like what's the platitude that is pushed back against and etc. That, you know, because we doing it well now, but I have to play devil's advocate, as does Beans, you know, as opposed to being an advocate. You see what I mean? If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, I just want, and I get what you're saying. I say, thank God I didn't see red pill before I got married. I think majority of people who's married, if they got a hope of red pill before they said I do, they'll be in a bad situation. They'll be still looking.
I'd be divorced playing child support.
But see what y'all not doing. What y'all not doing right now is you're not crediting the fact that it was one thing when it started, and I'm granting that it's evolved into this thing that you're saying it is now. And you're not going to talk about the reason why that is, right? Like we just gonna make it just like, oh, okay, well, no, you know, guys are just horrible. No, maybe they came out and they started talking about things, and instead of seeing a mass appreciation and acceptance of the message, they got a lot of pushback. Not just from women, even though it was 80% from women, but from men too.
Yeah,
get off the
bullshit.
internet, stop complaining, blah, 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 blah. It's like, bruh, where else do you go? If somebody had a podcast dedicated to grape victims? Would you go over there and tell them to get off the internet? And before you sarcastically say yes, show it to me.
No,
because they
absolutely
exist.
Absolutely not, Mr. Vince. You're right.
So I'm saying, why is this the one demographic that we need to be quiet?
No,
The
we
men
didn't
who are
quiet.
actually
No, hold on,
men who
Beans.
finally stepped up to the plate and said,
Mr. Beans,
hey, by the way, after 50 years of daytime talk shows, let us tell you what we think and what we've been going through and how we feel.
Actually,
we never told
actually
them
they
to
should
get
have
off the
not
internet.
started
Hold on
talking.
one second.
They shouldn't have.
Hold on, listen. We ain't never told them to get off no internet. We just told them straight up, you wrong. See, the problem is not them on the damn internet. We said we disagree with what you said. We don't think that you bringing families together. We didn't say cancel their show. See, you making the argument.
But they not claiming to bring families together. That's the point. They're there to talk about the plight of the people who once were unspoken for.
Yeah,
So that's an argument saying that they're not bringing families together. The families were torn apart before Red Pill and Manofield spaces existed.
Beans, you were the one that said they were trying to bring people together. You said it.
Respectfully, man.
That's not what I said. He asked the question about whether or not they have a message that can help men today get married, and I said yes. Because if you go into it with your eyes wide open, knowing exactly what it is, then you don't have nobody to blame but yourself.
So
if it don't work out.
To that question was yes. How can you then simultaneously get up here and say what you said? That's a contradiction.
No, he was asked the question.
He just don't want to listen.
He truth. He didn't make a claim. He answered a question.
Right.
When he answers the question, that is a claim. If he's claiming yes, the red pill community is there trying to bridge the gap of relationships.
That's not what I said. Because that's not what I said. Because that wasn't what I was asked.
You just literally said that's what you.
It's not.
He said, "Are they
you
for?"
Just said yourself earlier, words matter, and now all of a sudden they don't.
Yes,
right.
And you,
I didn't say they were there trying to.
Mr. Beans, if we go back,
no, I didn't say they were there trying to.
Go back and look.
One more time, I didn't say they were there trying to.
When the question was posed about whether or not the red pill community is trying to get
I can meet you there, Beans.
or trying to have the message to get people married, Mr. Beans answered the affirmative yes.
Yes.
Which implies
do you understand how there's a difference between they're trying to and the message?
People trying to get them married.
Wait. But so he said yes to the question that was asked. Now what is in contention now? What's the next question? What is it?
He's the one who tried to create the next question, not me.
No, but I'm saying, what did you saying? He's saying he's being contrary. What did he say just now that was contrary
he's
to that
trying
earlier?
to say now that the red pill community isn't trying. That wasn't their message.
Okay, so he gets asked. Think about this, Ruth. He get asked a question, and the question was what?
Is the red pill community trying to get people in marriages?
No.
Yes.
Now, what's
That's
the next
what
question?
Mr. Bean's question answer was
yes. Okay. Now, what's the next question?
Right, and then the next question was not the next question. His next statement, Ms. Hamp, was the red pill community is not trying to get people married. How do you go with that, Ms. Hamp? You see what I mean? If I ask you if they're trying to get married,
now I understand.
Say yes.
Oh wait, now I get it.
Try to
now
say the red pill community isn't trying to get people married. That is a huge contradiction and or a lie. Am I wrong?
Now I get it. No, now I get it. No, you're right. The problem is you're wrong about what was said, but now I get it. See, and I hate that I'm not going to use this against you because I just heard it on the platform. So it ain't my space to use it against you. But I'm glad you doing that. I'm glad you taking care of yourself. Because my man, something's wrong with you. You're not listening. The thing that you're saying was asked was not asked.
Yes, it was.
And this is gonna be my last time saying this because I'm not gonna play this game with you. That I'm playing with you. That's not what was asked.
But Beans,
what
still
was asked does Red Pill give a message that will help these men get married? That's what was asked. It was not asked, were they trying to get men married?
Mr. Beans,
Based
on your answer,
why is your mic?
answer was still, Mr. answer
Beans,
this.
why does your
I'm
microphone
actually
got a
with
condom
Dylan
on?
right now, and I will absolutely go through this with you. So even based on your question, you answered yes, correct? You answered yes, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So then, are they sending a message to try to get people married? Not whether it's the correct message or the incorrect message. What are they trying to get? Are they sending a message to try to get people married? Your answer.
He can't help it. He keeps saying to try to get people
No, I
married.
know, but listen,
He
hold on.
cannot
I'll let
help
y'all
but
guys
not
go.
say
Listen,
it.
I got you.
Because
Listen, hold on.
he has to say
I
that
know.
in order for
Listen,
him to make the
but hold
point
on.
he's trying to
Listen,
make.
Okay,
But he
listen.
can't even not see it.
I gotta
just
go.
erased the
Hold on,
word
Hamp. Hold on, one
get people
second.
married.
Just 1 second. Hold on. Wait. And this is the reason people get divorced: miscommunication. Y'all think it's these damn step kids. Y'all think it's these women and not being submissive. You get two motherfuckers arguing about what was said, and then they get tired of each other and leave.
It's
Like
crazy.
that's the member. Like, that is literally like I was here. I know what was said, and both of y'all misquote me. Not just one of y'all. Both of y'all misquote what I asked.
Oh,
And I learned that that's why people get divorced. Appreciate you having me. I miss this. I do miss
My bad,
having
E. I
being
misquoted
over
you.
here.
Nah, it was good
I
seeing you
apologize.
again, E.
E, I apologize.
But I don't care. It's just a show,
No,
bro.
but it
Like
should
you gotta
matter, bro. If I
apologize.
misquoted you, it should matter that
But
I
it wasn't.
No.
It wasn't egregious. But
It wasn't. Neither one of them was just one word off. But what happened is I heard her say this, but what she really said was that. And this is, if you really look at why people getting divorced, it's because they can't communicate. They can't. They don't know how to communicate effectively. They ain't sit down with their parents and say, "Hey, this is how me and your mama and daddy sit down and say, this is how we communicate to come to a solution." Why parents are not teaching that? Like that's why people are getting divorced, in my opinion. But I appreciate y'all guys.
A lot of the parents can't communicate either, just being honest.
But they stay together. They communicate enough to stay together.
Yeah, but
but all right, let me read it. HQ with the $2 is wrong. Safety and security does not always mean money. HQ with the $2 is Gaslight Nation has opened its doors. HQ with the $2 is right, Beans. That is why SNS is really the key. Safety and security. HQ with the $2 says money is a proxy for safety and security. Period. Daily rundown. Perfect. 2 months football as well. Aaron with the $5 says the women with a wedlock ain't on my level. Even if I take her, I can leave her child lonely like his daddy did. In fact, I should be appreciated more. Oh, you take care of her kid?
Jesus.
Aaron with the $5 says, I don't care what they say. If you're single black men with no kids, you are top shelf at the carnival. Stop letting these men guilt you to accept it. It is your choice. DC Slim was popping with the $5 says, I'm wondering if these conversations are going anywhere. Are these conversations making men better or making them hate women more? So I think that was just kind of discussed. Nate, what's up? Perfect. Nate for being a member for 13 months. Ed with the $2 says, red pill is about knowing all sides before you leap. Ed
They're
with the
not leaping.
$2 says, Beans is clarifying y'all ignorance of red pill. Like Mike with the $5 says, what's up, Hamp? Just showing a little support to the show before you go. Thank you, my brother. Ed with the $2. So y'all just gonna ignore married passport brothers?
yeah.
That life with the $10 says, salute Hamp and the fellas. Happy 4th. Tarus is on point with the passport bros for the most part. But Tarus, Colombia isn't piss poor, fam. It's middle income.
He's correct. I meant Venezuela, the country that economy just keeps collapsing. My bad. Yeah.
Vet life with the $5. E-man! Exclamation point. Only thing though, can we admit majority of therapists are female leaning, which is why? Great point. That's an interesting point. The jerk with the $10 says, could it be a good thing for people to not get married if they are not marriage minded? Yes.
Yes.
And even marriage minded sophisticated jerk is in depth, right? With the things that you have to go through, push through, deal with, compromise on, right? Stand your ground. I mean, it's a whole lot that go in there, quote unquote, marriage minded for sure. DC Slim with the $5 says the manosphere and the feminist movement are the same. They are fighting each other and using us to push their agenda. Separation. DC Slim with the $5 says, I truly appreciate the balance on this show. Great fucking show. Greatest fucking show on YouTube for sure. DC Slim, man. I hope I see you in DC in a couple weeks, bro. Jay Rags was popping with the 10,000 Colombian pesos. Says, if it wasn't for Red Pill, nobody would have tried to tell the truth about black men. Majority don't have kids. Only 0.02% are incarcerated, etc. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Tarus, I got to get out of here, Playboy, but I'm going to set up that show with, like, I'm going to formulate it the way there's enough for each point to have the discourse in totality, you know, with people who sit on the particular sides. You know what I'm saying? So I'll email you and shit like that. Any final thoughts?
First off, Mr. Beans, great as always, Scam. Nice talking to you, man. My men specifically, because I'm not a woman, so I don't know how to police women. I know how to talk to my guys. Guys, I got married at 20 years old. I'm about to be 38 next month. Could you imagine if my wife was like, damn, this guy is on the same wavelength as me, but he don't make $80K a year, so I'm just going to skip over him. Guess what? The majority of women aren't like that. The majority of women, when they're talking about safety and security, guys, they're talking about you having a sort of direction, right? You're not just living aimlessly. You're trying to do something, or you got something going on, right? The majority of women don't care if you make 100K. But I have to tell you guys who are on this idea that a woman should be in the house, when you're saying that a woman belongs in the household, man, you have literally sent the message that the marriage you're looking for, the relationship you're looking for, is transactional. So you cannot be mad at the woman who are considering being a stay-at-home wife to then put a number on what that transaction cost. Let's say you're a man and you want a woman to stay at home and raise 3 kids. How much does it cost to raise a child until 18 per kid? 1 times 2 times 3. Plus a wife that you said you don't want a job. You don't want her to have any sort of job. You want her to stay at home. Well, guess what, guys? That's transactional. Well, a woman who wants to stay at home, there's a price point. In America, we have a price point. So don't be mad at women wanting transactional receipts or transactional qualifications when you're asking for a transactional relationship. Those are my final thoughts.
Oh, damn. You're muted, Hamp.
What you think, Scam?
First thing I was gonna say, Beans does believe in safety and security. That's why his microphone has a condom on. Also, no, I was gonna say with the red pill, they're gonna say what they're gonna say. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. I'm not gonna sit here and say I know everything. I'm almost ugly, almost there. Look at what's really being said and look what's really going on. There's people over there rocking with their women's, rocking with their kids. They speak, people move, and they're just chilling. This actually does exist. And that's allegedly what people are saying they want. Why would you go to the very environment that's so chaotic? The talking points and whatever they're saying doesn't even line up with nothing. It's not even a form of reality. If anybody ever tells you tone and emotions and all that don't matter, they're the biggest liar. Run as far away as you can. Emotions actually rule this world. The whole entertainment sector is founded on emotions. Even this panel is entertainment. It's founded on emotions, but they're going to tell you that they don't even matter. How you going to manage the emotions of what y'all say women are founded on emotions? How you going to manage those if they don't even matter, don't mean nothing? But 70, 80% divorce rates means that they do matter. And I'm just curious if it's all about the legacies and the kids. Something my cousin told me, she's married 15 years, 4 kids. With your spouse, you at least get to pick the person that you're dating or whatever and managing. The kids, you don't even get to pick what comes out. So if you can't manage yourself, well, start with managing your own damn self. you can't manage the emotions of the woman that's in front of you, or the woman can't manage the man, because I guess I got to make it fake, falsely balanced. How the hell you gonna manage kids and you don't get to pick what comes out? The gender, the height, none of that. So what the hell are we really talking about? Red pill ain't shit. That's all I got. Oh yeah, and get in the gym. Don't let that refrigerator beat the shit out of you on the 4th of July weekend. I'm about to go run 4 miles myself. That's all I got.
Beans, any final thoughts?
Brother.
First of all, shout out to my man Nas. I appreciate you for the support via the Cash App. Secondly, shout out to Nas, who also sent the $10 super chat. I know you would probably read it, but I want to just point out that he said, think of red pill as a data package, right? I think that's a very good way to look at it. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot of information in there. And shout out to Ed Unchained, who sent the $3 super chat and said Taru's last thought was a red pill talking point, right?
Incorrect.
I think it's a lot of stuff inside of it. And that's the point, right? Because I went back and looked at it. What happened was what he actually said, he was making a question, but it was a rhetorical question. He said, are y'all saying red pill is giving these guys what they need to be successful in a marriage? So you see, he never said, are they trying to get people married, right? And that was the point. And I said, yeah. And the reason why I said yeah, and I think where the red pill content creators will disagree with me on the prioritization that I'm about to do, because I think the number one reason why the answer is yeah is because they open our eyes to who women really were, right? Because we was all fed the Disney fairy tale. And I think the number two reason is because they opened our eyes to who we really were. And they was like, you BS and you pretending. Like people talk about Kevin Samuel's first few years, he was addressing men. How you dress, how you talk, how you think, how you move, how you this. Red pill. Don't be no sucker, don't be no lame, don't be this, don't be that. Make sure you get into the bag, best version of yourself. All of those things. Be on your purpose. All of that is red pill content. Right? So that's why my answer was yes, according to the question or the rhetorical question that E put up by saying, are y'all saying red pill is giving these guys what they need to be successful in a marriage? Yeah, if you listening, if you paying attention and you taking the things out of it that you need to go be successful in a marriage, you absolutely can get it. But if you're listening to it because you're already angry and bitter about your own life or your own situations, relationship wise, then that's what you'll get out of it. So, and last thing, salute to man Hamp. Salute to the panel, to Roos, Scam, E, everybody, Mr. Fantastic. It was good seeing you again, E, man. You've been MIA. Shout out to my man Cheeky. He was live yesterday. It was good to see him back doing work. I discovered yesterday the scriptures, Luke 6, 20 through 32, I think. 20 through 32. I'm not going to try to read them all to you, but 20 says, blessed are you who are poor, for yours is the kingdom of God. And 24 says, but woe to you who are rich, for you have already received your comfort. And I'm only saying that because we heard somebody say earlier today that mediocrity or even being average is doom. If you're doomed, you're just doomed. Well, listen, your riches are stored for you in the afterlife. Next time somebody call you broke or something, just tell them that my riches are stored for me in the kingdom of heaven. And that's it.
Interesting. That's interesting. That's good. Read the whole chapter when you get a chance too, man.
Yeah, I will.
No, I think the conversation is definitely interesting. And I was simply telling Beans, like when you was answering about how they said you said yes and yes, essentially,
Mhm.
you wouldn't have been contradictory because there's so many facets when you use an umbrella term like red pill, quote unquote, right? There are men talking about marriage and what to look out for. There are men that are emphasizing divorce, right? So all these are under the umbrella. So if you said yes about the marriage question, the rhetorical one, and yes about they ain't pushing that, you ain't wrong. That's all. You know what I mean?
So,
And
Mr.
just so
Beans,
you
I
know,
want
so
to
I
admit
won't
that
have
I was
just
wrong.
wait real quick, Tarus, hold on real quick. Just so I won't be walking around with this for the next 5 days feeling guilty. Just so you know, when I said I'm not gonna play the same game with you that Hamp playing with you, what I was essentially trying to say is I'm not going to extend the grace to you that Hamp is extending to you. So I don't want
I
that
hope I
wasn't
was
like
being
a
graceful
shot.
to you, bro.
I was just frustrated. That was a frustrated comment. So I just want you and Hamp both to know, like that's what that was. That wasn't a shot at Hamp, and that wasn't a shot at you. It was really a shot at myself, saying I'm not gonna be as graceful. Because I was gonna say something and I would have been dead wrong for saying that shit.
Well, I appreciate it, Mr. Beans. I didn't
That's
take
why I kept it to
anything from it.
myself.
I thought I appreciate it,
Yeah.
but I didn't. Just to let you know, I didn't take anything from it. I thought you and I,
Yeah.
hopefully, are still cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
I'm actually in the middle of a final thought. I was talking about y'all.
My
not
bad, man. I just didn't want to.
Yeah,
I ain't want that shit eating at me for 5 days.
But no, I was just thinking about. I guess and maybe I didn't even need the example, but I guess what I'm simply saying is, man, there's a lot happening in conversations, you know.
Yes,
and I think that person's presupposition before they enter the conversation
Mhm.
Determines their takeaways quite often, you know. And so people are, unfortunately, for the most part, listening for what they want to hear,
Right.
you know.
What's that called?
I call it a presupposition or confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias.
You know, and so I think that they do themselves a disservice by doing so. Because if I come into a conversation, even if there's opposition, if that opposition says something better than the shit I thought before I got there, I need to try to disprove it. If I can't, I need to adopt it. Right? I love the 4-in-a-pack muffins, but what pushback do I got for when scams say niggas is fat and the refrigerator gonna kill them?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can't outrun a diet, but people try to say they can. Right. So I just want to make sure, and I enjoyed you guys today. You know what I'm saying? Pause.
You know, enjoy it.
Just because it was good.
Can't outrun a diet is hilarious.
Can't outrun a diet. You know what I mean?
They're not running anyway, just to be honest. They're not running.
Indeed. Here go him with the platitude. Leave me alone, Scam. You know, but it was very, very substantive. I just want us to be cognizant of the platitudes. What good do you take from a conversation, if any? And if you can't, you can't. But at least try is all I'm saying. Y'all be safe this weekend for sure, man. And Truth, I'm gonna hit you, Scam. You still use your Instagram? No.
If you send a message, maybe 3 weeks later, I'll check it. You might can find me in Discord or Dustcord.
Oh yeah, Discord. Okay, yeah. All right.
Or Dustcord, one of the two.
Yeah. So I just want to curate it so we can have a conversation about each like little platitude, you know. Men find your purpose. What the hell does that mean? You know what I mean? Go to the gym. What does that mean? Right? We haven't dug into them. So I think it'll be interesting, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all jumping to Discord. If you in DC, you coming to DC, get your tickets. There's a few. I think there's some early birds still left, but it's gonna be a dope weekend for sure, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.